dissident cell that would have license to undermine the Council's legacy or the Vatican's policies. Nor, despite Cardinal Castrillan's eagerness to move forward, could the Pope promise Felati and Schmidberger a timeline even for such a straightforward act as freeing up the Tridentine Massachusetts. Benedict seemed to hint that he wanted the world's bishops on board, but Felati knew that that alone could be a deal-breaker. The bishops would object, as they always had. The question was, would the new Pope make them accept his decision? All this churned in Felati's mind as he and Schmidberger walked back through the villa's sumptuous rooms, escorted by the Archbishop, when Felati suddenly stopped. "Wait," he cried aloud. "We forgot the blessing." They had left the Pope in his studio without making the most elemental request, that the Pope bless them. Felati turned to their escort to ask whether they could go back, but the Archbishop told them it was too late. The car was waiting for them down in the papal courtyard, ready to take them the scant 2 miles to the SSPX residence in the nearby town of Albano. Outside the papal villa's main entrance, the journalists would be whimpering when they learned they'd been circumvented and that Felati had no intention of meeting with them before returning to Switzerland. But the moment was just too delicate to risk a media firestorm. A few minutes later, as they turned into the Albano driveway, a flash went off on the right side of the car. An alert Reuters photographer had managed to take a picture, after all. It went out on the wire with a caption identifying as smiling Bishop Bernard Felati as he returned from his top-secret meeting with the Pope. "That's not Felati. That's Schmidberger." The reporters huddled, agencies checked their files. In fact, the photo was a father. The two priests did look alike, after all. A corrected caption moved on the Reuters wire, but not before conservative Catholic blogs around the world had picked up the photo and immortalized the error in cyberspace. The blogs were already feeding furiously on the Pope-Lefebvre's meeting, which they saw as a litmus test of the new pontificate. But ultimately they had to rely on the reporters on the scene, who in this case had embarrassingly little information. Back in the Vatican press office, a brief official communique was being parsed for hidden significance. The crux was in 2 sentences: the meeting took place in a climate of love for the Church and of desire to arrive at perfect communion. Although aware of the difficulties, the will to proceed step by step and in a reasonable time frame was demonstrated. The Vatican seemed to be attributing a spirit of goodwill to Felati, which bode well for the Lefebvrists. But talk of advancing in stages was a red flag to some of Felati's own supporters, whose greatest fear was being strung along by Rome in an endless game of beat the Vatican, a game they felt they could never win. Later the same day Felati published his own statement on the SSPX website, expressing his hope that the Holy Father might find the strength to put an end to the crisis in the Church by restoring all things in Christ. Felati's strategy, in fact, was to present his order's grievances not as a small problem that could be solved bureaucratically, but rather as the catalyst for a new and necessary pontificate of restoration for the entire Church. The SSPX, in effect, wanted to be seen as easing Benedict away from the feel-good pronouncements of his first few months in office and toward what he'd obviously been preparing for his entire life, an uncompromising return to tradition, and the undoing of Vatican XI. Reporters trying to make sense of all this felt as if they were reading tea leaves. Because writing about philosophical differences over the Second Vatican Council would produce deadly copy, they needed an issue, a demand, a single cause on which to focus. That was served up a few weeks later, when it came out that Felati had indeed asked for restoration of the Tridentine Mass and that the Pope was seriously considering the matter. I called one of my usual sources on matters Lefebvrist, one of the many Vatican officials who trade anonymity for being able to vent on the phone. It gets lonely in those Vatican offices, and a reporter's call is often the highlight of the day. I call this source the Warbler. He delivered his information in long, liquid. If the great minds here think they can trust these people, they're in for a rude awakening. We've been down this road before. They get to the brink, and then paranoia sets in. They're fanatics. I'm convinced they're a sect, and when they do come back they'll need deprogramming, because otherwise they are useless. They're troublemakers. The Warbler was just getting started. I sat back and listened to a 30-minute performance. I personally think if we'd met this mad leftoverist propaganda head-on 18 years ago, we'd be in a better position now. But basically we've done nothing to counter it. And as a result, they consider the old Mass their property. Well, it's not their property. It belongs to the Church. Now that is where our new Pope may be going. He's certainly not operating under any illusions with the SSPX, after dealing with them in 1988. So if he Roadens permission on the Tridentine Rite, he'll be breaking the Lefebvre's monopoly on it. But that still leaves the SSPX orbiting around out there. You can give them the Mass, but it won't satisfy them. They'll always keep upping the ante. Now they want the bishops cut out of the loop, so no one has to get the bishop's permission to use the old rite. How can you just bypass the bishops? And what else would this incite? You could have a handful of people in every parish start making all kinds of noises, saying, "We told you all along to schedule a Tridentine Mass, now here it is in print, do it." Then what? We don't exactly have policemen to send down to take care of these things. Despite the Lefebvre's reputation for having friends in high places at the Vatican, most officials I spoke with had a deep mistrust of the SSPX and, to be honest, no particular nostalgia for the Tridentine Mass. They also knew that a real reversal on ecumenism or interreligious dialogue would simply not happen, nor was it desirable. The Church could not, as the Lefebvres seemed to want, go back to treating non-Catholics as the enemy and non-Christians as infidels. On a more personal level, many of these Vatican officials were veterans of John Paul IL's organizational team and felt affronted by SSPX leaders' sarcastic and open disdain of the late Pope. Cardinal Francis Aarons, a conservative Nigerian who headed the Vatican's liturgy congregation, told me bluntly that the Church could not offer the Lefebvres a reconciliation at any price deal. The Pope cannot disown Vatican XI in order to make the Lefebvres happy, Aarons said, leaning in for emphasis. At the end of 2005, however, in a pre-Christmas speech to members of the Roman Curia, Pope Benedict hinted that while he could not disown Vatican XI, he could at least correct it. The Pope made no mention of the SSPX or the Tridentine Mass, but he did present the Second Vatican Council as a problem that needed a solution. Naturally, he did not take on the Council or its landmark documents directly. Where the Church had gone wrong, he suggested, was in implementation of the Council. And the results of this implementation, he said, had been disastrous. Ever the historian, the Pope evoked St. Basil's famous description of the confusion that followed the 4th century Council of Nicaea, as in a naval battle in the dark. The raucous shouting and incomprehensible chatter has now filled almost the whole of the Church, falsifying through excess or failure the right doctrine of the faith. As the Pope read the text in the frescoed Clementine Hall, the Curia cardinals began stirring in their gilded chairs. This not-so-subtle attack on the Church's direction over the last 40 years neatly divided the post-Vatican XI Church into two factions, those who misconstrued the Council as a clean break with the past and those who understood it as part of an ongoing renewal of the Church's unchanging mission. Benedict described this division in what would later become a catchphrase among his most ardent supporters: the hermeneutics of rupture versus the hermeneutics of continuity. Hermeneutics is a scholarly term referring to the principles of interpretation, and the Pope used it deliberately to lend his words authority. His speech, which would be read and reread in coming months, essentially announced a backing away from some of the post-Vatican XI innovations. But which ones? Certainly it was laying the groundwork for a major shift, but virtually no one among his own Roman Curia listeners had a clear idea of what that would mean in practical terms. Several weeks later, in February of 2006, the Pope called a meeting of 20 top Roman Curia heads and asked them to review a possible reconciliation scenario with the Lefebvrists. Normally, when there's a foregone conclusion at the Vatican, journalists can spot it coming. Influential cardinals give interviews presenting the case, and soon it builds to a coordinated chorus of acclamation. But on this occasion the Curia members were not singing in harmony. They were unusually quiet and guarded on the topic, and did not sound very hopeful about reaching an agreement with Felati. There was, however, one vociferous exception. Cardinal Dario Castrillan Hoyos was a man who might have been pope. Back in the late 1990s, all it took was a long article by fellow Colombian Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the Nobel Prize-winning author, to send Castri 116N into the upper ranks of the papabili. The article was widely read by journalists, who at the time were desperately trying to fill up their top 10 lists of papal candidates. The portrait drawn by Garcia Marquez and others was flattering. Castri 116N was a theological conservative but a pastor of the people, a voice for the weak, a man who had once donned civilian clothing to enter the home of drug lord Pablo Escobar and ask him to confess his sins. A bishop in Colombia's coffee production center of Pereira for more than 20 years, Castrillan was said to walk the streets of the city at night to look after the safety of beggars, children, and prostitutes. His sharply worded sermons were credited with stopping the killing of street people in Pereira, and he built a reputation for social courage. When he was called to Rome in 1996 to head the Congregation for the Clergy, it seemed to offer him a chance to build up his credentials as a papal contender with experience in the Roman Curia. But once at the Vatican, Castrillan's pastoral side began to be eclipsed. Like nearly everyone there, he spent most of his time in his office, dealing with paperwork or holding closed-door meetings. Contact with the press and public ended, and he became one of the Vatican's shadow figures. He did show up in the media. His new position tended to underscore his conservative views, particularly on liberation theology. Then came the sexual abuse crisis, and with it Castrillan's chances of becoming pope evaporated overnight. Early in 2002, at the height of revelations about Priestley's sexual abuse in the United States, Castrillan had a rare appearance in the Vatican's press hall. As he came into the roomful of reporters, he made the sign of the cross. The first time I had seen that happen. It was as if he were entering the lion's den. Vatican press conferences are 90% scripted, and the cardinal knew the day's game plan. He would present the Pope's annual letter to priests, which meant delivering a long speech and fielding a few questions. The Pope's missive this year, however, contained a reference to the sex abuse crisis, which meant the topic was fair game for reporters, and that Castrillan would be in for a grilling. The press relished the chance to talk to the man responsible for the world's clergy. On the other hand, the occasion offered the Vatican a unique opportunity as well, by addressing questions head-on, acknowledging failures and vowing to clean up the mess. Castrillan could single-handedly swing public relations momentum in the Vatican's direction. What happened instead was a worst-case scenario for the Vatican. Castrillan's face betrayed a sense of haughty annoyance from the moment he took his seat on the dais. He glanced sharply at his audience from behind oversized silver-rimmed glasses and began reading his speech, which referred only obliquely to sexual abuse. When he finished, I asked the first question, a straightforward one: what steps did the Vatican plan to take to ensure that Priestley's sex abuse would not recur in the future? Instead of answering, Castri 116N scribbled some quick notes and announced he would take more queries on this topic before responding. Consequently, one after another, reporters asked the obvious: would the Vatican support a zero-tolerance policy for priest predators? Did Cardinal Bernard Law of Boston have the Vatican's support? Wasn't the Pope speaking publicly about this scandal, instead of making indirect references in a published letter? The Cardinal's characteristic smile had now become a smirk. Although Castrillan kept making notes on more than a dozen questions, in the end, explaining that he didn't want to take any risks, he pulled out a 2-page prepared statement and read it. It was a defensive message, peppered with sarcastic asides, which insisted that the Church had always been severe with pedophile priests, even before it ended up on the front pages of international newspapers, and that it didn't need to take lessons from others. He cited a U.S. study that estimated only 0.3% of priests were pedophiles. In fact, later studies showed that 4% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse of minors. He questioned whether other categories of professionals, doctors, teachers, or journalists, for example, might not have similar hidden problems, and wondered why no studies were being done on them and the money they have paid to the victims. In any case, he said, Priestley's sex abuse reflected the pansexuality and licentiousness of the dominant culture. Perhaps his most peculiar remark was when he noted that most of the reporters' questions had been asked in English. That in itself is an X-ray and offers an outline of the problem, he observed. Some took this as a suggestion that clerical sexual abuse was an Anglo-Saxon issue, not one that concerned the entire church, though, from the cardinal's perspective, it seemed more as if the problem was the exaggerated interest shown by English-language media. Even for a Vatican press corps that was used to being stonewalled, this performance was frustrating. When Robert Kaiser, a sometimes cantankerous and always entertaining correspondent for Newsweek, shouted out to the cardinal, "Could you please answer our questions?" an irritated Castri 116N replied, "I listen to your questions. I hope you will listen to me when I'm speaking." For many reporters, Castrillan now epitomized the cover-up mentality and confirmed their suspicion that the Vatican was incapable of appreciating the depth of damage caused by sexually abusive priests. Even inside the Vatican, some officials were shaking their heads at Castrillan's blunder. His name quickly disappeared from papabili tote boards, and 3 years later, when the next papal conclave was held, Castrillan was one of 5 cardinals singled out as morally unacceptable by SNAP, the survivors' network of those abused by priests. By then, however, Castrillan had stopped talking about sex abuse and had turned his attention to another problem dearer to his heart, making peace with the Lefebrists. Besides heading the Congregation for the Clergy, Castrillan was president of the Vatican's Ecclesia Dei Commission, a unit formed in 1988 to reintegrate followers of Archbishop Lefebvre. The idea behind Ecclesia Dei, Latin for the Church of God, was that the many priests and good Catholics who had blindly followed Lefebvre would one day want to come back to Mother Church. The Commission could make that happen, brokering deals with small groups of disaffected Lefebrists around the world. But in truth, the deals were few, and as the years went by the Commission did less and less. Its tiny office was staffed by only 3 people. In the year 2000, however, a strange thing happened, and it caught Cardinal Castrillan's attention. In the middle of that summer, Bishop Fellahey arrived in Rome with several thousand of his followers for a Holy Year pilgrimage. I recognized Bishop Fellahey by his pectoral cross, which hung on 2 wide silver loops of chain. This ultra-traditionalist was much younger than I had expected, only 42 at the time. It was August, it was hot in Rome, and Holy Year 2000 was in full swing. Fellahey stood in the midday sun in front of the Basilica of St. John Lateran and amiably answered my questions, occasionally blotting his brow with a white handkerchief. A Holy Year visit by a group of excommunicated Catholics? Wasn't that kind of like crashing the party? We don't think of ourselves as outsiders in Rome. Our presence is a kind of proof that we are Catholics and that we want to be Catholics, Fellahey said. And anyway, he added, they didn't consider themselves schismatic or excommunicated. The Lefebrists had always questioned the validity of the excommunication, he explained, and even some Vatican officials agreed with them. If their pilgrimage wasn't a provocation, I asked, was it designed to open a dialogue with the Vatican? Fellahey did not sound too hopeful about that. There was little prospect for resolving their differences, he said, as long as the Vatican insisted that the SSPX accept the revised Roman Rite for Mass. Were they impressed with the Vatican's Holy Year festivities? Fellahey paused to measure his words. The moment was significant, he said, and his group didn't want to be prevented from celebrating one of the Church's oldest traditions. That said, however, he couldn't help registering his disapproval of Pope John Paul's Holy Year efforts to reach out to other Christian churches and apologize for the sins of church members over the last 2,000 years. This begging for forgiveness has cast a great shadow on the Church, he said. Later that day Bishop Fellahey celebrated Mass on the dusty Oppian Hill across from the Colosseum, stating in his sermon that church tradition, which was always spelled with a capital T, was being crucified by more than 35 years of Vatican-mandated changes. We ask the Holy Father to give us back the Mass, he told his congregation. Nearby, on a grassy mound above the sumptuous Golden House once inhabited by the Emperor Nero, hundreds of people lined up for open-air confessions. The highlight of the pilgrimage was a procession into St. Peter's Basilica and through the Holy Door. Although their visit was not on the Vatican's official agenda of Holy Year 2000 events, the Lefebvres were allowed to enter St. Peter's and pray, as long as they didn't celebrate Mass. They took their time lining up, and the gathering in St. Peter's Square was an impressive sight. Marching behind more than 200 priests were about 5,000 lay members who carried rosaries, prayer, and banners as they chanted a litany of saints in Latin. From the many Vatican offices facing the square, Monsignors peered from windows. It reminded older prelates of the holy years past, when pilgrims arrived at St. Peter's with an air of penitence, not shuffling in shorts, pointing and gawking like tourists, sipping from their water bottles. That, too, had been part of Bishop Fellati's plan. He was here to remind people how faith was genuinely expressed, not the scripted Holy Year circus drawn up by Vatican planners that relied on megaliturgies and papal appearances on the Jumbotron screens, but a more personal and pious experience motivated by deep faith. Winding slowly through the square, the Lefebvres won some sympathy among Vatican officials that day. As public relations, it was a brilliant move. As the SSPX group walked back downtown from St. Peter's, some of them passed a nondescript building where a uniformed porter sidled up to them and said, "You gave us a strong lesson?" He was, in fact, the doorman for Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger and other top Vatican officials. Fellati heard about the remark, and took it as a sign. Among those peeking from his window was Cardinal Castri 116 N. Hoyas. He decided to invite the 4 SSPX bishops to dinner. 3 of them showed up. Throughout the meal, Castri 116N was so gracious that he made his guests uneasy. He spoke on and on about how close they were, playing down their differences and telling them, "Your fruits are good. Hence, the Holy Spirit is there." Fellati listened in amazement. The cardinal seemed to be trying to diminish the problem, almost to the point of saying there was no problem. Fellati decided to be specific, and asked Castri 116N about his views on the Massachusetts. "I am not an expert," the cardinal replied. In other words, he wouldn't be drawn into a debate over liturgical rules and errors. Castri 116N kept assuring the bishops that there was actually so little that separated them. They believed in the same God and the same Eucharist. Here his Lefebvre guests began to demur, and a short while later English Bishop Richard Williamson cooled off the atmosphere by declaring to the cardinal, "Your Eminence, it's 2 religions." Castrillon seemed taken aback but would learn in coming years that Williamson was by far the most uncompromising of the SSPX bishops, and the most distrustful of the Roman Curia. Castrillon's performance had not, in fact, done much to inspire confidence in the others at the table. Fellati recalled the cardinals telling them at one point, "I don't want the Roman Curia to know what we speak about." So that's the level of trust inside the Vatican, Fellati thought to himself. Nevertheless, within weeks Castrillon had designed a new tentative plan to bring the Lefebvres back into the fold. It was based on 2 elements that would become familiar over the next several years: allowing wider use of the Tridentine Rite, "Give us back the Mass," and reintegrating the SSPX as a personal prelature, a semi-autonomous status like that enjoyed by Opus Dei. Pope John Paul XI had little patience with the Lefebvres and even less eagerness to reinstate the Tridentine Mass. He saw both issues in terms of obedience, or rather Archbishop Lefebvre had broken his heart by defying his order in 1988, but, more important, inflicted a wound upon the Church. The Tridentine Rite was the Lefebvres' perennial rallying cause, and the Pope's position was clear: once they fully accepted the new Mass and the other changes of Vatican XI, then and only then would he consider letting them celebrate freely with the old liturgy. Cardinal Castri 116N was lobbying hard for a deal and used every means at his disposal. A few months after the Holy Year pilgrimage, a Catholic magazine with connections to Castrillon, Trenta Giorni, 30 Days, published an interview with Bishop Fellati. It was full of positive comments from Rome, and Castrillon went around showing it to Vatican officials, including the Pope. In fact, the Cardinal was using the interview to lay the groundwork for a meeting between the Pope and SSPX leaders. For his own part, Fellati was surprised when he opened his copy of the magazine and found that all his negative comments about the Vatican had disappeared. The interview had been sanitized for Vatican consumption. I have shown the Pope your interview in 30 days, and he has given me the mandate to solve your problem, Castrillon told Fellati proudly. I'm sorry, Fellati replied, but this article is not fair to the reality. Castrillon explained that it didn't matter, and Fellati then understood, it had been a ploy to get discussions moving. At the end of 2000, Castrillon scheduled a first major meeting with Fellati in Rome. Fellati had by now decided that playing hardball was the only way to deal with the Vatican, and told Castrillon that whatever might be proposed, the SSPX was going to continue the fight against liberalism, modernism, and Freemasonry. Castrillon later quoted that line in a report he gave to Pope John Paul. When the Pope read it, he pointed to the statement and said, "That's us. That's us." Vs. What he meant was that he felt his own pontificate was fighting a similar battle, but that sentiment only illustrated the actual gulf him and the Lefebrists. Fellati took a similar hard line with Castry 116n about the Mass. Not only should the Lefebrists able to use the Tridentine rite, but the new Mass should be recognized as wrong. What was specifically Catholic in the liturgy has been removed from it. Castry 116n flinched. "No, we cannot say so because the Pope has approved it," he said. Fellati then went on to attack the Vatican's policies on religious liberty, collegiality, the changes made in the new Code of Canon Law, telling Castrillon bluntly, "We don't trust you, not you personally, but Rome." Fellati later said he was astounded that the Cardinal had endured it all. "I threw a lot of punches and I was really amazed to see how much he was able to absorb and still continue in a pleasant way. I really admired that." At the end of their meeting, Castry 116n made an offhand remark about preparing an agreement to sign. Fellati told him that that would be impossible at this stage, but Castry 116n seemed undaunted. Fellati left the Vatican pondering the consequences of the encounter and determined not to be rushed into anything. Then, later that night, he got a call from an excited Castry 116n saying they were to meet with Pope John Paul at 11 o'clock the next morning. The Pope had made time for them right before his general audience. Fellati begged off, things seemed to be moving too fast. He told Castry 116n he had to catch a plane to Switzerland at noon, and important business awaited him back home. He couldn't change his schedule, because all the other flights to Zurich were fully booked. "I'll take care of that," Castrillon said, and within an hour had found Fellati a seat on an afternoon flight. Castrillon and Fellati showed up at the Apostolic Palace just before 11 the next morning, but there was a problem. Apparently the Cardinal had gotten the time wrong. The general audience began at 11, they were supposed to have arrived 20 minutes earlier. "Where have you been?" the Pope's secretary, clearly upset, demanded. "The Holy Father is waiting for you. St. Peter's Square 50,000 people is waiting for the Pope, who is waiting for you. It's already been a quarter of an hour." They were led to a private chapel in the papal apartment, where the Pope joined them. All three knelt in silence before the Blessed Sacrament for 2 minutes. Pope John Paul recited the Our Father in Latin and turned toward his guests. He asked Castrillon if he'd been able to discuss matters with Fellati, and Castry 116n said he had. The pontiff then wished them a happy new year, blessed them and handed Fellati a rosary. That was it, thought Fellati. Not much. The Pope had set aside 20 minutes for them, but they had missed the window of opportunity. A few minutes later, the cheers from pilgrims in St. Peter's Square reverberated up into the small office where Castrillon and Fellati were now conferring with the Pope's secretary. Castrillon had in his hands a written report on his discussions with Fellati the day before. This apparently was the agreement Castrillon had spoken about so expectantly. He had hoped to give it personally to the Pope, but now he would have to leave it with the papal secretary. Fellati, however, asked to see the text, and immediately wanted to make some changes. Castry 116n was a little dismayed but told the Pope's secretary to write down Fellati's clarifications. Things quickly got bogged down. "If I understand you well, you would like to keep some of your traditions," the secretary said. "No," Fellati replied. "All of them." When they finished, Castrillon proudly took Felati to a window of the Apostolic Palace. They looked down and saw the Pope, a tiny figure in white, blessing the vast crowd in St. Peter's Square. It seemed to be the cardinal's way of saying, "This is the universal church, and you can be a part of it." But Felati had mixed feelings about the whole affair, and a sense that he was surrounded by smoke and mirrors. Cardinal Castrillon kept up the pressure after Felati had returned to Switzerland, telling him the Pope wanted things settled by Easter. But on Good Friday Castri 116N phoned to tell him that progress had stalled in the face of too much opposition from bishops. That didn't surprise Felati. He had heard that French Cardinal Jean-Marie Lustiger had gone personally to the Pope and warned him that if he allowed the SSPX to work freely in France, 65 French bishops would enter into disobedience. The stakes were that high. Over the following year, the goodwill generated by the Holy Year pilgrimage slowly dissipated. Castri 116N stopped calling. It seemed to Felati that the dance was over. The aging Pope seemed to have concluded that a deal with the Lefebvrists was not worth the risk. But Castri 116N had not given up. The Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore is a strange and beautiful place. It's the best preserved of Rome's ancient basilicas, built in the 4th century on the Esquiline Hill after a miraculous snowstorm in August supposedly traced the outline of the church. The basilica honors the Virgin Mary and was constructed upon the site of a former pagan temple dedicated to the fertility goddess Cybele, whose male followers would ritually castrate themselves, dress in women's garments and take on female identities. The church was rebuilt in the 5th century and remodeled in Renaissance times, its ceiling gilded with the first gold that Columbus brought back from the Americas. When the morning light reflects off the mosaics along the nave, the church looks like a giant jewelry box. Today it is the burial place of popes and a popular stop for pilgrims. The basilica has always had a connection to what is sometimes called the Roman era, the Black Roman network of aristocratic families that has survived from the Middle Ages. Fiercely Catholic, these families enjoyed positions of privilege in the church and had strong connections to the Vatican. In the mid-1960s they viewed the Second Vatican Council correctly as another threat to their already fading grandeur. Some of the chapels in Santa Maria Maggiore preserve that former influence in an almost timeless fashion. The most sumptuous is the Borghese Chapel, decorated with lapis lazuli and agate, which houses the famous icon of the Virgin Mary known as Salus Populi Romani, or Health of the Roman People, an image that is believed to have saved the city from plague. In the spring of 2003, an Italian group close to the old Roman nobility asked to celebrate the Tridentine Mass in Santa Maria Maggiore. That gave Cardinal Castrillon an idea. The request itself was not particularly noteworthy, but if he, a Roman cardinal, celebrated the Mass, it would be. No cardinal had gone to a major Rome basilica to celebrate the old rite since it had been replaced with a new Mass in 1969. It would outrage the liberals, but it would underscore an important point, that the Tridentine Mass still belonged to the Universal Church. That was the basis of Castri 116N's argument to Pope John Paul XI. In one stroke the Church could reclaim part of its tradition and hold out an olive branch to the Lefebvrists. John Paul warily agreed. And so it happened that on a Saturday afternoon in May 2003 Santa Maria Maggiore began filling up with an unusual mix of people. The old families were there, the women dutifully donning black mantillas, the uniformed knights of the Holy Sepulchre in their white capes, and rows of seminarians, abbots, and members of religious orders, many of them toting their worn missals from 40 years earlier. But among the congregants were youths in jeans and casually dressed middle-aged Catholics, some of whom seemed to observe the proceedings as if they were watching a parade of vintage automobiles. They snapped photos as Cardinal Castrillon led the entrance procession down the main aisle beneath a 10-foot-tall cross, surrounded by a thick cloud of incense. His elaborate lace surplice added a touch of elegance. Hanging from his arm was a maniple, a cloth band whose use had been suppressed in the modern liturgy. As Gregorian chant echoed through the basilica, the procession passed a chapel holding the tomb of Saint Pius V, who had codified the Tridentine Mass in THE 1500s. In the front row facing the altar perched 5 cardinals, their red berettas placed carefully on top of the wooden kneelers. None was noteworthy, with one exception, Cardinal Bernard Law, who had resigned in disgrace from the Archdiocese of Boston a few months earlier. His presence was odd, but should have been a clue to journalists, who would be shocked a year later when Law was named the Archpriest of Santa Maria Maggiore, a comfortable and prestigious position in Rome. The Mass, preceded by a recital of the Rosary and a litany of saints, lasted 2 hours, which by itself may have quenched some of the nostalgia among those in attendance. The highlight was Castrillan's sermon, which was designed to carry messages all the way to Switzerland. The so-called rite of St. Pius V cannot be considered extinct. The old Roman rite retains its right of citizenship in the Church, in the multiformity of Catholic rites, both Latin and Eastern. When people came up for communion, they knelt at the rail and stuck out their tongues. No one asked for communion in the hand, another innovation that had found its way into the post-Vatican XI Church. For many who attended, the new Mass was where the Church had begun to unravel back in the 1960s. It was not just that Latin had been replaced with a vernacular, the new liturgy reflected a revolution in the way the Catholic community worshipped God. For one thing, the celebrant was turned around to face the people, emphasizing the communal aspect of the Mass. For traditionalists, when the priest faced the people, he became an MC, and the temptation to entertain was strong. No wonder modern priests felt they had to tell jokes and liven up the audience. The focal point had the celebrant, not God. After Vatican XI, tabernacles were moved off to the side, a sign to traditionalists that the community was celebrating itself, and no longer the presence of Christ on the altar. Beautiful high altars were smashed into bits, statues of favorite saints were tossed out, and anything old was swept out the door. For many Catholics over the age of 60, those painful memories were still alive. And what was the result? Mass attendance had fallen to record lows, and fewer young men wanted to be priests. Couldn't the Vatican see that it had reformed the Church right down the drain? For the traditionalists, the Tridentine Mass was the link to a glorious past, the sacred fire they kept burning for a time when Church leaders would wake up and see the damage around them. As he processed out of Santa Maria Maggiore, Castrillan was pleased with himself. He had sent a message to Felati, but, more important, to the Lefebrist faithful around the world. This liturgy assured them that they had a home in the modern Church and that they didn't have to give up the old Latin Mass. If a Vatican cardinal could celebrate the Tridentine rite in Rome, weren't they all of the same faith? And wasn't it time for reconciliation? But if traditionalists were intrigued, liberal Catholics were alarmed at what they considered Tridentine creep. It seemed to confirm their suspicions that Pope John Paul intended to widen use of the old rite, even over the objections of the world's bishops. The progressives had already become distressed a few days before the Santa Maria Maggiore event, when the Vatican confirmed that it was now giving priests permission to celebrate the Tridentine Mass in a below-ground chapel of St. Peter's Basilica. For years the Vatican had been aware that small groups of traditionalists had been clandestinely holding Tridentine Masses against Basilica rules. They would check in with the sacristy, proceed to an assigned altar with a new missal and then pull the old missal from under their vestments. Now, after getting Castri 116 NS written permission, they could do it openly but only in the Hungarian chapel beneath the main level of St. Peter's. One experienced Roman cleric noted that the Hungarian chapel stood immediately next to the tomb of Pope Paul VI, the pope who had banned the Tridentine rite. The priest suggested the juxtaposition could not have been accidental. "Poor Paolo VI must be spinning in his grave," he said. I phoned Bishop Felati in Switzerland and asked what he thought of Castri 116 NS Tridentine, Massachusetts. Without a doubt, it was a good thing, and so we rejoice about it. The Vatican was finally showing progress in the direction of tradition. The words were there, but he sounded a little dubious to me. We chatted a while longer, and soon the caveats began. He didn't like the fact that, in his sermon, Castrillan had referred to the Papal Order of 1988, which had announced the excommunication of SSPX leaders. And he didn't appreciate Castrillan saying that traditionalists must also accept the revised Roman Mass. That seemed designed to downplay this moment of Tridentine glory. When I hung up the phone, I wondered whether these two partners could ever really come to an agreement. The misgivings ran so deep. Not only were they ideological opponents, but each side was fighting internal battles as well. The split between the hardliners and the accommodationists in the SSPX was an open secret, and extended through the society's estimated 1 million followers. As he tiptoed through these preliminary talks with the Vatican, Fellahey was constantly looking over his shoulder, at a fellow bishop who could bring it all crashing down at any moment. Bishop Richard Williamson cut a dashing figure among SSPX loyalists. Silver-haired and imposing, with a piercing gaze that he wielded like a weapon, the English bishop did not brook fools gently. His wry smile betrayed a biting sense of humor that often veered toward sarcasm. A convert from Anglicanism, he had a reputation for flair, wit, energy, and incredible money-raising abilities. He mistrusted the Vatican completely and made no attempt to hide it. He was popular with conservative audiences, especially when he criticized feel-good culture in all its manifestations, from the mentality of sweet compassion for homosexuals to excessive grief for Lady Di. He once famously described the sound of music as pornographic soul-rotting slush that threatened parental authority. Modern feminism, he said, was tied to witchcraft. Many traditionalists thought the society would have been better off with Williamson at the helm, instead of the liberal Fellahey, who always seemed to be dealing with the devil. Some felt Williamson was in his heart a secret sedevacantist, one who believed the last true pope was Pope Pius XII, and that the pontiffs in office after the Second Vatican Council were illegitimate. Bishop Williamson viewed Cardinal Castri 116's Tridentine Mass in Rome as little more than good theatre. In fact, in the months that followed, talks between the Vatican and the SSPX essentially came to a standstill, something that pleased the traditionalist hardliners. Then came John Paul's death and Benedict's election. In August of 2005, after learning that Bishop Fellahey was preparing to pay pilgrimage to the new pope, Williamson quickly moved into spoiler mode. He tipped off SSPX followers and the press about the meeting a week before it occurred, ironically, as Williamson saw it, on the feast of the beheading of St. John the Baptist. In a newsletter, Williamson blasted Rome and suggested that Fellahey was being naive. "Have we not heard this same song before? Come into my parlor," said the spider to the fly. "The web of deceit has been spun for far too long," Williamson wrote. In fact, a Rome SSPX agreement seems impossible. And of course, if the society rejoined Rome, the resistance of Catholic tradition would carry on without it, and if the Pope converted, then instead of the gentle war now being waged on his right by tradition, he would be faced with a savage war being waged on his left by the cabal of neo-modernists. Either way, the war goes on. Between the friends and the enemies of the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ. Fellahey's meeting with Pope Benedict did nothing to allay the hardliners' contempt, which was openly expressed on traditionalist websites. Fellahey was denounced as pusillanimous for failing to meet the press. He should have used the occasion of the papal audience to broadcast the traditionalists' complaints. Fellahey and Schmidberger were ridiculed for using a back entrance to and from their papal meeting. One popular site said the two had put their tails between their legs and escaped out of a side exit, perhaps through the Pope's kitchen. Others said it had been a mistake for Fellahey to ask that all priests be able to use the Tridentine Rite. Why would they want modernist priests trained in Vatican XI celebrating their Mass? The conservative end of the Catholic spectrum had become crowded with traditionalist groups, and they all seemed to have an opinion on how the SSPX should be conducting itself. Meanwhile, inside the Vatican walls, similar divisions were coming into the open. Despite popular perceptions, Pope Benedict was not an ardent advocate of the Tridentine Mass, a disposition he made abundantly clear when, as cardinal, he addressed a 1,500-strong Catholic traditionalist pilgrimage at the Vatican in 1998. Ratzinger told the Old Mass crowd that the Tridentine Low Mass, with its whispered prayers at the altar and its silent congregation, was not what liturgy should be, which is why it was not painful for many people when it disappeared. He then urged the traditionalists to show respect for their bishop's decisions and do nothing that would undermine the unity of the Church. While Ratzinger was also sharply critical of what he called exaggerations in the new Mass, the showmanship, the focus on the congregation instead of God, the weak music, the minimizing of mystery. He always made it clear that what bothered him were the abuses, not the basic reform of the liturgy, which he considered a good thing. It made sense to celebrate Mass in the vernacular, he said. And while he preferred the customary practice of the priests facing the same direction as the congregation, he felt it would be confusing to turn things around again. What concerned Ratzinger most about the new Mass was the way it had been introduced, as a wholesale and abrupt replacement of the old rite. In his view, that was using the Second Vatican Council as a sword to cleave the modern Church from its traditions, as he would say as Pope, the hermeneutics of rupture. Ratzinger therefore tended to support the idea of freeing up the Tridentine alternative, out of respect for the 400-year-old rite and out of pastoral charity for its followers. In that same 1998 speech to traditionalists, he offered them a strategy for reclaiming the Tridentine option: stop opposing the new Mass. If people accepted the beauty of both liturgies, he said, we can convince bishops that the celebration of the old rite is not divisive. Now, as Pope Benedict, he was trying to implement that strategy. Yet his intentions were not all that easy to read. In 2006 he called meetings of the world's cardinals and the Roman Curia to solicit their advice. Not surprisingly, there was strong opposition to concessions to the Lefebrists, and strong doubts about the wisdom of offering an alternative liturgy to the world's faithful. For his part, the Pope's own Masses continued to follow the post-Vatican XI liturgy, though he did have some changes in mind. Benedict was planning to replace Archbishop Piero Marini, John Paul's chief liturgist, with a more traditionally minded designer of papal Masses. The Pope brought back older vestments and rediscovered outdated liturgical paraphernalia in Vatican storerooms. Before long he would stop distributing communion in the hand. Instead, those receiving the Eucharist from the Pope would kneel and receive it on the tongue, as in the old days. Benedict seemed to be embarking on a liturgical revolution, but with baby steps. By the spring of 2007, traditionalist Catholic bloggers found themselves tossed between exaltation and quiet panic. If they could believe what Vatican officials were hinting, Benedict had already decided to approve the Tridentine option. It would be a brief document issued motu proprio, Latin for on his own initiative. The phrase motu proprio soon became so often used that when it appeared in Roman conversation or online, everyone knew what it stood for. But why didn't the Pope publish the document? The traditionalists continued to worry that Benedict might lose his resolve and cave into liberal pressures. They fretted lest he become infected with the Roman Curia's compromise mentality. They prayed for the Pope to act with courage, and to act quickly, before some delegation of bishops could dissuade him. Across the internet they buoyed one another's hopes and spread the latest optimistic rumors. Their message was, be patient, it's coming. One of the most well-informed blogs was run by a priest who shuttled between Minnesota and Rome, Father John Zuhlsdorf. His oddly named site, What Does the Prayer Really Say?, sifted through Roman gossip and Vatican communiques for some nugget of certainty about the Pope's intentions. On more hopeful days, Zuhlsdorf ran a photo of a chilled bottle of Euclid quote and 2 glasses, an image that caught on among other conservative Catholic bloggers. They were ready to pop their corks. Recycling stories is part of what journalists do, but the motu proprio is coming was growing stale by the 5th or 6th time it had been revived. Like so many issues in Benedict's 2-year-old pontificate, it had been reported as a done deal for so long that when it did happen, if it ever happened, it would seem like old news. Our news service wanted an article on the old rite, but not more speculation, so I decided to hunt down a Tridentine Mass in Pope Benedict's backyard. Surely the Diocese of Rome had given permission, the famous indult, for local Catholic traditionalists to celebrate the old Mass on a regular basis. But where? I found it on a sunny Palm Sunday morning in 2007 on a small dead-end street near the Tiber River, less than a mile from St. Peter's Square, where the Pope was celebrating Mass with 60,000 people. When I arrived, the pews in the tiny church of San Gregorio dei Muratori St. Gregory of the Bricklayers were quickly filling to capacity. Capacity, however, was only about 40 people. Several priests were preparing the altar, the celebrant outfitted in a heavy chasuble from the 1950s and the others in lacy cassocks. I looked around the dim interior and noticed two things: the congregation was young, and many appeared to be American. This was the church for Nwas. I stepped outside to do some quick interviews with new arrivals. Coming down the street in a dark fedora was Gary Tarrazzo, who turned out to be an airline pilot from Chicago. I asked him what the attraction was for him here and why he wasn't over in St. Peter's Square instead. In a word, it's reverence, he said. There are moments of silence in this Mass, which is important. There's no sense of reverence at a papal Mass. People are eating as if it's a picnic. Tarrazzo recounted an occasion when he had just landed in Rome and raced into St. Peter's Basilica to catch the last half of Pope John Paul IL's Mass. He entered as the Pope was finishing his sermon and was shocked to find hundreds of people walking out. For them, he said, it was just another stop on the tourist cycle. I chatted briefly with Eric Hewitt, a 32-year-old American from Philadelphia. He had grown interested in the Tridentine Mass as a student of Latin and church history, so he bought a 1962 missal online and started coming to San Gregorio. Was Latin necessary to make sense of the Old Mass? I asked. Not really, Hewitt said. There was always the parallel text on the right-hand page. And even if you couldn't understand the words, this Mass, he said, had a coherence of symbols, the vestments, candles, bells and chant. I stepped inside, and a bell rang. In came a mini procession of clergy. One often lit an incense burner, swinging it skillfully back and forth, and the place filled up with aromatic smoke. As the priest intoned, "In troibo ad altar Dei," the smell of incense and the Latin prayers took me back to my own altar boy days in Minnesota. Ad Deum qui laetificat I juventutem. At the age of 12, I had excelled at memorizing these responses, even the long ones that most altar servers mumbled through. At the time it didn't matter to me what the words signified, the Latin was for the sound, not the meaning. And the sound was beautiful. I still knew the Mass choreography by heart, the genuflecting, the bows, the diagonal crossings, the lifting of the priest's chasuble at the consecration, the positioning of the missal, the handling of the cruets of water and wine. It was complicated, and small errors were not uncommon, but usually no one would notice but the priest. The hardest thing about being an altar boy, as I remembered it, was the slight but real risk of a catastrophic accident, tripping over the hem of a cassock and taking a dive, for example, or dropping the paten during communion. Of course, there were many lesser opportunities for embarrassment. Even the simple act of lighting the candles before High Mass required a certain skill. These were the 3-foot-tall candles set in high candlesticks on the altar's upper shelf, and to reach them we used a long pole equipped with a sliding wick. If the candle was a dud and refused to light, it was the altar boy, not the candle, that was deemed suspect by the congregation. For me, though, the greatest peril of all was laughter, the risk that during the celebration of the Holy Mass, perhaps stricken by the absurdity of my own unworthy presence in this liturgical theater, or perhaps looking at the mismatched socks of my fellow server, I would burst into paroxysms of uncontrollable laughter, laughter that would inevitably be misconstrued as sacrilege or blasphemy, and I would be disgraced and blackballed forever from the knights of the altar. Laughter was the real danger, the precipice. On several occasions, I came very close to the edge. That memory, too, was still vivid. Lost in reminiscence, I looked up and realized that the priest was already about to read the Gospel. Next to me Eric Hewitt was slowly turning the pages of his missal and offered to share. But I was a million miles away. This, too, was a vaguely familiar sensation. As a youth, when I wasn't serving at the altar, I daydreamed my way through many masses down in the pew. I always tried to rally around communion time, and sometimes listen to the sermon. But I lived for the final blessing, unengaged in the liturgy, and I suppose there were many like me in the pews of my Minnesota parish. As I looked around the church of San Gregorio, I wondered what made these young adults so different. Were they better Catholics? Was it the mystique of Latin? Did they appreciate all this because it had been taken away? Was it, in part, the sense of belonging to a minority? And if so, what would happen if Pope Benedict granted this special permission to the entire Church? If Tridentine Masses could be offered in any Catholic parish, how long would it be before this group lost its cult status? In July 2007 the motu proprio finally arrived. Titled Summarum Pontificum, it was only 4 pages long. In essence, the Pope decreed that when a group of Catholics wanted a Tridentine Mass, the local priest should make it available. In an accompanying letter, Benedict explained to bishops that he was not lessening their authority, he was simply taking the decision out of their hands. He said that he had listened to the objections and found them unconvincing. He dismissed fears that this decree would foment divisions in the Church or be seen as a retreat from the Second Vatican Council. The tone he took was, "This shouldn't cause such angst. The new Mass would surely continue as the normal way of worshipping, but now the old Mass would be a valid option for the minority who desired it." The alternate versions of the Mass were simply 2 expressions of the one Roman rite, he wrote. The Pope's document was based on the premise that the Tridentine Mass had never really been suppressed, so it didn't require any special permission to be celebrated. That was a new interpretation of history, to say the least. As Cardinal, Ratzinger had focused his complaints precisely on the fact that the old Mass had been banned, something that had never been seen in the history of liturgy, and that the old structure was dismantled, and its pieces were used to construct another. But now as Pope he could act as if that had never happened, at least officially, because there had never been an authoritative act of abrogation. That may have seemed legalistic to some, but it was in fact an important endorsement of the Lefebvrist position. The Pope's letter contained another unmistakable signal of sympathy with traditionalists. He wrote that he understood those who had been driven away by liturgical abuses. "I am speaking from experience, since I, too, lived through that period with all its hopes and confusion. And I have seen how arbitrary deformations of the liturgy caused deep pain to individuals totally rooted in the faith of the Church." With that indictment, Benedict may not have been thinking specifically of liturgical jugglers and cheesehead masses, but his readers at SSPX headquarters were. With those 2 sentences alone, they felt vindicated. The motu proprio was issued only in Latin, unlike other Vatican documents, and that, too, was a signal. The Vatican press office had to make an unofficial Italian translation available to reporters. The initial reaction from Lefebvrists was cautiously favorable. In a letter posted on the Society's website the same day, Bishop Fellahey seized upon the key issue: the Tridentine Mass had never been suppressed, as the Pope said, and therefore SSPX's fidelity to the old rite was never an act of disobedience. But there was a problem here, and it surfaced in the second half of Fellahey's letter. In contrast to Benedict's continuity versus rupture reading of the Second Vatican Council, the Lefebvrists did not abandon their conviction that Vatican XI had indeed broken with the Church's tradition. This denial of a rupture caused by the last council shows that what is at stake in the debate between Rome and the priestly society of St. Pius X is essentially doctrinal, Fellahey wrote. Rather amazingly, he suggested that the Pope's concession be followed by theological discussions to examine these wider doctrinal issues. Clearly Fellahey viewed the Tridentine concession as the first step in a long process of conversion for Rome, not for the SSPX. These reservations were not shared by most of the traditionalist logosphere, which was enjoying the sweet taste of victory. The online exuberance was captured at Zuhlsdorf's "What Does the Prayer Really Say?" which finally popped the virtual bottle of Euclid and ran a lyric parody of the song "Turn, turn, turn, go to the altar, turn, 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 look to the east now, turn, 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 there's a time for every Mass now, if it's valid. The time for banjos and dancing is gone, dust off the censer, and toss out the bong. No need for hugging, we all get along, let's keep our focus together, on Jesus." By the fall of 2008, a year after Summarum Pontificum, Bishop Bernard Fellahey was discovering just how little had changed for the Society of St. Pius X. Although the papal letter had been widely seen as a concession to the SSPX, in fact, By making the Tridentine Rite available theoretically in every local parish, the Pope's new policy had weakened the society. The SSPX was no longer the exclusive provider of a liturgical alternative. Meanwhile, its talks with the Vatican were going nowhere, and the world seemed to be paying less attention. While the SSPX continued to have deep concerns that went beyond the liturgy, ecumenism, interreligious dialogue, the role of lay people, and the more modern behavior of priests and nuns, all of which were seen as the dark legacy of the Second Vatican Council, as Fellini himself realized, even most conservative Catholics didn't see a rollback of Vatican XI as a practical possibility. However much they loved the Tridentine Mass, the younger Trad-Dies, in particular, had little appetite for a war on modernism. They might not even know what modernism was. In short, the SSPX's list of grievances now lacked a headliner and was of interest to few people outside the society. Bishop Fellini calculated some other factors. He knew that his Vatican contact, Cardinal Castrillan, was approaching his 80th birthday and mandatory retirement. No one at the Vatican would carry water for the SSPX as Cardinal Castri 116N had. And Castri 116N, Fellini reasoned, would like nothing more than to go out on a triumphant note. After years of failed talks, an agreement with the Lefebvrists would be the finest prize. The SSPX could exploit Castrillan's eagerness to achieve that, but Fellini had to be careful. If he took part in serious talks with the Vatican about reintegration with no preconditions, he would be seen by militants like Bishop Williamson as selling out. The important thing was to make it look as if the SSPX was setting the agenda and forcing the Vatican's hand. And Fellini had a plan to that end. He let Castrillan know that the SSPX had a non-negotiable demand: Pope Benedict must lift the excommunications incurred by himself and the 3 other bishops illicitly ordained by Archbishop Lefebvre in 1988. Fellini knew there would be opposition in the Vatican to such a move. It would be seen not merely as a gesture of reconciliation, but as a symbolic betrayal of Pope John Paul XI. But Pope Benedict might agree to it, if he could convince a settlement was in sight. To sweeten the deal for the Vatican, Fellini was prepared to open a new chapter of negotiations, serious, regular talks aimed at regularizing the order. To his own people, Fellini would present these discussions not as surrender to Rome, but rather as a chance to finally put the Second Vatican Council on trial. The subject of the talks would be the SSPX's objections to the doctrinal errors of Vatican XI. Instead of harping from the sidelines, the SSPX would engaging in battle within the Vatican itself. They would be taking the traditionalist struggle to another level. Not surprisingly, Castrillan supported the plan enthusiastically, and by the end of 2008 had Benedict himself on board. Castrillan went to the Pope with a formal letter from Fellini dated December 15, in which the SSPX leader requested the lifting of excommunications as a first step towards sincere dialogue. Castrillan pointed to the line where Fellini pledged that the Society would accept the Pope's teaching with filial spirit. Fellini had also padded the letter with the kind of rhetoric that would make it easier for his own followers to accept: "We are ready to write the creed with our own blood, to sign the anti-modernist oath, the profession of faith of Pius IV, we accept and make our own all the councils up to the Second Vatican Council, about which we express some reservations." On January 21, 2009, Pope Benedict approved a one-page decree that lifted the excommunications of Bishop Fellini, Bishop Williamson, French Bishop Bernard Tissier de Malariz, and Argentine Bishop Alfonso de Galarreta. The decree emphasized that the excommunications were being revoked in order to arrive quickly at a full and satisfactory solution of the problem with the SSPX. The Vatican would make the decision public 3 days later on January 24, a Saturday, which would lessen the media echo. It also happened to be the eve of the 50th anniversary of Pope John XXII's announcement of the Second Vatican Council, a detail that delighted Fellini. Pope Benedict braced himself for what he assumed would be a brief storm of objection by some in the Church. In his view, lifting the excommunications was a necessary step to get the SSPX to the bargaining table. Those talks would indeed focus on the Second Vatican Council, but the Pope's agenda went far beyond the complaints of the Lefebvrists. The negotiations would offer Benedict a chance to recast Vatican XI teachings in his hermeneutic of continuity mode, not a rollback exactly, but a more conservative trajectory that, in the long run, would be much better than a rollback. He was convinced that 10 or 20 years in the future, this course correction would take the Church back to its traditional identity. Ad extra, some things could not be completely undone, like dialogue with other churches and other religions. But Benedict's goal was to restore evangelization as the priority in dialogue and curb the Church's participation in worldly enterprises that did not explicitly spread the gospel. Ad intra, the Pope had much more leeway, restoring a more traditional liturgy, religious orders as frontline missionary forces, and above all instilling among lay Catholics the sense that they belong to the body of Christ and not just to a vaguely religious philanthropic organization. And in this project, the SSPX would be eminently useful. It was classic triangulation. Benedict would play fellow against the liberal wing of the Church, thus creating a new middle ground over which the Pope, as the protector of unity, would reign. This was Benedict's grand design. He had little trust in Fellow and his ilk, but recognized that they would serve as the perfect foil. So, yes, Benedict knew there would be conflict, but like all in-house church issues, it would be manageable. The wider secular world, including hostile media and political critics, didn't really care about how Catholics worshipped or whether nuns wore habits or how many theologians were brought to heel. What the Pope never envisioned, however, was a development that would quickly move this internal controversy onto the global stage. He never saw it coming because none of his closest aides had informed him of it until it was too late. Father Federico Lombardi looked as if he had swallowed a toad. I stood next to him in the Vatican press room and felt the crush of 30 other reporters who strained to hear what he was saying. Lombardi was making an appearance to announce the lifting of excommunications against the SSPX bishops. He had his talking points ready. The Pope had taken this step in order to promote the unity in charity of the Universal Church and to succeed in removing the scandal of division? No, it didn't mean Vatican XI was being forsaken. Nor did it mean that the 4 bishops were fully reintegrated in the Church. That would come after an agreement was nailed down in talks with the SSPX. But by now no journalist particularly cared about the finer points of future negotiations with the Lefebrists. They wanted to know one thing: how could the Pope rehabilitate an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier? 3 days earlier, as the Pope was signing his decree, a Swedish TV network aired an interview with Bishop Richard Williamson, a man who never stopped looking for a way to sabotage the reconciliation talks. In the interview, Williamson stated that, based on historical evidence, he believed that not a single Jew had died in Nazi gas chambers. Citing revisionists from memory, he allowed that perhaps 200,000 to 300,000 Jews had died in the quote-unquote Holocaust, but not 6 million. Williamson was soon volunteering details about the properties of cyanide and explaining why it wouldn't have been possible to use the Auschwitz buildings as gas. He then proceeded to discuss the Jews' huge exploitation of Europe's guilty conscience. For 3 days this interview had been circulating in the world's media and on YouTube. As the criticism grew louder, those of us who covered the Vatican full-time presumed there was no way the Pope would welcome Williamson back into the Church under these circumstances. He would at least delay the announcement until the interview had faded from the front pages, and perhaps do some advance bridge building with Jewish organizations. We imagined that the high officials of the Vatican's Secretariat of State were working overtime to avoid an embarrassing moment for the German pontiff. What we could never have guessed was that even as Father Lombardi came out to meet the press, the Pope, unlike the rest of the world, remained ignorant of Williamson's comments. No one had bothered to tell him. Doesn't the Pope know what damage this will cause to the Church's relations with Jews? Phil Pullella asked of Lombardi, whose expression was growing more sour by the minute. Saying a person is not excommunicated is not the same as saying one shares all his ideas or statements, the spokesman said without enthusiasm. Even before we could finish writing our stories, negative reactions began erupting, and not just from Jewish groups. Media reports quickly unearthed a whole string of previous similar statements from Williamson that were available, as critics of the Vatican pointed out, to anyone who knew how to use Google. Even his own colleagues confirmed that Williamson's anti-Semitism was widely known. Father John Rizzo, a former SSPX seminarian, told the Boston Globe that Williamson had once commented on his sizable nose by saying, "Rizzo, are you baptized, or are you a Jew?" Rizzo recalled that there was another seminarian named Oppenheimer, and Williamson would say, "Oppenheimer, I don't like your name. If you keep it up, there's a gas chamber waiting for you at the boathouse." The Vatican officials in the Secretariat of State waited for the storm to pass, but the situation only grew worse. Israel's chief rabbinate suspended ties with the Vatican. Rabbi David Rosen, head of the American Jewish Committee, said that Benedict's action had made a mockery of Pope John Paul II's condemnation of anti-Semitism. Nowhere was the criticism as pointed as in the Pope's native land. Germany's Central Council of Jews broke off contact with the Vatican, and its vice president, Salomon Korn, blasted the Pope, a German Pope of all people, and this is how the world will see it has pardoned a Holocaust denier, and that just before Holocaust Memorial Day. I thought I was dealing with a considerate and far-sighted man. Obviously I was wrong. Chancellor Angela Merkel charged that the pontiff had given the impression that Holocaust denial was permissible, and called on him to undo the damage. The popular magazine Der Spiegel ran a cover story on Benedict titled, "A German Pope Disgraces the Catholic Church." It was, for Benedict, a low point in his pontificate. What stung him most was the criticism from within. Catholics, including bishops, were openly questioning not only his judgment but his commitment to the path of dialogue with Jews. He asked his Vatican aides to quietly repair the damage with Jewish groups and bring Williamson to heel. The Vatican insisted that Williamson unequivocally disavow his statements on the Holocaust, a demand Williamson proceeded to ignore, leaving them at a stalemate. At this point Bishop Fellahey began to worry that the Williamson debacle might actually unravel his agreement with the Vatican. Fellahey personally apologized to the Pope and put a gag order on Williamson, warning him that he'd expelled from the SSPX if he broached the topic of the Holocaust again. Most people viewed that as an empty threat. For better or for worse, the SSPX and Bishop Williamson seemed stuck with each other. As Bishop Fellahey himself told Der Spiegel, Williamson was like uranium, "It's dangerous when you have it," he said, "but you can't simply leave it by the side of the road." For die-hard trad dies, however, Williamson was fast becoming a martyr. In Argentina, where Williamson had been serving as rector of a traditionalist seminary, the government banished him from the country, accusing him of having offended all humanity with his statements. Williamson flew to London for what he sarcastically referred to as his exile. TV news broadcasts showed the bishop, in sunglasses and a baseball cap, shaking his fist at a reporter as he left Buenos Aires. Back at the Vatican, Pope Benedict was distressed and his top aides were furious. It had become clear by now that the whole affair had stemmed from a failure to keep the Pope and others informed about the potential hazards in dealing with the SSPX. Their wrath soon fell on Cardinal Castri 116 en Hoyas, the architect of the reconciliation. Cardinal Walter Casper, who coordinated Vatican dialogue with Jews, told Vatican Radio that the controversy was the result of management errors in the Curia and might have been avoided had his office been consulted. Father Lombardi, the Vatican spokesman, made clear that Pope Benedict had not known in advance about Bishop Williamson's views on the Holocaust. If someone should have known, it was Cardinal Castri en Hoyas, Lombardi said. Such accusations were the equivalent of civil war in the Roman Curia. Castri 116n fought back, but his days were numbered. A few months later he was quietly retired as the head of the Ecclesia Dei Commission, which was now placed under the authority of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. The Williamson episode did no lasting damage to Catholic-Jewish relations, and the Pope actually thanked many of the Church's Jewish dialogue partners for coming to his defense at a time when the whole world seemed to be against him. Weeks later he issued a remarkable letter that revealed how deeply he had been stung by the storm of criticism. "I was saddened by the fact that even Catholics, who, after all, might have had a better knowledge of the situation, thought they had to attack me with open hostility," he wrote. The letter also contained the first papal mea culpa for failing to use Google. I have been told that consulting the information available on the internet would have made it possible to perceive the problem early on. I have learned the lesson that in the future in the Holy See we will have to pay greater attention to that source of news. In late 2009, Pope Benedict and Bishop Fellahey took the next step in their long and fitful pas de deux when the Vatican announced that it was opening formal talks with the Society of St. Pius X, aimed at reaching a full reconciliation. Once again, progressive Catholics feared that the Pope intended to create a traditionalist enclave inside the Church. That may have been true, but Benedict had no illusions about Bishop Fellahey and his brethren. The remaining differences with the SSPX were matters of doctrine and obedience, and Benedict told the Vatican delegates to give no ground on them. He named a lineup of doctrinal heavyweights to sit at the negotiating table. Cardinal Castrillan Hoyos was not among them. He continued to walk the Roman sidewalks around the Vatican carrying a briefcase but with no place to go. For his part, Fellahey announced that the purpose of the dialogue was to dispel the errors in the Church, and opined that it might take a century to complete the Church's restoration. By the spring of 2011, the talks between the Vatican and the SSPX appeared in jeopardy. Fellahey had publicly castigated the Vatican for stubbornly defending the spirit of Vatican XI. Not only that, he said, but Pope Benedict was going further down the wrong road with his insistence on dialogue with other religions. The SSPX leadership was incensed that Benedict had recently announced an interreligious prayer meeting in Assisi for October of 2011, to commemorate the first prayer for peace encounter convened by Pope John Paul XI 25 years earlier. For the Lefebrists, Assisi had been one of John Paul's capital sins against tradition, and Benedict's memorializing it was simply too much to take. Fellahey could not hold his tongue and added that the planned beatification of Pope John Paul also created a serious problem. An editorial published on the SSPX website catalogued the supposed errors of the Polish Pope. This beatification raises the question about a pontificate that publicly took the Second Vatican Council as its compass, the interreligious meetings in Assisi, kissing the Quran, the invocation "May St. John the Baptist protect Islam," participating in pagan worship in a sacred forest in Togo, bestowing the pectoral cross on 2 Anglican bishops is all that in line with the direction set by Vatican XI? And if so, where is the continuity between that council and all the ones that preceded that did not go down well inside the Vatican? Criticizing Assisi was one thing, but disparagement aimed at Blessed John Paul went over the line. Their discussion exhausted, in 2012 the Vatican offered to recognize the SSPX as a personal prelature, as long as Fellahey would sign a doctrinal preamble adhering to essential church teachings. Fellahey balked, then convened a chapter meeting of SSPX leaders, who raised a host of objections. Notably missing from that meeting was Bishop Williamson, who continued to warn against any deal with Rome. Fellahey had declared him persona non grata and a few months later would expel him for encouraging rebellion. From my point of view, it looked as if Fellahey and the SSPX had been outmaneuvered on the chessboard of ecclesial politics, having locked themselves into a dialogue they could not win. If they accepted a Vatican offer and came back into the fold, they'd have to compromise their extreme positions and tone down the associated rhetoric. What they considered to be their prophetic role would consequently disappear. As an officially sanctioned minority, they would be the keepers of a traditionalist ghetto, not the leaders of a church-wide restoration. Meanwhile, their base was eroding. Benedict had skillfully reached out to younger conservative Catholics, traditionalists who were content simply with being able to attend Mass in Latin. I made a phone call to my liturgical expert, the Warbler, who did not disagree with my analysis. Of course, the Pope knew what he was doing. These people are fanatics, but they can't resist flattery, especially when it's such noble flattery. Imagine the Vatican talking about their spiritual distress and rolling out the red carpet like they did. When they sat down at the table, though, it was the same old story. This dialogue has been like theater with no audience, just the actors reciting the same lines. So it goes nowhere. Benedict is very patient, and he figured he could wait them out. The problem is, the SSPX is just as patient. They know this pope is 84 years old, that a new pope can go in a new direction, and now they have a toehold in the Vatican. They may have lost this battle, but don't count them out. They see themselves as the keepers of the flame. Chapter 6 Lawdiness. The Swiss guard paced back and forth along a section of the covered asterisk loggia, down the hall from the Pope's apartment. His heels ticked against Cipollino marble, buffed to a lustrous milky green. In the ceiling vaults above him, biblical scenes unfolded in splendid Renaissance frescoes. His cell phone lay on the travertine balustrade. Superiors didn't like that, but what was he supposed to do? His striped uniform had no pockets. The guard snapped to attention when the elevator door opened and two monsignors scurried past, heads bent, whispering their way toward the Secretary of State's Foreign Affairs offices. Then he heard the booming voice. Mundus vult decipi, ergo decipiatur. The world wants to be deceived. Mundus Vaticanus vult decipi. That's it, friends. Look around you. All this stuff, all these offices, making more documents, more of the same drivel. Do you think Jesus would recognize this place? Oh Lord, deliver us. Believe me, if Jesus came back here today, they wouldn't even let him in. The Swiss guard relaxed. It was only Foster. Ambling slowly, flanked by two dazed visitors, Father Reginald Foster was giving one of his unauthorized tours of the Vatican's inner sanctum. Dressed in a frayed blue workman's uniform from J.C. Penney, he looked more like a washing machine repairman than a Catholic priest. His round head was bald except for some silver trim, and it glowed red when he got worked up, which was often. His smile was mischievous, and his guests seemed to be having trouble figuring him out. Every now and then he paused, heaved his shoulders in an exaggerated shrug and laughed to himself. He. Foster cocked his head and gestured to the Swiss guard. Our friend. And soon he was telling his visitors the story about the guard's hometown on the other side of the Alps. The Swiss guards on the whole liked Foster. He talked to them and actually seemed interested in their lives. Technically, the guard should have reminded Foster that he wasn't supposed to be leading visitors through here anymore. The rule had come down years earlier. But Foster was an exception, it seemed, to every rule at the Vatican. That's where the Pope lives, people, get it. Foster pointed to the closed doors at the end of the hallway, only a stone's throw from his own office, where he and four other Lawdinists translated papal letters and documents into the Church's official language. The Pope, however, never strayed casually into their workplace. When he did pay a visit once in a pontificate, usually it was an official one, accompanied by much pomp. That was the kind of thing Foster couldn't stand. They've got the Pope closed up here, writing encyclicals that no one ever reads. He roared out the words, and his visitors quaked, glancing around nervously, as if afraid someone important would hear him. The Pope should go down to the sidewalks and listen to what people are talking about. He should go ride the 64 bus for a day. Then he'd learn something. In late 1978, the election of a foreign pope was just beginning to have an effect in the network of Rome's pontifical universities. The student body was changing. No longer were these institutions the exclusive academic realm of priests and seminarians, but lay people from all over the world were now signing up for courses. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon I would follow a crowd of mostly young people up the marble steps of the Pontifical Gregorian University at the very center of the city. We made our way down a maze of halls to a large classroom where Father Reginald Foster presided over what he called his 5 Latin experiences. Signing up for a Foster class was like declaring a vocation. He demanded loyalty and enthusiasm, and those unprepared to pledge them shouldn't be taking up valuable space in the classroom. If you were there only for the course credit, he announced on the first day of class, you were free to stay home, and he'd give you a passing grade. This cavalier attitude toward academic bookkeeping, plus the fact that at least half his students never bothered to register or pay for the course, caused him no end of trouble with the university's authorities. Foster's classroom SEK1s were iconoclastic. He was convinced that the mainstream academic approach to Latin was all wrong. He believed in meeting Latin literature head-on, instead of pussyfooting around with grammatical paradigms. He also took a personal interest in each of his students. There must have been 60 people in the class, and by the second week Foster knew us all by name. Like many in the room, I had ended up in Rome accidentally. I had come to Italy on an archaeological dig and stayed on, having fallen in love with just about every facet of Italian life. My journalistic career began the day Aldo Moro was kidnapped by the Red Brigades. I walked into the offices of the Rome Daily American and was hired as a headline writer. In my spare time I began doing Le di Domestici Foster's hand-typed and mimeographed homework sheets. Foster's own path to Rome had begun in Milwaukee. The son of a plumber, he'd entered the St. Francis Minor Seminary at the age of 13 and, in standard seminary practice, began studying Latin. He fell in love with the language and recalls spending hours in the library, just reading entries in the 10-pound Lewis and Short Dictionary, the Latinist Bible. After joining the Carmelites, Foster came to Rome to study in the 1960s, seeking a degree in Latin. He never got the degree, though, because in his first year of studies Pope Paul VI's chief Latinist became quite ill. Word of Foster's academic achievements had already spread and, to his amazement and delight, he was invited to work in the Vatican's Latin letters section. This squad of Latin scribes was one of the Holy See's oldest institutions. Once known as Secretary for Briefs to Princes, it had recently been renamed more prosaically as the Latin Language Department of the First Section of the Secretariat of State. No longer headed by a cardinal, it had lost some of its luster, but it remained the real communications hub at the Vatican. Father Foster's job was to help translate virtually every missive and document that went out under the Pope's name, from congratulatory letters to papal encyclicals. To the young man from Milwaukee, it all seemed very serendipitous. He was 29 years old and living his dream. Eventually, Foster became the team's cleanup hitter, stepping up to the plate when 100 pages of text were dropped off with a note, "Need in 2 weeks." Because he essentially lived and breathed Latin, churning out pages of a lengthy document was more like a game than labor. He worked in a labyrinthine wing of the building, where he was a unique and familiar figure. His Vatican office looked like a monastic cell, small and unfurnished, except for a chair and a table on which a few books were stacked. A telephone sat on the floor. He would sometimes lead visitors on personalized tours of the Vatican, explicating inscriptions, evoking history, and broadcasting his candid opinions about the latest church developments. The teaching began in 1973, when Foster was given a class at the Jesuit-run Gregorian, the University of the Popes. It was the post-Vatican XI era, and seminarians enrolled there were increasingly wondering why they had to study Latin at all. Foster had answers. Without Latin, he told them, they would never understand the Church's history, the arguments of Church Fathers, or the beautiful expressions of faith penned by writers through the centuries. As he summed it up famously during one introductory class, "If you have this thing, you have something, friends. If you don't have Latin, you're just sitting there looking stupid." He would read from a sermon of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux and make his students weep. That's it, friends. Glorious. As the years went by, Foster's eccentricities became more pronounced. He shed his Carmelite habit, the flowing brown robes collected too much chalk dust from the blackboard, and adopted the distinctive polyester blue work suit. He avoided sit-down meals and appeared to nourish himself on sugar wafers and beer, which he consumed while walking from his Vatican job to his classroom. Most of all, he tossed out the old ways of teaching, convinced that too much instructional garbage was standing in the way of the language. Latin is not difficult, friends. It's not reserved for experts. My God, every prostitute in ancient Rome spoke Latin, he reminded anyone within earshot. Foster's approach was to throw students into the language and let them swim, giving them just enough grammar to stay afloat. On the first day of class he had them reading Cicero. Before learning declension models, they were marveling at the comic scenes of Plautus, pulling the lines apart and working with the words. The grammar came organically, over the course of 4 years. Foster's method was not exactly easy, but it was entertaining, and it worked. By the 1980s, Foster had developed a cult following among Latinists around the world. Notes from his classes were copied and passed around like a Kabbalistic treasure. Latin scholars would take their sabbatical year in Rome just to sit in on his classes. He added an intensive summer program that drew the best Latin teachers from around the world. Its classes, free, of course, were held sub arboribus, under the trees next to his Carmelite monastery on the Janiculum Hill. Meanwhile, his regular classes at the Gregorian grew huge, drawing 150 new students each year. He infected many of them with his enthusiasm and love for the language. He was turning out Latin missionaries. For all his teaching success, however, Father Foster never felt at home in academia. And in Rome university circles, he was not really presentable. Here was a professor who during his classroom lectures would reach into his metal briefcase, pull out a Cordano bottle of wine and take a long and satisfying swig, without missing a beat. His eyeglasses dug into the back of his ears, so he would wrap the ends of the frames in rubber bands. He refused to ingratiate himself with the university elite, and when summoned before authorities of any kind he could be relied upon to blurt out things that others might think but would never dare to say. The writer Alexander Still, in a memorable article written for the American Spectator, described how Foster was invited to address a conference of Latin professors at the American Academy in Rome. Foster showed up reluctantly and listened to a long and boring discussion about teaching methods. When he took the podium, he proceeded to lambaste their academic approach to Latin, complaining that they were teaching Latin as merely a preparation for an exam and not as a living language. He likewise ridiculed the idea of teaching Latin so students would know English better. It's like the people who play the piano to help them with their arthritis. You don't study Mozart because of arthritis, and you don't study Latin because your school is a disaster, he barked. He questioned the teacher's obsession with poetry, saying it was keeping students from the real life, ordinary language as spoken by Romans. After what I've heard today, I'm surprised anyone is taking Latin, he said. The teachers were stunned, and one of the participants remarked afterward, I came expecting to meet Mr. Chips and I got the Terminator. Foster had been passed over many times for promotion. He was not the boss, just the oldest in his office, he made a point of telling visitors. In many ways he was the Vatican's official black sheep. In the summer of 1998 he claimed gave an interview to a student who was also a journalist. It was classic Foster, the church was obsessed with sex and abortion, he said, while it ought to more worried that its own faithful didn't know who the Pope is, where the Bible came from or how many sacraments there were. As a kicker, he disclosed. I'm a naturalist, I'm a nudist. I like to say Mass in the nude, too. If God doesn't like that, sorry. The story ran on the front page of the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. When he returned to Rome from his summer vacation in Milwaukee, Foster found the newspaper sitting on his desk. He was called into the Secretariat of State to explain. It was the one time he thought he might be in serious trouble. The problem was not so much his Vatican minders, it seems some U.S. bishops had complained. Within most church circles, however, Foster somehow managed to become popular on both sides of the liberal-conservative Catholic divide. The traditionalists loved him because, of course, he was leading people to the depth and beauty of the Church's rich store of Latin literature and liturgy. The liberals loved him because he was so outspokenly critical about what went on at the Vatican. They're spending millioni fixing up these buildings at the Vatican. I tell them, good Lord, people, what do we need all this for? Jesus was born in a barn. But no, they love to spend the money. Foster's acid tongue would occasionally shock. A few years ago a young American Catholic woman was trying to organize a session of theology on tap in Rome, an informal encounter designed to attract young people for a beer and conversation about religion with a known church figure. Someone recommended Foster, and she arranged to meet him in a coffee bar one morning. She found him at 9 a.m., tossing back red wine and ranting about what was wrong with the church, denouncing some of the Vatican's better-known prelates. She quickly dropped him from the program. A Catholic journalist friend of mine, having heard about the legendary Foster, spied him sitting on the steps of the Gregorian University one afternoon before class. He was basking in the sun, sipping on a cold Barra Grande. The reporter explained who he was and talked a little about covering the Pope for a Catholic publication. Foster took a long draw on his beer, squinted and asked, "Do your bosses let you write that the Pope is full of crap?" My CNS colleague Cindy Wooden, shortly after arriving in Rome, wrote a news story about a document Pope John Paul XI had issued on the figure of Saint Joseph. That afternoon, while ordering coffee at the Gregorian University bar, she heard a voice booming from across the room, "My God, the Pope thinks Mary and Joseph never had sex. They could have had their marriage annulled." Those treated to a dose of Foster frequently come away with one question: how does that guy survive at the Vatican? The morning after he was elected, Pope Benedict XVI celebrated Mass in the Sistine Chapel to officially end the conclave. It was the world's first look at the new pontiff, and at the end of the long liturgy he took his seat on a beige throne and delivered a 5-page sermon. In the Vatican press office, reporters looked at each other in disbelief. The Pope was speaking in Latin instead of the usual Italian. Surely this was a sign of something. As we scrutinized the Italian translation that was handed out at the press office, murmurs filled the room at the surprising content. Pope Benedict was announcing that the Second Vatican Council would remain the compass for the Church under his pontificate. His goal, he said, would be to build an open and sincere dialogue with everyone. He stressed his commitment to ecumenism and bridge building with other religions, as well as to the Church's efforts to promote justice and peace in the world. Pope Benedict, the Church's doctrinal watchdog and conservative theologian par excellence, was taking a liberal stance in his first major address as Pope. It made for a good storyline, and we all wrote articles suggesting that, right at the outset, Benedict had signaled that his papacy would not be boxed in by the expectations of traditionalists. Indeed, by outlining such a progressive agenda in Latin, perhaps the new Pope was sending a subtle message to the Church's most conservative wing: I speak your language, but don't share your mindset. Some time later, when I mentioned to Foster the importance of the Pope's inaugural sermon, he guffawed. "Are you kidding? That was just a canned thing. We wrote it a week before the conclave," he said. "What do you mean?" I asked. "They needed something to hand the new Pope, something all-purpose, got it? We had him say something about everything. It was generic, Vatican XI was great, a bit about war and peace, something nice about young people, ecumenism, the whole bag." He paused, then snorted. "Don't tell me you people thought this man was elected Pope one evening and pulls out a 5-page homily in Latin the next morning. Come on." I went back and reread the sermon. Sure enough, except for a few introductory lines, it was Vatican boilerplate, surprisingly well-assembled boilerplate, though as for the significance of the Pope's delivering his first sermon in Latin, Foster pointed out that it had always been done that way. He was right about that, too, of course. It had been a long time between popes, and reporters had simply forgotten. The 2005 conclave was covered worldwide, and the climax came when an elderly cardinal announced the name of the new pontiff with the Latin phrase, "The Nuncio vobis gaudium magnum." Foster scorned the idea that people watching on TV would need a translation. Everyone understands that kind of Latin, a dog could understand that. In his heart, though, he must have known that most of the seminarians standing in St. Peter's Square that day would likely not have accurately translated the Cardinal Deacon's 23-word announcement, save for the words "Lus vom Ratzinger." When Pope Benedict made it easier to celebrate the pre-Vatican XI Tridentine Rite, everyone saw it as a boon for Latin. But Foster was no fan of using the old liturgy as a vehicle for the ancient language. The Pope should stand up at his window and read Latin for a couple of hours every day. Now that would get people's attention. Foster knew Pope Benedict had a genuine love for Latin and an appreciation for the Church's best writers. But Foster was also well aware that trying to bring Latin back as the Church's common language was an effort in futility. That could be accomplished only if seminaries and Catholic universities made Latin obligatory again, and that wasn't on the horizon. In the 1980s, to boost the dying language, the Vatican brought out a new Latin lexicon with modern terms like fluxio interclusio, traffic jam, and sphaerillidium electricum nomis made actum, an electric game with a ball put into motion by a coin, i.e., a pinball machine. It was an expensive, 900-page, 2-volume set, and practically no one bought it. The truth was, the people who counted no longer communicated in Latin. Although the Second Vatican Council had been conducted almost entirely in Latin, at modern synods of bishops fewer and fewer prelates were signing up for the Latin language discussion groups, and they were finally dropped. For years Pope John Paul XI prayed the Our Father in Latin at the end of his Wednesday general audiences, until one day his aides switched to Italian without bothering to notify the stunned Pope ahead of time. Papal documents, too, were no longer initially written in Latin. They went from Polish to Italian to other languages. Latin was an afterthought. When the Vatican launched its website, it was available in 5 contemporary languages but not Latin. Eventually a sampling of Latin documents was added to placate the traditionalists, but by now more effort was being expended in translating Vatican materials into Chinese and Arabic than into the language of the Church Fathers. In 2002, a group of Latin enthusiasts and scholars gathered at a pontifical university in Rome. The assembled monsignors were indignant that efforts to revive Latin had made no ground and were heartened when their conference received a letter of support from Pope John Paul. But when the Pope's Latin language missive was read aloud in the auditorium, so few of the participants could understand it that they had to find an Italian translation. When Father Foster would walk down the halls of the Apostolic Palace and toss out Latin greetings to his Roman Curia brethren, more and more often he'd receive blank stares. He took it all in stride. He had no illusions about a Latin comeback in the Church. It's not going to happen. We've lost too much in the last 30 years. It would take a total church revolution to bring Latin back at that level, he said. But Foster still had plenty of work translating documents into Latin, which the Vatican considered the language of its official record. Foster would review the texts as he translated. When Pope Benedict wrote an apostolic exhortation on the Eucharist in 2007, Foster let everyone within hearing range know exactly what he thought. Scrutaria. You know what scrutaria is, right? Garbage. I told Sardi, one of the top officials of the Secretariat of State, no one is going to bother to read this thing. The verbosity. It's just a diarrhea of blah, 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 the Eucharist, and this, the Eucharist and that. I said, why don't you write a chapter about the Eucharist and Eurostar or the Eucharist and Google? Oh Lord, deliver us. 120 pages of this stuff. I said, who in the world accepted this thing? Oh, he said, the Pope liked it. I said, okay, good luck, Jack. His superiors would grin and bear it with a gently remonstrating, now, Foster, be good. And that's as far as it ever went. Anyone else would have been shown the door. But Foster was simply too good a Latinist to let go. Among the things Foster got away with was a Vatican radio show called The Latin Lover. Veronica Scarisbrick would interview Foster about almost anything that had to do with Latin past or present. Asked about Pope Benedict's first encyclical, Deus Caritas Est, God is Love, which he translated, Foster growled and groaned. He'd found it lacking. He spends about 40 pages on the difference between eros, like passionate love, and agape, spiritual love, and charity and dilectio. He goes through all the words, on and on. What's hardest is this jargon. Like love turns someone into a we, a love of our friend turns our friend into a certain we. And you go on and on like this. Well, it's just impossible to translate this stuff. The Romans never thought that way. I'm going to miss a little of my own ego. Everyone's talking this way today, and it's horrible. We went around and around, We were almost going crazy with this thing. Veronica dared to ask about the quality of Pope Benedict's Latin. Foster labeled it square and chunky, adding for good measure, that's his language and his nature and everything else. One day in late 2007 one met Foster at our usual rendezvous place, the Obelisk in St. Peter's Square, and walked with him toward St. Anne's Gate, the business entrance to Vatican City. He had agreed to give one of his unique and unauthorized tours through the Vatican to a visiting Midwestern couple, and I asked to tag along. I was alarmed at how slowly he was moving. Although a robust man, his legs were bad, and it took us 10 minutes to walk the short distance to the entrance. Of course Foster was in no hurry. He paused, scanning the horizon of tourists, chuckled at something and pointed to the Pope's window above the square. The Midwestern couple volunteered that they had seen the Pope the day before, giving his blessing to the crowd. Foster groaned like someone being tortured. I know. He was at his window talking about sex. Oh, I just about give up. The couple, clearly unprepared for this experience, blanched in unison. Foster, tapping the metal briefcase that he lugged everywhere, said, I've got his latest encyclical in here. The Pope's third encyclical, Spe Salvi, Saved by Hope, was due out in a few weeks, and Foster was halfway through that translation. I asked what he thought of it, prompting another moan. It's this nice meditation, which is okay. But a papal meditation shouldn't be foisted on the whole church as an encyclical. And it goes on and on. This thing is 100 pages long. It's supposed to be about Christian hope, but by the time you finish it you'll be in total despair. When we reached St. Anne's Gate, the Swiss guards greeted Foster warmly and waved us in without a pass. As we inched our way toward the Belvedere courtyard, Foster gave his guests a 15-minute course in church history, dwelling at length on the eccentricities of popes through the ages. 400 years ago, he told them, Pope Leo X had a pet elephant, a gift of the King of Portugal. Oh, he loved this elephant. But after a couple of years it died. And right over there, he gestured to the middle of a large parking lot they were digging in 1985 to put in some plumbing, and they found the elephant's bones. Across the Belvedere courtyard he pointed to a barely visible hole in a wall of a tower. Right there, about 1.5 feet from the top of the drain pipe, that's the birthplace of the Gregorian calendar, he exclaimed. In the late 1500s Pope Gregory XIII's astronomers used the hole to track the sun's movements across the floor and discovered that the existing calendar was 11 minutes off per year, which by 1582 had accumulated to a 10-day discrepancy. Pope Gregory decreed the new calendar in a papal bull that began, Inter gravissimas pastor alice officii nostri curas, among the most serious duties of our pastoral office. Why, certainly. This was important stuff. Get it? Foster roared. That's our modern calendar. And that's where it happened. Foster turned a corner and walked into the Vatican firehouse, chatting briefly with the firemen, who all seemed to know him. They're all excited they've got a new fire truck. There it is. A new Mercedes fire engine gleamed in the sunlight. These German companies give these things to the Pope, of course. They're standing in line to give things to the Pope. Facing the rooms of the original Apostolic Palace, he pointed to a row of windows. See that room? The Midwesterner squinted. The room of the Signatura. That's where every important papal document was signed for centuries. Our world was decided in that room. Remember, after the discovery of the New World, and the Pope divided up mission territory between the Spanish and the Portuguese? Right there. This is where history was made, people. Foster moved inside toward an elevator, greeting the uniformed operator with a sardonic aside about the VIPs who were scheduled to arrive soon in the ceremonial courtyard above. The elevator whirred quietly to the top floor of the Apostolic Palace, and Foster led us through a warren of stuffy rooms, pausing in a hallway before an ATM machine operated by the Vatican Bank. I wrote this, he said. He. The instructions on the screen were in Latin, Inserato sigillum qui so ut faciendum conicas rationum. He translated, insert your card sigillum so you can access the operations allowed. It's baby talk, really. The husband looked at his wife and said something in pig Latin. I was hoping Foster hadn't heard it. We squeezed down a narrow hallway and entered Foster's office. On one wall was a crucifix and a portrait of Pope Benedict, the latter having been a bone of contention. For years Foster's superiors had told him to allow workmen to hang a photo of the reigning pontiff. Foster said he didn't want it, they insisted, and he resisted. Isn't that enough, he would say, nodding toward the crucifix. One morning he arrived to find Benedict's portrait firmly affixed to his wall. With no place for visitors to sit in Foster's office, the Midwestern couple stood uncomfortably. Foster was explaining to them what he did, how the documents were brought down in sections for the Latinists to work on. When there were no long documents, he worked on a stack of congratulatory letters that were still sent out in Latin for bishops' appointments, major local church events or ecclesial anniversaries. We now have bishops who send these things back asking for a translation. We might as well be writing in Mandarin, he said. He held up a letter and pointed to the first line. Te elogmus ut semper opera magna facius. Now see, this is all very calculated. I was told to give this bishop the subjunctive treatment. He pointed to the text. See, if you write in Latin, we praise you because you've done a good job, and you put it in the indicative, it's good, like stating it as fact. If you put it in the subjunctive, it means, you've done a good job as some people say. We do that all the time. You quote someone else, you deflect responsibility and take it down a notch. Chortling, he reached into his briefcase and pulled out a small bottle of white wine, unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. He set the bottle on the bare table. It was 10:30 in the morning. The couple looked aghast. In 2008 the Secretariat of State again warned Foster that he couldn't just show up with people and walk them through the Vatican unannounced. After all, he worked a few steps from the papal apartment, and his guests were completely unregistered. He had to put in a request and get a pass like everyone else. Foster ignored the order. One week he'd show up with a few nuns from Sheboygan, and the next with the in-laws of a former student. Garrison Keillor got a tour, pronounced it wonderful, and then managed to work Foster into his Lake Wobegon monologue the following week. One day Foster mentioned that he'd just taken Bill Maher through the Apostolic Palace. Bill Maher? The comedian? I asked. Yes, that Bill Maher, Foster replied, asking all these questions about religion. Then I took him up to the office. I think he had a wire. In fact, Maher was working on Religulus, his mocking pseudo-documentary on religion, and Foster had let the enemy inside the gate. Maher and his crew also talked Foster into being interviewed in front of St. Peter's Square. They had undoubtedly heard about the free-speaking priest from Wisconsin and figured he'd be the perfect subject. This news set off alarm bells among those of us who had known Foster for many years. He'd always gotten away with his eccentric behavior, but under the new regime in the Vatican, it wouldn't take much to tip the scales in the other direction. A year and a half earlier, in fact, Foster had found how quickly his world could change. He'd been fired from the Pontifical Gregorian University. Actually, university administrators couldn't fire him, so they simply cancelled his classes, thus ending their Latin program. One weekend they sent him an email and told him to clear out. Foster's classes were among the most popular at the Jesuit institution, but the university had lost patience with his free school approach. Overnight, students and benefactors rallied around their professor. They found him anew near the Pantheon, and within days Foster announced, festive AC jucund, joyously and delightfully, the opening of a new Academia Romi Latinitatis. Classes were free. The episode reminded everyone, however, that not even as popular a figure as Reginald Foster was untouchable in the world of Roman Church politics. When Religulus was finally released, Foster was indeed a featured character, there on the big screen, telling Bill Maher and the world that several traditional church beliefs were nonsense. But what came through even more clearly was that Foster had no time for Maher's puerile questions about biblical literalism. How do we know the real date of Christmas? How could Jonah really live inside the whale? Marr aimed in his documentary to try to discredit religious belief with such objections, but to Foster all this was trivial and he let his judgment show. As a result, his appearance in Religulous actually won some fans. Compared to the evangelicals interviewed in the film, the Catholics sounded sane. Marr never asked Foster about the deeper questions of faith, the writings of Scripture or the beauty of Latin, which was too bad. Foster's opinions might have been enlightening to millions of people. In the summer of 2008, Foster fell and broke his thigh bone. As often happens in Rome, one seemingly manageable health problem mushroomed into others. He lived in a half-empty Carmelite monastery on the Janiculum Hill, which had no nursing facilities, so recovery from his operation consisted mainly of lying in bed. He was in no condition to teach the fall semester, and could not get to his Vatican office, either. Depressing weeks went by, and his condition seemed to grow worse. In early 2009, two longtime students became alarmed after visiting him and tried to get him some physical therapy. A few days later, an infection set in, and he was admitted to the Fate Benefratali Hospital on Tiber Island. Those of us who went to visit Foster found him in the intensive care unit, among the very sick and dying. He was barely able to speak. We could never get a straight answer from his doctors. In fact, it was not precisely clear who his doctors were. We were told his spleen had ruptured. But if that was true, why weren't they doing surgery to remove it? He lay on a bed, a half-drawn curtain offering the merest veil of privacy, attached to a drip bag and some machines that monitored his vital signs. There was no lack of visitors, at least initially. But given Foster's condition, the best we could do was say a few words and leave quickly. Foster did not want people keeping a vigil at his bedside, a fact that was painfully clear from the few phrases he did manage to scratch out on a sheet of paper for his callers. I am sorry, I am tired. Can't talk. Come another day. Not today, so tired. It was shocking, and sad, to see someone of such volcanic energy and expression reduced to dormancy. I would arrive, don the disposable, except here they were reused, hospital gown, bonnet, and shoe covers, and walk slowly through the crowded ward. Occasionally a bed would go empty for a few hours, but was soon filled by a new arrival. I got the picture. Most people left here in a hearse. One Saturday night in January the ward was practically empty of visitors. When I approached his bed, Foster opened his eyes but couldn't speak. I tried to remind him where he was, and of the view of the river out the window of the room. I recalled that Tiber Island was dedicated to Aesculapius, the Greek god of medicine. In fact, a temple to Aesculapius had been built here in the 3rd century BC, and the island had been a center of healing ever since. As I spoke, it occurred to me that I had probably learned this information from Foster, on one of his many walking tours of Rome. Suddenly a team of doctors and nurses came over and looked with concern at the flashing numbers on the monitoring equipment next to Foster's bed. They shooed me away and drew the curtain closed. 5 minutes later they emerged, scattering to various points in the ward. I followed the guy who looked like the chief doctor, who was now standing at the main desk holding a telephone, and asked what was going on. His heart is failing. He needs to have surgery, urgently. I can't reach his superior. Are you a relative? No, I said, but I had his superior's cell phone number. I asked when they plan to operate. Tonight. But not here. We have a specialist at the European hospital. He's very good. A few minutes later an ambulance came and Foster was wheeled away. A nurse put his few possessions into a plastic bag and handed them to me, 6 get-well cards, a big pen, 4 sheets of paper with little phrases written down, and his glasses, with a yellow rubber band wrapped around each earpiece. I went home and wrote Foster's obituary and waited for news. Amazingly, the news was good. The operation had been a success, the Carmelite superior told me the following day. Foster had 2 valves replaced, and from a technical point of view his heart was fine. Now the question was whether he could fight off the lingering infection. The European hospital was on the outskirts of Rome, and as Foster's visitors were limited, I had to rely on the Carmelites for information. As the days went by, the news got better. Foster was gaining strength. In April, when he returned to Fate Benefratali Hospital, I went to see him back in the same intensive care ward as before. When I walked into the room I was shocked. He was sitting up in bed, smiling and talking. I asked him about the surgery and his recovery. I didn't even know I had heart surgery until a few days ago. The doctors are telling me, they brought you back from the dead, friend. I feel pretty good. Still tired. They say I need therapy, so I'm doing these exercises. Fine. I know it will take time. But I've got to get out of this place, he said, looking around with a shudder. The change from the last time I had seen him left me speechless. Foster was as quick-witted and sharp-tongued as ever. Although he still couldn't get out of bed, he was free of tubes, and his spirits were remarkably good. 2 days later I got a note from a Latinist friend in the Vatican. Foster was on a plane for Milwaukee. The doctors and the Carmelites had decided that, for a full recovery, he needed intensive physical therapy, and the United States had the best facilities. After nearly 50 years in Rome, Father Foster was going home. There were no long GCK-DBys, no Latin commendations, no send-off from Vatican officials, just a plane ticket and a taxi to the airport. That's how Foster wanted it. As he told me later from Milwaukee, where he was teaching again, he didn't miss his job at the Vatican. Listen, friend, I'm just so happy I'm far away from all that. I got out while the getting was good. Chapter 7. The Pope who would be Saint Monsignor Pietro Parolin watched the rain fall as his limousine slid 9 through the heavy Roman traffic. The driver was doing his best to get them to the Pontifical Lateran University on time, but it was stop and go around the Baths of Caracalla. In 10 minutes, the doors would close in the Lateran auditorium, and Parolin did not want to make a late entrance. His assignment today was to smooth the waters, not create an incident. Parolin was a consummate diplomat. He carried a long and awkward job title, Undersecretary for Relations with States, Secretariat of State, which translated to a simple reality: he was number 3 among Vatican foreign policy officials. A native of Vicenza in northern Italy, at 51 he was ahead of the Vatican curve career-wise, and no one doubted that greater things lay ahead. Journalists found Parolin an amiable conversation partner at cocktail parties. He had a strong handshake and wore a disarmingly naive expression on his big oval face, along with a smile. Yet he was no innocent. He had been well trained at the Vatican's diplomatic academy, spoke 4 languages fluently, and seemed to have a mental file of policy positions for any country on earth. He had done time in Vatican nunciatures in Nigeria and Mexico, and now, back at central headquarters, his charge was the world. Yet, except for annual trips to Vietnam and occasional appearances at international conferences, he rarely left the Vatican. As his car pulled into the Lateran University gates, Parolin glanced at his watch and saw that he would make the opening bell, after all. He breathed more easily, unaware of the trap that awaited him. The Lateran auditorium felt like a steam room, and I found a seat high in the back of the lecture theater, stowing my wet reindeer beneath the writing table that folded out in front of me. Riding a motorino in Rome has its advantages, but not in a thunderstorm. It was April of 2006, and I didn't really want to spend the next 2.5 hours at what promised to be an endless series of speeches. Attending these Rome academic conferences was like fishing on a slow day. You waited a lot and hoped something would bite. This one, at least, had marketable subject matter: Pope Pius XII and his legacy of saintliness. Every reporter in Rome knew that Pius XII could always earn them a byline, even though the content was usually a recycled mix of accusations and justifications on the single question: had Pius done enough to help Jews during World War XI? The lineup of speakers at the Lateran included the priest doing the legwork on his sainthood cause, Jesuit Father Peter Gumpel, an outspoken critic of Pius's critics and a man who frequently confided to reporters his suspicions that the late Pope was the victim of a campaign orchestrated by certain Jewish organizations. Also on the dais was a U.S. rabbi, David Dolan, whose book defended the wartime Pope against what he called a smear campaign. An American nun, Sister Margherita Marchioni, who had researched the Vatican's aid to Jews during the war, was a featured speaker. There were cardinals and Roman political leaders. Even Giulio Andreotti, a five-time premier and the walking ghost of the Italian Christian Democrat Party, showed up to wave the flag for Pius. The monolithic praise of Pius XII and the lack of any real news coming from the speaker's platform soon made my eyes heavy, but when Monsignor Parolin took the stage, there was a detectable shift in tone. Parolin was there to represent the Vatican and, in a sense, Pope Benedict XVI. The new pope had yet to publicly reveal his sentiments about declaring Pius a saint, so Parolin's words would be carefully parsed. As he began his salutation, however, instead of a rousing call for canonization, Parolin delivered a cautious endorsement, saying the Vatican was happy to see due attention given to the late pope's efforts to prevent the war, ease its pain and hasten its end. Nothing was said about sainthood, which was the whole point of this encounter. Parolin was far too generic for this crowd, as their muted reaction made clear. With the exception of some students, the average age of those in attendance was probably close to 70. These were church figures, many from the Rome diocese, who had lived through the war and who saw Pius XII as one of their own, someone born and raised in a central Roman neighborhood, the last pontiff who was truly a Romano di Roma. In 2 years the church would mark the 50th anniversary of Pius's death, a perfect opportunity for his beatification, the first major step toward sainthood. There was a sense of urgency in the room precisely because unless things got rolling, that anniversary would pass without action. With each year Pius's staunchest supporters, the ones who lived and worked with him, were dwindling in number. A year earlier, these same people had witnessed the passing of Pope John Paul XI, a foreigner, and heard the calls of Santo Subito. Sainthood now, that sprang from the crowds and that seemed to be taken seriously by the Vatican's own saint-makers. Pope Benedict, after all, had waived the 5-year waiting period for the initiation of John Paul's cause, which had given the campaign momentum. No one in the room would have argued against the canonization of John Paul XI, but it didn't seem fair that the cause of Pius XII continued to linger. The hold-up was at the Vatican, where political ramifications weighed as much as holiness when it came to declaring someone a saint. A figure who might create diplomatic problems, like Pius XII, could wait another century for his day on the altar. To this audience, diplomats like Parolin were the reason for that. The man now being ushered to the podium was no diplomat, but a partisan supporter. Cardinal Fiorenzo Angelini was, in a sense, the living vestige of Rome's former influence in the church's upper echelons. Remarkably, in fact, he was at present the only native Roman in the College of Cardinals. Angelini was a big man who gave the impression of having never turned down a second serving of spaghetti alla matriciana in his life. He was a prominent Roma soccer fan, and the local media loved him for that. A personal friend of Pius XII, who had ordained him a bishop, Angelini was now a champion of Pius's sainthood cause. At 89, he moved slowly these days, but he kept a feisty demeanor and a sharp tongue, as Monsignor Parolin was about to discover. Angelini's oratorical style featured long pauses and high volume, and the audience at the Lateran quickly warmed to his remarks. Blasting the international media for viewing Pius strictly in the context of World War XI, he described the pontiff as prophetic in his teachings about materialism and communism, and argued that he had set in motion the events leading to the Second Vatican Council. Often overlooked, Angelini continued, were Pius's groundbreaking statements about modern medicine. To a wave of applause, Angelini declared, he was a man of God and a man of prayer, an ascetic and a great pastor. The holiness of Pius XII doesn't need to be defended. It needs to be better known. Then, in a few quick strokes, Angelini dispensed with Parolin. To the delight of the crowd, he asked the Monsignor to take a message back to his superiors, Pius XII must be declared a saint. Admiration isn't enough, people need to get moving. An ovation erupted. Too much time has already passed. More applause, as Angelini fixed his eyes on the Vatican representative and let the words sink in. Parolin endured it gracefully, but he got the message. Over the years I had observed a fault line running through the Vatican that now and then would surface. On one side of this line were officials who swore by the prudent, protective methods of Mother Church, who never provoked an unnecessary fight, who favored dialogue and patience with adversaries in the confidence that, in the end, the Church's mission would prevail. On the other side were those who felt Catholic institutions and leaders needed to be bolder on the public stage. They would choose confrontation over diplomacy any day. During his lifetime, Pius XII himself had undoubtedly been among the practitioners of prudence, so it was more than a little ironic that the Vatican diplomats were the ones advising caution regarding his sainthood, while the risk-takers thought postponement showed weakness. The question was, where did Pope Benedict stand? The election of Pope Benedict in 2005 had thrown Pius's supporters into a state of agitation. First, the Pope was German and had himself served, albeit reluctantly, in a Nazi anti-aircraft unit, which meant that he could not beatify Pius without stirring up the entire cauldron of World War XI issues. Second, Benedict seemed to have a particular affection for the Jews. He had written eloquently about the Jews' special place in salvation history and their special relationship with the Catholic Church, declaring, "Judaism is not just one of many religions but is the foundation, the root of our faith." Third, the new pope was not in a hurry to add more saints to the Church's roster, and he was no fan of Pope John Paul IL's record-breaking pace of beatifications and canonizations. Even as John Paul lay dying, Pius's promoters had attempted to force the hand of whoever would succeed the Polish pope. It was a typical end-of-pontificate maneuver, in which unfinished agendas are sometimes desperately advanced as a pope's dying wish by lower-level Vatican officials. In this case, as John Paul was in and out of the hospital in his final days, the U.S. Catholic magazine Inside the Vatican cited an unidentified source who said the ailing pontiff had recently affirmed, "I will not die, I canonize Pope Pius XII." The tactic was so transparently calculated that virtually no one took it seriously. During his first year or two in office, Benedict was frequently claimed as an ally by hardliner Catholics, who believed the German Pope would carry a big stick and use it. It was soon apparent, however, that Benedict never saw himself or his mission in such a light. While he could be firm on points of doctrine and tradition, in a few telltale decisions he revealed himself as a man of great patience and caution. One of these decisions, in particular, worried the supporters of Pope Pius XII. In mid-2005, just 2 months after his election, Pope Benedict was handed a dossier on a proposed saint, French Father Léon Dijon. In the late 19th century, Dijon had founded the Sacred Heart of Jesus, one of the world's most influential religious orders. He had been scheduled for beatification in April, but with John Paul IL's death the ceremony was postponed. Rescheduling should have been a simple matter, but when he opened the dossier, Pope Benedict was disturbed by what he read. Father Dijon, like many European Catholics of his time, apparently had an anti-Semitic streak, a tendency that was evident in 7 texts that had been unearthed by the French historian Jean-Dominique Durand and printed in the French Catholic newspaper La Croix. Dijon had written in 1898 that the Jews were thirsty for gold and united in their hatred of Christ. He said the Talmud, the Jewish holy book, was a manual for the bandit, the corrupter, the social destroyer. He supported the idea that Jews should be marked by special clothing, isolated in ghettos and excluded from certain professions like teaching. When the writings had begun circulating earlier that year, the French government quietly informed the Vatican that it would not be sending a representative to the beatification, and French bishops sent their own protest to the Vatican. It was not an easy judgment for Benedict. If he cancelled the beatification, he would be seen as delegitimizing an action of his beloved predecessor, who had, after all, paved the way by declaring that Dijon had lived a life of heroic Christian virtues. But if he went ahead with the ceremony, he would be seen as beginning his pontificate with an egregious insult to the Jews. Benedict accordingly did the cautious and prudent thing. He appointed a commission to study the question. That sent rumblings through the Roman Curia, whose members knew that appointing a commission meant that a question could remain under study for decades. The commission's membership was secret, as were its deliberations. The Dihonian order was informed that there would be no beatification for the imminent future. When I learned of the Pope's decision, I called Father Peter Gumpel, the Jesuit in Rome who was well informed on sainthood causes and happened to be the relator, or investigating judge, for the cause of Pius XII. Gumpel was clearly upset that Dihon's cause had been delayed and pointed out that the Vatican's Congregation for the Causes of Saints had already researched Dihon's life, found him worthy and even credited him with a miraculous healing, all of which had been approved by Pope John Paul XI. To call off the beatification now, Gumpel said in his thick German accent, would cause a certain amount of bewilderment among the faithful. This could create a very serious precedent. There is a miracle, so it seems God is in favor of it, and yet there are problems. Gumpel said. As always, he was especially worried that the Vatican might give the impression of bowing to outside pressure when it came to declaring its own saints, pressure from certain very powerful organizations of the Jewish persuasion. I don't think I need to tell you who they are. There was one other reason for Father Gumpel's anxiety, which he didn't mention. He had recently finished assembling the final report for the beatification of Pope Pius XII. If Benedict could call a halt to the case of Father Dihon, what would he do with the most divisive sainthood cause in modern history? Accusations that Pope Pius XII had done little or nothing to oppose Nazi persecution of Jews had been routinely made for decades, but they became an industry in the late 20th century. My bookshelf had gradually filled up with volumes documenting Pius's alleged failures to act and even his indifference to the fate of Jewish victims. More recently, publishers were releasing an almost equal number of books defending the wartime pope. It was becoming a full-scale propaganda war, in which historians and scholars and religious leaders were not allowed to remain neutral. Pius was either the quiet hero or the ultimate bystander. Most experts agreed that Pius emerged from the war with an apparently undamaged reputation. Vatican officials were fond of pointing to a series of early tributes from Jewish sources that, in their view, represented a firewall against subsequent criticism, a personal message of thanks sent to the pontiff by Isaac Herzog, the chief rabbi of Jerusalem, in February 1944, who wrote, "The people of Israel will never forget what His Holiness and his illustrious delegates, inspired by the eternal principles of religion which form the very foundations of true civilization, are doing for us." Unfortunate brothers and sisters, in the most tragic hour of our history, which is living proof of divine providence in this world. Public appreciation from the World Jewish Congress in 1944, expressing gratitude for the Holy See's protection of Jews, especially in Hungary. A year later, the WJC made a donation to the Vatican in recognition of Pius's work to save the Jews. A eulogy when Pius died in 1958, delivered at the United Nations by Golda Meir, then Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs. "We share the grief of the world over the death of His Holiness Pius XII. During a generation of wars and dissensions, he affirmed the high ideals of peace and compassion. During the 10 years of Nazi terror, when our people went through the horrors of martyrdom, the Pope raised his voice to condemn the persecutors and to commiserate with their victims. The life of our time has been enriched by a voice which expressed the great moral truths above the tumults of daily conflicts. We grieve over the loss of a great defender of peace." The 1967 book by Israeli consul Pinchas Lapide, which examined Pius's actions and concluded, "The Catholic Church, under the pontificate of Pius XII, was instrumental in saving the lives of as many as 860,000 Jews from certain death at Nazi hands." That figure, he said, was far higher than those saved by all other churches and rescue organizations combined. He added, "No pope in history has been thanked more heartily by Jews." As for Pius's alleged silence regarding Jewish suffering, Vatican officials pointed to an editorial published by none other than the New York Times in response to the Pope's 1941 Christmas message condemning the Nazis' racial hatred. The voice of Pius XII is a lonely voice in the silence and darkness enveloping Europe this Christmas. He is about the only ruler left on the continent of Europe who dares to raise his voice at all. The Pope put himself squarely against Hitlerism. He left no doubt that the Nazi aims are also irreconcilable with his own conception of a Christian peace. Finally, a clinching argument for the Vatican, albeit a sensitive one that had to be used with caution, was the fact that the chief rabbi of Rome, Israel Zolli, had converted to Christianity after the war ended and had taken the name Eugenio out of admiration for Eugenio Pacelli, Pope Pius XII. The criticism of Pius began to take shape after a little-known German playwright, Rolf Hochhuth, published a work in 1963 titled The Deputy, A Christian Tragedy. The play was strongly critical of Pius's wartime role, accusing him of failing above all to save the Jews of Rome, who were loaded onto trucks for deportation practically in front of the Vatican. One of the fictional protagonists of the drama, a young Jesuit priest, declares, "A vicar of Christ who sees these things before his eyes and still remains silent because of state policies, who delays even one day, such a pope is a criminal." The play opened in Berlin that year, was performed by the Royal Shakespeare Company in London and the following year opened on Broadway. There were protests over its clearly anti-Catholic theme, which only helped fuel the publicity. Eventually it was translated into 20 languages, and has enjoyed a number of revivals. It was even used as the basis for the 2002 Costa Gavras film Amen. More important, it prompted a series of articles about the sins of silence committed by Pius XII. Church figures observed that Hochhuth was himself a member of Hitler Youth and that later in life he had defended Holocaust denier David Irving. In 2007 it was even alleged by a former Romanian spy, Ion Mihai Pacepa, that the deputy was part of a KGB effort to smear Pius XII and the Vatican. But by then the damage had been done. The idea that Pius stood by and did nothing to help the Jews had become the common wisdom, not only among Jews but among many Christians and even Catholics. The brief against Pius XII usually went something like this, that as Vatican Secretary of State in the 1930s he turned a blind eye to Hitler, arranging a church-state concordat in Germany that helped legitimize the Nazi regime, that once elected as Pope in 1939 he shelved the hidden encyclical against racism and anti-Semitism that his predecessor, Pius XI, had drafted before his death, that during the war he continued to maintain relations with the Nazi occupiers of Rome, that in general he placed the Church's own interests first, and from that perspective feared Soviet Bolshevism more than Hitler. Perhaps the most specific accusation against Pius was that when the Nazis conducted a roundup of Jews in Rome in October 1943, the Pope made no public protest. Here the historical record could not be denied. Pius's critics maintained, he was silent as Jews were seized in Rome's old Jewish ghetto neighborhood just across the Tiber River and deported to death camps, a roundup that occurred under his very window. That phrase became the title of a 2001 book by historian Susan Zuccotti, who maintained that a search of diocesan and parish records in Rome and elsewhere turned up no evidence that Pope Pius XII or his officials at the Vatican had ever taken steps to protect Jews, harbor them or protest to Nazi occupiers about their treatment. While individual Catholics and communities sheltered Jews, she wrote, the Pope did not welcome Jews in the Vatican. Zuccotti's book, like others, relied heavily on the fact that no paper trail had been found showing that Pius had initiated or approved church efforts to help the Jews. If any such evidence existed, the critics contended, the Vatican would surely have produced it. Meanwhile, historians could not study the best and most abundant documentation of Pius's actions during the war because it was locked inside the Vatican secret archives. That, too, was increasingly used as an argument against Pius and his sainthood cause. As the Vatican rejected every appeal for an early opening of the archival material, the question became, what were they hiding? In 1992 one was allowed to visit the Vatican secret archives, on a walking tour arranged by the German prefect at the time, Father Joseph Metzler. It was eye-opening, but not in the way I had expected. I was shown the archive's new wing, an underground bunker that had doubled the facility's storage space. Built of poured concrete, It had all the charm of a parking ramp. But it was fireproof, climate-controlled, and could even withstand nuclear attack, or so I was told. The bunker held some 60 miles of shelf space, and as we walked past the contents, I couldn't help but notice that most of these treasures of the archives, as journalists routinely described them, were in fact cartons of loosely bound piles of papers. It all seemed so ordinary. The outside world knows the archives by its showcase items: the papal bull by which Martin Luther was excommunicated, love letters penned by Henry VIII to Anne Boleyn, or the intricate gold seals by which popes, kings, and princes marked their edicts. But all I saw were endless rows of cardboard boxes. Metzler, perhaps sensing my disappointment, tried to explain why all this was of vital historical importance. For the 70 or so scholars who filed into the archives reading room every day, he said, this was indeed the treasure trove, where intriguing scraps of history, and maybe the theme of a new scholarly book, were waiting to be discovered. Among these approximately 30 million documents were minutes of curial meetings, confidential correspondence, and heaps of Vatican contracts, inventories, and diplomatic reports. Many of them had never been fully catalogued. The Vatican employed fewer than 10 full-time archivists on its staff, and they were simply overwhelmed with a mountain of still accumulating history. In fact, the archive's contents were growing at a record pace, adding nearly 1 million pieces of paper each year. The work was lagging so far behind, Metzler said, that some of the worn volumes were now being sent to an order of cloister nuns in Rome for repair. We have only 34 people working here. Any other archive of this magnitude would have a staff of 300. We're always asking for more help, but Vatican resources are limited, the priest said. The term secret archives, although etched indelibly on the marble doorway, was really a misnomer in the modern understanding of the word, Father Metzler explained. What it meant was that the archives were private as opposed to public. Since the 1880s, when Pope Leo XIII opened the unique collection to scholars, the reading rooms had been full, and Vatican clerks had been busy retrieving volumes and papers from the stacks for consultation. But the Vatican, like many national archives, did allow the historical record to settle before opening it up to experts. There was no hard and fast rule, but the archival material of most pontificates had remained off limits for about 100 years. More recently, the waiting period had grown shorter. Pope John Paul XI was particularly generous, in the Vatican's view, in opening the documents of 3 papacies up to the year 1922. As I surveyed the gloomy depository, I tried to put myself in the mind of a scholar and found myself wondering, where's the good stuff? And how would anyone ever know where to begin to LCK? Father Metzler offered a tip: correspondence. Official Vatican papers were typically carefully worded and vetted, and finding surprises would be difficult. But many nuggets of information had been mined from letters, he said. In older times these often took the form of papal supplications, petitions for special permits, indulgences, and pardons that provided a wealth of detail about the leading families of the time. I suspected that Metzler's excitement about such details was a bit exaggerated. Historians might be entertained, but I couldn't imagine any headlines emerging from these yellowed sheaves. 3 years later, though, I was proven wrong, in one of the more embarrassing episodes to involve the archives in many years. Father Filippo Tumberini, a 74-year-old priest who had worked with Vatican archive material for 25 years before retiring, had the novel idea of publishing 100 of those supplications, unsought and unnoticed, in the secret archives. These were no ordinary supplications, however, but those of 15th and 16th century penitents seeking papal absolution for their sins. The volume was unveiled at a low-key Vatican presentation ceremony in 1995, and as I paged through a copy my interest grew. Its record of true confessions offered a Renaissance sampler of depravity: murder, incest, bestiality, blasphemy, and adultery, to name a few of the more common failings. A group of nuns was remorseful over trying to poison their abbess, a woman repented of dabbling in witchcraft, a cardinal regretted killing 2 men on his way to a conclave, a husband was contrite after castrating his wife's lover. The book's title was Saints and Sinners, but the latter far outnumbered the saints. Even more shocking, many of the supplicants were priests or nuns seeking reinstatement to their ministry or religious order. As Father Tamburini put it, their accounts illustrated how deeply moral decadence had penetrated monastic and parish life in the 1500s and helped explain the reform movement that was soon to spread inside and outside the church. I learned that the supplications had long been considered potentially embarrassing material, and in 1816 one cardinal suggested burning them. Other church experts had warned that the content was too strong to be made accessible to lay historians. Yet here, suddenly, and astonishingly, was a Vatican-sanctioned book telling all. Then, a week later, the reaction came down hard. As it turned out, the Vatican had been blindsided by the book. The Vatican press office issued a terse statement stating that Father Tamburini had had no permission to publish the material and that its publication constituted an abuse that can only strongly deplored. The Vatican's argument was that these were penitential petitions and therefore deserved confidentiality. Father Tamburini countered that no special permission was necessary, but soon found himself persona non grata. His book, meanwhile, was pulled from Vatican bookstores, though most copies had already been sold. Today the volume is no longer available, but is nonetheless frequently cited by historians. Tamburini died in ignominy in 1999. The episode illustrated that it was indeed possible for the Vatican's secret archives to be the source of secrets and tantalizing tidbits of historical information, some of which Vatican officials would rather have kept hidden. It was that point that was made by those clamoring for the Vatican to open the archives on the pontificate of Pius XII, so that experts could assess the complete historical record of his wartime actions or inactions. Even some of Pius's defenders, like Sir Martin Gilbert, one of Britain's leading historians, pressed for a release of the material, stating that only then could a final judgment be made. The Vatican often emphasized that it had already taken the unusual step of publishing 11 volumes of World War I-related documents from the pontificate of Pius XII, a project begun in 1965 shortly after Pius's beatification cause was introduced and completed in 1981. A handsome set, it was filled with diplomatic correspondence and was dry reading. Jewish groups always dismissed this effort as the Vatican's sanitized version of history, hand-picked documents that gave a partial picture at best. Of course there was no smoking gun to be found in its pages. They said, did anyone expect the Vatican's own experts to make the case against Pius? In 1999 the Pius Wars came to a head with the publication of the book Hitler % Pope, The Secret History of Pius XII, by English journalist John Cornwell. Several years earlier Cornwell had been given full Vatican cooperation for his book A Thief in the Night, Life and Death in the Vatican, which was intended to counter allegations that Pope John Paul I had been murdered in an inside job in 1978. The book did indeed debunk the murder premise, but in the process it portrayed the Vatican as a petty, gossipy world of unparalleled incompetence, where a sick pope was allowed to die, basically, of neglect. Clearly Cornwell had used his Vatican access well, but not to write an apology for his sponsors. He undoubtedly had something similar in mind regarding Pius XII and went into the project with the idea of exonerating the late pope. Again he was promised access and cooperation, but along the way, he explained, he became convinced by the evidence that Pius was in fact an anti-Semite who played into Hitler's hands and failed to condemn the Nazi persecution of Jews. Those were the conclusions of his book, which caused an uproar. The Vatican felt betrayed, and counterattacked less than a month after Cornwell's book appeared. Facing a packed press room, the unlikely protagonist for the official debunking was a balding octogenarian, French Jesuit Father Pierre Blett, the sole survivor of the four-member team of experts who, more than 20 years earlier, had assembled the Vatican's 11 volumes of World War XI documents. Blett had now produced an edited greatest hits synthesis of the 11 volumes, Pius XII and the Second World War, which weighed in at a mere 392 pages. It cited dozens of meetings, letters, and internal communications that revealed that while Pius XII kept a public silence, he was secretly working through nunciatures and episcopates to stop Nazi deportations. Other evidence documented Pius's real fear, based on previous Nazi reprisals, that any public pronouncement by him would only have harmed the Jews. The Pope did not want others to pay in blood for his words, Bled explained. Of course, you can imagine anything you want, Bled told reporters at the press conference. You can imagine that if the Pope excommunicated Hitler, Hitler would have come to Rome as a penitent, resigned and lived as a Trappist monk. That got laughs. The Jesuit could sense a mood of approval among Vatican journalists. Bled responded to two specific issues raised in the Cornwell book. The first was the legendary lost encyclical against anti-Semitism, drafted by Pope Pius XI and, in Cornwell's account, quietly buried by Pius XII because it would have inflamed the Nazis. Bled insisted that it had been a wise decision to shelve the encyclical, which, for all its good intentions, was deeply flawed. While defending some Jewish rights, the draft had also legitimized the right of states to take certain measures against the Jews, as a form of self-defense. Father Bled then turned his attention to a second major accusation made by Cornwell, that Pius XII was himself an anti-Semite. This was something of a new claim in the annals of anti-Pius literature. Cornwell based his judgment on a letter he had unearthed, signed by Pius when he was a young nuncio in 1919, reporting on an encounter between one of his diplomatic assistants and a group of Jewish Bolsheviks in Munich. The letter described the Bolsheviks' headquarters as a filthy place with a gang of young women, of dubious appearance, Jews like all the rest of them, hanging around in all the offices with lecherous demeanor and suggestive smiles. It characterized the leader of the group, Max Levien, as a Russian and a Jew. Pale, dirty, with drugged eyes, hoarse voice, vulgar, repulsive, with a face that is both intelligent and sly. For Cornwell, this repugnant and ominous letter was the smoking gun, the key to understanding all of Pius's subsequent actions, revealing a deep-seated anti-Semitic contempt. Asked about the letter at the press conference, Father Bled was clearly on the defensive. He noted, first of all, that the letter, which Cornwell claimed had lain in the Vatican archive like a time bomb until he found it, had in fact not only been known but had been published in a 1992 study of Vatican German diplomacy. Second, Bled said, look carefully at the words, the derogatory references were not religious but political, written by someone who obviously was unsympathetic to the Bolshevik Revolution, not someone who hated all Jews. Finally, Bled's strongest argument was that Pius himself was probably not the author of the letter. Such reports, he said, were typically produced by a nuncio's staff, presumably by the staff member who had actually met with the Bolsheviks. Father Bled went on to address the arguments of Pius's detractors, asking in a tone of scholarly ridicule whether critics thought the Pope could have stopped the armored tanks of the Wehrmacht with the halberds of the Swiss Guards or the threat of excommunication. The French Jesuit had mastered the art of the sound bite. He then turned to a perennial accusation that always made headlines, that the Vatican was still holding Nazi gold taken from Jews. Quite the contrary, Bled said, and he proceeded to tell a fascinating story that was recorded in archive documents. In 1943, the Nazi occupation forces threatened to take the lives of 200 Roman Jews unless the Jewish community delivered 50 kilograms, about 110 pounds, of gold. When they found that they were 33 pounds short of the demanded amount, the chief rabbi of the city rushed to the Vatican for help, and Pope Pius immediately ordered his aides to fill the gap. Here was a pope willing to melt down the church's own golden artifacts in order to save Jewish lives. The journalists around me were writing furiously and nodding in agreement. The ancient Father Bled had won them over. As I paged through Pius XII and the Second World War, one came across something Father Bled had chosen not to highlight, a letter from Pius to German bishops in 1944 that hinted at inner doubts about his wartime policy. He wrote that it was painfully difficult to decide whether a reserve and a prudent silence is to be followed, or a decisive word and energetic action. Here, it seemed, was a more conflicted Pius, a pope who had chosen precaution over prophetic action, and who perhaps sensed late in the war that history's judgment might not be favorable. Bled's book became a bestseller, by Vatican standards, and, more important, it demonstrated to church officials that when it came to Pius XII, the best defense was a good offense. Over the next decade, the Vatican would, with a number of other scholars and journalists on book projects, steering them toward archival evidence in support of a burgeoning campaign to promote the Pope's sane thought. These were no longer just in-house productions, but involved experts outside the Vatican and even outside the Church. The campaign hit its stride in 2005 with publication of 2 books, The Myth of Hitler's Pope, How Pope Pius XII Rescued Jews from the Nazis, by David Dolan, and Righteous Gentiles, How Pius XII and the Catholic Church Saved 500,000 Jews from the Nazis, by Ronald J. Ricklack. The 2 volumes argued that, far from being blameworthy, Pius ought to be recognized as a hidden hero of his times. Dolan, a rabbi, framed the dispute not in Catholic Jewish terms, but as a battle in the modern culture wars. For the secular media, he argued, attacking Pius was a way to discredit not just Catholicism but religious faith in general. And noting that several of Pius's harshest critics were lapsed or angry liberal Catholics, Dolan accused them of exploiting the Jewish tragedy to foster their own political agenda of forcing changes on the Catholic Church today. The Vatican, at last, had a respectable roster of allies willing to speak publicly on behalf of Pius XII, including academics, Jewish experts and journalists. Among them was one person without a significant reputation or credentials as a Holocaust expert, yet who was a favorite among the pro-Pius contingent in Rome. She called herself the Fighting Nun. The voice at the other end of the phone was gravelly, with a thick New Jersey accent. She was selling a story, something about a book she'd written on Pius XII. I'd never met her, but she was a L1T to correct that. You better come see me, dear. This is going to be big. It was 2003, and with the debate over Pius and the Holocaust reaching a crescendo, it seemed like a good story. I went to see her at the convent near the Vatican where she was staying, a house of the religious teachers Filippini, an order founded more than 300 years ago. Sister Margherita Marchioni, 82 years old but you'd never guess it, came into the foyer not with one book but with a stack of various volumes and slapped them down on the table. There you go, darling. You've got plenty to write about now. She stood about 5 feet tall and wore the dark habit of her order, a black shawl-like affair that she tugged at as she sat down in front of me. Her graying hair was visible under a soft black bonnet, and a pair of oversized glasses made her eyes look like cannons ready to fire. She wore a continuous smile that seemed genuine. We've got to get Pius XII beatified, Johnny, she declared. The man was a saint. Johnny? I hadn't been called that since 5th grade. And, in fact, there was something about the scene that reminded me of my parochial school education. Picking a slim hardcover book from the pile, she continued, this is my latest. I had to write it, with a smear campaign going on against this good man. I gave a copy to the Pope the other day. It was titled simply Pope Pius XII and laid out the case that the late pontiff had prudently and quietly helped the Jews, opposed Hitler at every turn and practiced the virtues of a saint. As I paged through it, I glanced at the other books, all written by the nun Pope Pius XII, Architect for Peace, Consensus and Controversy, Defending Pope Pius XII, Shepherd of Souls, A Pictorial Life of Pope Pius XLL, and wondered whether I would be given a guided tour through each of them. Do you have children? They'll love this, she said, pulling out a copy of Pius XII, The Children's Pope, a biography in easy-to-color line drawings along with a brief narrative. I turned to a page titled The Holocaust and read, in Germany, Adolf Hitler killed thousands of Jewish people and others. The Pope saved many by hiding them in the Vatican and in convents and monasteries. He also provided them with money, food, and clothing. Another page recalled how Pius once found an injured bird in the Vatican gardens and nursed it back to health. It would perch on his shoulder during meal times, hopping down to eat from its own dish of seeds and keeping him company. It's all true, Sister Margherita said, looking over my shoulder. People forget what a beautiful human being this man was. How many children do you have? 3. Take one for each of them, dear. She had plenty on hand. I asked her how she had become interested in the subject. She explained that she had been talking one evening with some older members of her order in New Jersey. The nuns had been in Rome during World War XI and described how they would hide Jews in their convents, saving many lives. They knew of other convents and parishes that had done the same. Sister Margherita became intrigued and decided to spend some time in Rome researching the issue. A retired university professor of Italian language and literature, she had written books on Thomas Jefferson and Philip Mazzei, among others, so she knew her way around archives and memoirs, and she appreciated the value of first-hand witnesses. She had two big advantages in Rome. First, she had been born in Italy and knew the language. Second, she knew the ecclesial terrain, and her religious habit opened all the right doors. Her research method was simple: keep asking, keep pressing, and don't take no for an answer. The result was a 1997 book titled Yours is a Precious Witness, Memoirs OT Jews and Catholics in Wartime Italy. Despite its ponderous title and its clearly partisan defense of Pius, the book quickly became required reading among historians of the period. Sister Margherita had done what others had never bothered to do: talk to the real people, including many elderly residents of Rome convents who had sheltered Jews and liaised with the Vatican under German occupation. This was no generic apologia. She provided the names of refugees hidden in the Vatican and in Rome's Pontifical Seminary. She documented more than 160 religious houses that had provided safe harbor and listed the number of Jews who'd stayed in each one. Some were places where only one or two people were concealed from the Nazis, while at others hundreds were hidden away. Many were cloistered convents, so offering refuge involved bending their own religious rules, but they did so out of charity and because they felt the Pope expected no less of them. But was Pius really the hidden architect of this heroic effort? Or was it a case of the Church's foot soldiers risking their lives to help the Jews while the Pope and his officials stayed above the fray? Sister Margherita's argument was that it was impossible for Pius not to have known of this great humanitarian effort in his own diocese, and that the lack of written papal orders was a logical precaution under Nazi occupation. When I asked whether there existed one letter, one papal memo, one Vatican memoir that could have demonstrated Pius's direct involvement, the nun showed me an old photograph of Pius's bedroom at his summer residence in Castel Gandolfo, captioned "The Nursery." She pointed to the papal coat of arms on a tapestry and the figures in the photo, Jewish mothers holding their infants. The Pope had given up his own quarters to be used as a birthing room for pregnant refugees. Do you think Pope Pius didn't know ATM_LT any of this? Of course he knew. He made it happen, Sister Margherita said. Her book had launched her on the Pius punditry circuit, and more than once she found herself on radio or TV face-offs with Hitler's Pope author John Cornwell, a man she considered a mendacious hack. She was bothered by the fact that, because of her religious habit, her opponents tended to dismiss her or, worse, be nice to her. The trouble is, nobody comes and fights me. I'm waiting for the opportunity, because I've got the documentation for everything, she told with relish. Sister Margherita told me how she had met with John Paul XI a few days earlier and told him bluntly, "Your Holiness, almost 50 years have passed. When will Pope Pius XII be beatified?" In reply, the Polish Pope smiled and said some complimentary things about Pius, but didn't commit to a date. So, with less decorum, she pressed a number of papal aides with the same question. It irritated her to hear answers that carefully avoided controversy. Now was the time for action, she insisted. In the public relations campaign, Pius was again winning some battles, but the war would be lost unless the cause for his quickly took some decisive steps. She already had a timeline in mind. In the fall of 2008 the Church would celebrate the 50th anniversary of Pius's death. That would be the perfect moment for his beatification. It would make waves. But it's time to make the waves, Sister Margherita said. In May of 2007 one was waiting in the Rome airport with 50 other journalists, preparing to board Pope Benedict's plane for Brazil. Andrea Tornioli, a well-informed Italian Vaticanista who wrote for the Milan newspaper 11 Journal, sidled up to me and whispered something about Pius's finally getting the green light. Tornielli had a strident defender of Pius and had a direct line to promoters of the sainthood cause. The day before, he told me, the 13 bishop and cardinal members of the Congregation for the Causes of Saints had unanimously endorsed a decree stating that Pius XII had heroically lived the Christian virtues. In the calculus of saint-making, heroic virtues plus a miracle equals beatification. The Congregation's decree, if approved by Pope Benedict, would mean that beatification could take place once a miracle was attributed to Pius's intercession. And after beatification, approval of a second miracle would bring canonization. I noted a couple of unusual things about this latest twist in the Pius Wars. First, the Congregation's vote, supposedly confidential, had leaked out within 24 hours. Second, we soon learned the Congregation's decision had been without dissent and without much internal debate, which might have been expected in such a controversial case. As the Pope's plane took off for Sao Paulo, Father Peter Gumpel, the man in charge of documenting the cause, was telling our Rome bureau that the vote was unanimous and totally positive. Clearly, Pius supporters were going public to bring pressure on the Pope. To stop this beatification, Benedict would have to go against a clear mandate from his own top administrators. The Congregation had based its decision on a 6-volume, 3,000-page positio, or position paper, prepared by Gumpel with meticulous detail. He claimed to have covered everything in his report: the good, the bad, and the neutral. The positio included sworn testimony from witnesses, historical documents, and a review of literature about the Vatican's activities during World War XI. Because of his crucial task, Gumpel had also been given access to material in the secret archives. Part of his assignment was to make sure there were no ugly surprises waiting in the basement boxes marked PIO 12. The beatification cause was waiting on Benedict's desk when he returned from Brazil, but the Pope was in no hurry to make a decision. Weeks went by, and then it was summer, when work slows to a crawl at the Vatican. Fall arrived, and still nothing came down from the papal offices. At the Congregation for the Causes of Saints, officials suddenly realized that the fate of Pius's beatification might not be known until mid-December, when the bishops and cardinals on the Congregation returned to Rome for their twice-yearly meeting. If the Pope had approved the heroic virtues decree for Pius XII, they would learn about it then, as would the whole world, since it would be among the decrees the Congregation published at the end of the meeting. If not, some sort of explanation would have to be made. The day of the Congregation's plenary session arrived on December 17, 2007. The cardinals and bishops filed into the Congregation offices and took their seats at a long, oval table. They were each handed a sheet of paper with the names and brief biographical data of 14 individuals, the causes that had received Pope Benedict's formal approval. At the top of the page were miracles attributed to the intercession of 6 men and women. The lower half listed 8 names who had lived heroic virtues: Italian missionaries, the founder of a religious order, a Lebanese priest, a Spanish layperson, even a Roman girl called Nenolina who had died of bone cancer at age 6. Pope Pius XII was not among them. The Pope was going to Nenolina, a child who wrote sweet and innocent letters to Jesus, and not Pius XII, the man who had steered the Church through a world war, who had quietly and skillfully resisted its ideological enemies, who had opened the Church to science, who had launched liturgical reform, who had written a spiritual masterpiece on the mystical body of Christ, and who had suffered the slings and arrows of partisan critics. As the Congregation members sat in stunned silence, they were informed that the Pope had taken their unanimous approval of Pius's cause under advisement. In the meantime, he was appointing a commission to study the issue. Few details were offered about the commission, its members were not fully identified, and it wasn't clear when they would meet or complete their assignment. It wasn't even stipulated what they would study. It crossed everyone's mind that this commission, like the one appointed to study the beatification cause of Father Leon Dehaan, was simply a stalling tactic, one that could operate indefinitely. There was one small shred of hope. Pope Benedict was clearly worried about the effect of Pius's beatification on Catholic-Jewish relations. That, in fact, was the only thing that could be studied at this point, since the congregation had already determined that Pius was a holy man. But what if it could be demonstrated that a sufficient number of Jewish experts considered Pius a quiet hero? That this was a question that not all Jews agreed upon? That perhaps a majority of Jews considered the naming of saints an internal Catholic question, an issue that didn't concern them? And that many Catholics wouldn't stand for a saint to be held hostage to interfaith dialogue? What if all this could be accomplished during the next 10 months, culminating in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the death of Pius XII, on October 9, 2008. That was now the target date, the deadline. Pope Benedict would celebrate a memorial Mass in St. Peter's on that day, and under those circumstances could not ignore the question. The Pope had found a way to neutralize the 13 prelates of the congregation, but he could hardly disregard a campaign that included cardinals, historians, Jewish leaders, and rank-and-file Catholics. After years of small battles, it was time to mobilize for something bigger. The Pius Crusade was just getting started. Sister Margherita Marchionni sat waiting for her ride in the foyer of her convent, just down the street from St. Peter's Square. Through the big picture window she could see squirrels scuttling along the arbor that ran up the backside of the Janiculum Hill. It was a beautiful October day in 2008, and the late afternoon sun bathed the neighborhood in a golden light. In a few minutes the nun would be off to yet another appointment, the presentation of the Italian edition of her latest book, The Truth Will Set You Free, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the death of Pope Pius XII. As author, she would be the star attraction in the company of a number of other luminaries. Senator Giulio Andreotti would be there, as would Andrea Riccardi, the head of the influential Sant'Egidio community, a historian, and a relatively new voice in the pro-Pius chorus. Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone, the Vatican Secretary of State, had written the introduction to her book. That was gratifying enough, but even more amazing was that the Vatican newspaper, L'Osservatore Romano, had published the Cardinal's introduction in today's edition under the headline, Action, Not Lament, which began by stating, over the last decade, Sister Margherita Marchionni has gathered documents that prove Pope Pius XII was neither silent nor an anti-Semite, he was prudent. She had already bought several copies of the newspaper to take back to New Jersey. In a certain sense this had been her victory tour. But at age 86 she was exhausted from all the events and attention. Her small frame seemed to have shrunk a little, and her full-throttle energy level had tapered off. She kept telling people this was her last trip to Rome. She'd said as much before, but this time she thought she meant it. After 9 books and countless speaking engagements, she felt that she had completed her work. As far as the subject of Pius XII was concerned, I don't know what more I can do. But sooner or later the truth will be known. For Sister Margherita, or later was the following day, October 9, when the 50th anniversary memorial Mass would be celebrated in St. Peter's Basilica. Like others, she felt confident Pope Benedict would make the big announcement, declaring finally that Pius XII had lived the Christian virtues heroically, thus opening the way to his beatification. Certainly all the signs were favorable, she thought. Early in the year a petition asking that the beatification of Pius XII proceed without delay had been quietly circulated in the United States by the Catholic League and the Society of Catholic Social Scientists. When it was sent to Pope Benedict in March, the appeal had some 15,000 signatures. Father Gumpel, from his Jesuit headquarters in Rome, had helped them frame the request in language that was suitably humble but not without force, concluding, "We urge that you honor this holy and brave pontiff at the soonest possible date." Church leaders in Rome, meanwhile, announced a series of major conferences and exhibits leading up to the 50th anniversary of Pius's death. Among them was a symposium on Pius's influence on the Second Vatican Council, an effort to move the discussion away from World War XI and spotlight Pius as a multifaceted leader. A biographical photo exhibit was arranged at the Vatican, and many of the images were strikingly at odds with the common public perception of the man, Pius standing among the Vatican bakers as they readied emergency bread deliveries to wartime refugees in Rome, Pius meeting with Jews who'd escaped deportation in 1943, Pius petting two lambs at his Castel Gandolfo villa, Pius with a pet canary perched on his finger. As the anniversary approached, El Osservatore Romano began publishing full-page articles lauding every aspect of the late pontiff's character and papacy. Many editions contain more information about this dead pope than the living one. But the most important event of the year, the one designed to remove any lingering doubts about beatification in the mind of Pope Benedict, was organized not by the Vatican but by an American Jew, Gary Krupp. Krupp, a medical businessman from Queens, had grown up hating Pope Pius, thinking the pontiff had done nothing to stop the slaughter of 6 million Jews. Then he began reading about Pius, and the more he read, the more he became convinced that the late pope was getting an unfair hearing from critics. He became one of Pius's most vociferous defenders, and the Vatican appreciated this unusual ally. In 2000, Pope John Paul XI invested Krupp as a Knight Commander of the Pontifical Equestrian Order of St. Gregory the Great. In 2007, Pope Benedict upgraded that with a Silver Star. Krupp was honored with the Servitor Pacis Award in 2006, presented by the Vatican Ambassador to the United Nations. He wore his Vatican medals and his knight's uniform with pride. In 2003, he and his wife, Meredith, had founded the Pave the Way Foundation with this ambitious objective, to enable all the world's religions to mutually realize that extremism, politics, and personal agendas must not allow to poison the true benevolent message common to all faiths. In mid-September of 2008, Krupp held a Pius XII symposium in Rome, which he envisioned as a kind of showdown. The program featured Catholic and Jewish speakers including Father Gumpel and video footage of interviews with people who had been saved from the Holocaust through the Church's intervention. Krupp's innovation was to have invited about 70 guests who had been suspicious or negative toward Pius's wartime role, including rabbis and other Jewish representatives. The idea was to show that if Pius's legacy could survive this critical audience, there was simply no reason to delay his beatification any longer. The move was considered brilliant by Vatican officials, who arranged a papal audience for participants. Krupp himself left no doubt where he stood. Pius, he said, had wisely refrained from high-profile actions on behalf of Jews because he'd correctly surmised it would lead to even greater Nazi persecution. Instead, Pius worked secretly through the Church's pastoral network to save hundreds of thousands of lives. It was that simple, and Jewish critics of the late Pope should be ashamed. The time had come, Krupp said, for the world to forgive Pius XII for not talking the talk but truly commend him for walking the walk. The 3-day symposium was hardly a completely open debate. Some of the most critical Jewish groups wanted nothing to do with Krupp and his pro-Vatican agenda and declined his invitation. Representatives from 3 major Jewish museums did not participate, even though Krupp had offered to pay for a live video feed if they were unable to travel to Rome. But many of the Jews who did attend seemed genuinely impressed at the evidence marshaled in support of Pius. David Necrotman, executive director of the Israeli-based Center for Jewish Christian Understanding and Cooperation, was perhaps typical. He said he'd arrived at the symposium not knowing much about Pius XII, but, whatever I knew, it was definitely bad. Ever since seeing an exhibit on Pius's wartime failures at the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial in Jerusalem, Necrotman had written off the Catholic Church. But in Rome the symposium program had convinced him that Pius did indeed help the Jews. What I am now trying to discover is to what extent. Necrotman explained exactly what Krupp and the Vatican were hoping for. Among the first to arrive at the Mass for the 50th anniversary of the death of Pope Pius XII was Sister Margherita Marchioni. Worried that St. Peter's Basilica wouldn't fill up on a Wednesday morning, she had phoned friends and relatives the day before in her hometown south of Rome, urging them to get on a bus and come to the Mass. As she looked around, she saw her fears had been unfounded. The church was already packed. Cardinal Angelini sat in the red hat section, and Father Blett was nearby. Senator Andreotti presided over a significant group of political leaders. 2.5 years earlier they had all met for the conference at the Lateran University, united in a cause. Today they would find out whether the Pope was on their side. The remarkable fact was that few people inside the Vatican really knew what Benedict had in mind, and even for those at the highest levels of the Roman Curia, his intentions were extremely difficult to read. Benedict began his sermon, as usual, by reflecting on the day's scripture readings. It so happened that the Old Testament reading was from the book of Sirach. Those who intend to follow the Lord, it said, must be prepared to face trials and suffering, and need patience lest they lose heart. Benedict was obviously drawing a parallel with the trials and sufferings endured by Pius XII, but it crossed the minds of beatification boosters that his words, especially the word patience, might also be intended for them. Soon enough Benedict was describing Pius's actions during World War XI. Had hit all the right notes. Pius's unceasing acts of charity to the persecuted, regardless of religious affiliation, his personal sacrifice of food, heating, and other comforts in order to share the distress of the population in Rome, his public statements against those destined for death because of nationality or race, a clear allusion, Benedict said, to the deportations and extermination being perpetrated against the Jews. He then turned to the encyclicals written by Pius, the theological insights, the innovations in ecclesiology. Then, suddenly, it came. Dear brothers and sisters, while we pray that the cause of beatification of servant of God Pius XII may proceed successfully, it is good to remember that holiness was his ideal, an ideal he did not fail to propose to everybody, the Pope said. And that was it. No announcement, no decree of heroic virtues, no timetable, just a brief allusion to the beatification cause, and the prayer that it might turn out well. Considering that Pope Benedict was, at this point, the only obstacle to beatification, what kind of prayer was this? Another appeal for patience? Another indefinite delay? The Pope didn't seem to realize that the situation had gone far for that. To the larger public it was not immediately apparent what had happened at the commemorative Mass. But among the dignitaries seated in the front rows of the Basilica, the disappointment was palpable. Sister Margarita left clutching her Mass booklet and prepared for her trip back to the States. Instead of going home in triumph, she was just going home. He should have done it. This was the time, she said later. The Vatican's afraid of the Jews. The world headquarters of the Jesuit order lies in a block of nondescript buildings on Borgo Santo Spirito, tucked into the base of Janiculum Hill, L1T, 100 yards from St. Peter's Square. From the window of his second-floor office, Father Peter Gumbel enjoyed a vista of the garden that covered the hillside behind the complex with orange trees and flower beds. To this panorama had been recently added a tall silver flue that carried exhaust from the Jesuit laundry. It rather ruins the poetry of the view, Father Gumbel said with the barest hint of regret. I went to see Gumbel shortly after the grand celebrations for Pope Pius XII had come to an end. The man who had shepherded the cause sat before me in a thick wool sweater, straight as a stick and just as thin, frankly acknowledging his frustration at the delay in beatification but avoiding any direct criticism of Pope Benedict. Would you like a cigarette? He asked hopefully as soon as I sat down, pointing to a pack of Rothmans on his desk. No thanks, I said, but knowing his habit I invited him to indulge. He declined, saying he smoked only if his guests smoked. This was a man who made no exceptions to the rules, even when they were his own. Gumbel spoke softly in a German accent. He had recently celebrated his 85th birthday, and his sallow face was creased with lines. The deep grooves on the sides of his chin made him look like a wooden puppet when he talked, an impression strengthened by his glassy-eyed gaze. He had retired years earlier from the Congregation for the Causes of Saints, but kept working on an unofficial basis. His job was to document sainthood causes, a task he undertook with rigor and exactitude. His office was spare, and I noticed that the thick red Annuario Pontificio, an essential tool, but an expensive one, was last year's edition. It crossed my mind that Gumbel probably operated on a budget close to zero. His vast wooden desk was a landscape of books and mementos. At its center a small metal crucifix was laid flat, surrounded by porcelain figurines of dogs that looked sadly upon the crucified Christ, a bizarre but touching little tableau. I asked about his life story, and it soon came out that Gumbel was not his real name. He had been born in Germany to a wealthy noble family that fell victim to the Third Reich. It was a biographical chapter he did not enjoy exhuming, and his chin trembled with emotion as he recounted the events. First, his grandfather was taken away and presumably killed. They never found his body, but his gold cufflinks turned up in a woods. Then, in 1938, when he was 15 years old, his uncle called to tell him his mother had been arrested on trumped-up charges and something terrible had happened. "Is she dead?" the boy asked. "Yes," he was told. That turned out to be premature, as he soon found out. She was going to be shot at 5 a.m. the next morning. He went to a phone booth, assuming their home phone was tapped, and made calls to important people that he knew through family connections. Then he waited up all night for news. Amazingly, his mother was spared execution at the last moment, and was later released. He and his sister were sent immediately to Holland for safety, and he never lived in Germany again. When he joined the Jesuits in 1944, he gave his name as Peter Gumpel. Given his own family's suffering under Hitler, it did bother him that some critics had characterized him as insensitive to the evils of Nazism, simply because of his defense of Pius XII. Gumpel collated evidence for Pius's sainthood cause with scholarly zeal, and he frequently defended the late Pope's record. He became a favorite among journalists because he was so quotable. Pius's critics were woefully ignorant, their research was historically shabby and superficial, Jewish groups were menacing and practically blackmailing the Pope. He sometimes gave American detractors of Pius a discount for inexperience and innocence. These Americans, they have never lived in a police state. Therefore, they simply haven't got the feeling about what could be done, what was feasible, what was opportune. They just have to see this from dry documents, but they haven't lived in it. Pope Benedict had long hoped to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and in late 2008 that trip began to take shape behind the scenes. For reasons that included international public relations and its religious tourism industry, Israel strongly desired to host the pontiff. The Vatican was hoping the prospect of such a visit would help prod Israel to complete a long-pending agreement on the legal and financial status of Catholic agencies and properties. There was also endless negotiating to be done over where the Pope could go, who would meet with him, and how much the Israeli government would do to make the trip a success. The politics of all this was complicated, but one thing was certain: eruption of a Catholic-Jewish conflict over Pius XII could only hurt the outcome. Pius's beatification, therefore, would have to remain in a state of suspension. It was at that point that Father Peter Gumpel knocked this delicate diplomacy into disarray. In an interview with the Italian news agency ANSA, Gumpel took aim at a photo display at the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial in Jerusalem, which stated, "Even when reports about the murder of Jews reached the Vatican, the Pope did not protest, either verbally or in writing." The display had long irritated the Vatican and nearly caused a diplomatic incident the year before. Now Gumpel asserted flatly that the caption was an obvious historical falsification, and that as long as it remained in place, a papal visit to Israel would be a scandal for Catholics. Within minutes, Gumpel's comments had caused a firestorm in Israel and deep concern at the Vatican's Secretariat of State. Officials on both sides realized that the Jesuit was single-handedly trying to scuttle the papal visit and open a new offensive in the Pius Wars. Normally the Vatican allows such incidents to play themselves out, but on this occasion the Vatican spokesman, Father Federico Lombardi, also a Jesuit, issued a terse statement a few hours later contradicting Father Gumpel. Lombardi said the Yad Vashem display was indeed inaccurate, but that it would not prevent Pope Benedict from visiting Israel. Lombardi went even further, saying publicly that the Pope, for the moment, was not signing the decree of heroic virtues for Pius XII because he wanted to continue the period of study and reflection on the question. The Vatican statement ended with the following: "In this situation it is not appropriate to exercise pressure on him in one direction or the other." Those 6 words, "in one direction or the other," were astonishing. That the Vatican would defend Pius XII from critics was to be expected, but now it was effectively telling the pro-Pius lobby in its own ranks to cease and desist. As it turned out, Benedict was simply being Benedict, proceeding with such unhurried deliberation that even his strongest supporters were driven to distraction. Timing was everything. The Pope did make his pilgrimage to the Holy Land in May 2009, and just as John Paul XI had done in 2000, Benedict visited Yad Vashem, stood at the Western Wall, met with the chief rabbis and prayed at the Holy Sepulchre. Pope Pius XII was never officially mentioned during the papal pilgrimage. Benedict's strategy putting the sainthood cause on hold had effectively defused the issue, and his Israeli hosts had no interest in raising it when he returned to Rome. The Pope asked to see the file on Pius XII. 7 months later, in 2009, he finally signed the Decree of Heroic Virtues, surprising just about everyone. Pius's backers in Rome were quietly ecstatic. In effect, sainthood was now only a miracle away. Jewish groups were predictably outraged, but their criticism was mitigated by the fact that, on the same day, Benedict had signed a similar decree for Pope John Paul XI. It was a classic Vatican balancing act. John Paul XI was the best friend the Jews had ever had on the papal throne, even if Pius still exasperated them. To take the edge off, the Vatican also offered what amounted to a disclaimer. The written statement came from Father Lombardi, the Vatican spokesman, and it made 3 points. First, sainthood was a measure not of papal performance and decision-making, but of holiness and inner virtue. Second, if Pius XII were to be beatified, it would not represent an endorsement of all the choices he made during World War XI. Third, given Pope Benedict's respect for Jews, his signing of the Heroic Virtues decree for Pius should in no way be seen as a hostile act against the Jewish people. In effect, the Vatican was distancing itself from Pius's actions even as it moved him closer to beatification. All that mattered now, however, was finding a miracle attributed to Pope Pius's intercession. As even his strongest supporters were aware, that might not be easy. One of the traditional signs of sainthood, still very much taken into account by Vatican experts, is the existence of a popular cult, evidence that people prayed to the person in the years following his or her death. The 6-year-old Nenolina, for example, who was soon to be beatified, was this kind of saint. Her friends, neighbors, and relatives kept the fame of her sanctity alive by publishing her letters, reporting her holiness widely and praying to the little Roman girl. If the fact that Pius XII was a pope gave his cause some inherent advantages, in other ways it made perceptions of his holiness less immediate and less personal. He was for most Catholics a remote figure at the far end of the hierarchy. History would ultimately be his judge, and it always struck me that whatever popular cult he did have seemed to be centered in and around the Vatican. Because Pius was born in Rome, I decided to visit the neighborhood where he grew up. Looking at the map, I realized that I walked past his birthplace every day yet had never been aware of it. I had never seen a marker or memorial, or heard a word about Pius from the shopkeepers and residents there. A few minutes later I was standing at number 34, Viaduct degli Orsini, an elegant 5-story palazzo tucked into the warren of streets that run west from Piazza Navona to the Tiber River. A uniformed doorman glanced out from his cubbyhole, where he was reading a book by Oriana Fallaci. "Dica," he said. I asked him whether this was the birthplace of Pius XII. Si, he replied with no elaboration. I asked whether one could visit the Pope's apartment. He shook his head no. Any memorial marker? I asked. He nodded toward an inner courtyard where, near a trickling fountain, a marble plaque confirmed that, indeed, Eugenio Pacelli, later Pope Pius XII, had been in this very building. A well-dressed woman walking a chihuahua came from the courtyard, and I asked whether the Pope's birthplace ever drew visitors or interest. No, she said. The Pacelli family hadn't lived there long, and they were renters. It wasn't as if this was their ancestral family home. At 19, Viaduct della Vetrina, Pius's second home in Rome, it was the same story, no sign, no memories, no apparent interest among the residents. The people working at the building's ground floor tanning parlor had no idea Pius had ever lived there, and perhaps had no idea who he was. The elementary school run by Sisters of Divine Providence, where young Pius spent his formative years, had been closed long ago. At Chisinwova, where Pacelli served as an altar boy and later worked as a young priest, I combed the church and found no reference to Pius, save for a tiny brass plaque that had recently been affixed to a Baroque wooden confessional. The Pacelli family's connections, it dawned on me, were all with the Vatican. His father and brother were lawyers in the Vatican's Sacred Rota Tribunal, while his grandfather had been an important minister to 2 popes and had helped found the Vatican newspaper, El L'Osservatore Romano. The Pacellis were Popolini, a term used by Romans often with disdain to refer to everything managed or influenced by popes in their city. From the day of his birth, Eugenio Pacelli had been more at home in the Vatican than in Rome. I had a few other places to visit on my pilgrimage. The first was the main Rome convent of the religious teachers Filippini, Sister Margherita Martian's order, where the nuns had hidden more than 60 Jewish women and children during World War XI. It's a large 4-story building on Via del Botteghe Oscuro, adjacent to the old Jewish ghetto and across the street from Italy's former Communist Party headquarters. I had no appointment, but was met at the door by the black-bonneted Sister Carmela. I explained that I had heard about the Jewish families that had been concealed here, and wondered if there was anything to see, an inscription, for example. No, she explained, there was no inscription, but she did summon another nun and asked her to show me a few things. 80-year-old Sister Teresa took me to a 3rd-floor vestibule, where we stood in front of a plaster statue of Mary. The statue, she said, had been a gift of the Jews who had survived the war here. It seems a little strange that they would choose the figure of Mary, since Jews don't believe in that. But you see, they knew we would like it, she said. On a shelf nearby was a 7-branched Jewish menorah. I asked if this was where the clandestine refugees had been hidden. Oh, no, she explained. Not up here, that wouldn't have been safe. She led me down to the ground floor and across a courtyard, explaining cheerfully that she had not yet entered the convent during the war, but had heard the stories from the older nuns. We entered a kitchen, at one side of which was a door leading to the cellar. A fluorescent light buzzed to life, and we descended to a grey concrete labyrinth of underground chambers. It looked like a modern catacomb. It was here that the Jews had stayed, many of them for more than a year during the period of 1943–1944. Keeping them safe was not so simple, Sister Teresa told me. They had to be fed, and spies in fascist Rome were always on the lookout for anyone buying an excess amount of food. So the nuns would go out one by one, every day, to different parts of the city to buy the extra groceries. One day Nazi soldiers had come to the complex and began banging on the front door with their rifles. The nuns inside feared the worst, and gathered to pray around a statue of Saint Joseph Labrie. This 18th-century figure, known as the beggar saint, had lived a life of poverty and devotion on the streets of Rome, surviving from charity and sharing what little he had with others. Every morning, he would come to this same Filippini convent for a bowl of soup. He died at age 35. Children in the neighborhood ran through the streets shouting, "The saint is dead! The saint is dead!" Now, 160 years later, a group of nuns invoked his protection as the Nazis pounded louder on their door. And remarkably, Sister Teresa recounted, after a while the pounding stopped. The soldiers gave up and went away. They never came back. I asked again why there was no inscription in the convent to commemorate what had occurred here. She shrugged, saying there was no need to advertise good deeds. Then, as an afterthought, she blurted out, "And they say Pius XII didn't do anything. He gave the orders to open our doors." Documents historians had uncovered or failed to find, there was no doubt in her mind about the heroism of the late Pope. As she led me out, the nun mentioned that a Jewish baby girl hidden in the convent's basement now ran a shop a block away. Intrigued, I crossed the Via del Botteghe Oscuro and stepped into the neighborhood still known as the Jewish Ghetto, a cramped residential area stretching about 4 blocks toward the narrowest part of the Tiber River. It was a 16th-century pope, the much-hated Paul IV, who had confined Jews here, excluded them from all but the lowest occupations and made them wear a distinctive yellow hat. I soon found my way to the tiny children's clothing store where Ornella Della Torre was sitting behind a counter. Yes, she told me, she was the one saved by the nuns' generosity. She remembered nothing firsthand because she was only an 18-month-old infant at the time, but the details had been told to her many times. At dawn on October 16, 1943, Nazi troops swept through the neighborhood, going house to house and rounding up Jewish men, women, and children. Ornella's mother, then 25, grabbed her baby daughter and slipped into the back alleys before the soldiers reached her apartment. They lived on the street for a while, then heard from others that the Filippini convent had become a safe haven. The nuns took them in and harbored them for the coming months. Ornella spoke affectionately of the sisters and admired them for putting themselves at risk to save the lives of others. As for Pope Pius XII, she said it was likely he knew and approved the fact that Rome's religious houses were hiding so many Jews. But, she said, and paused to choose her words carefully, he's an ambiguous figure for me. I was a baby, so I can't judge what happened. The question is, could he have done more? Maybe he could have. Do you think he was a saint? I asked. Oh, no. Other popes, perhaps, not him, she said, reaching inside an accounts book to pull out a large color photo of Pope John Paul XI, who had visited the Rome synagogue in 1986. You don't know how much I like this pope, she said. But for me, when it comes to Pius XII, that question mark remains. I had one more stop to make. Just past the synagogue I crossed the narrow Ponte Fabricio, the oldest bridge in Rome, to Tiber Island, and walked into the small church of St. Bartholomew. In recent years the church had been dedicated to contemporary Christians who died for the faith, and there was one chapel in particular that I wanted to see. It was marked by a handwritten card that read, "New Martyrs of Nazism." On the tiny altar of the chapel was a letter in a gilt frame. It had been written by Franz Jägerstätter, an Austrian Catholic who in 1943 was executed for refusing to serve in Hitler's army. Jägerstätter had seemed an unlikely conscientious objector. He was a farmer and a simple man who as a youth rode a motorcycle and chased after girls. He had apparently once fathered a child out of wedlock. But after marrying a local woman named Franziska Schwaninger, his life changed. The couple came to Rome for their honeymoon in 1936 and went to St. Peter's Square for a blessing from Pope Pius XI. Back in Austria, they read the Bible together and he began going to Mass daily. A devoted father to their 3 young daughters, he was conspicuous in his village for pushing the baby stroller, not something most men would do. When Hitler came to power, Jägerstätter began to take a close look at what the Catholic Church taught about war. Gradually, he began a personal program of non-cooperation, even quitting the local volunteer fire department when they took up a collection for the National Socialist Party. At one point Jägerstätter wrote down a series of questions about the morality of the Nazi war effort and went to discuss them with his bishop, only to find the bishop afraid to confront the issues. In 1943 his exemption from military service as a farmer ended, and when he was called to active duty, Jägerstätter decided he could not serve Hitler in good conscience. Local church leaders and most of his Catholic friends tried to talk him out of his decision. "Think of your wife and daughters," they told him. "You'll be executed, and they'll be left alone." Jägerstätter was not swayed, though it pained him to think of the suffering his death would cause his family. From his prison cell, he wrote tender letters to Franziska, telling her, "I thank you once more from the bottom of my heart for everything that you have done for me in my lifetime, for all the love and sacrifice that you have borne for me, and I beg you again forgive me if I have hurt or offended you, just as I have forgiven everything." Franz Jägerstätter was beheaded by guillotine on August 9, 1943. "I am convinced that it is best that I speak the truth, even if it costs me my life," he wrote before his sentence was carried out. A prison chaplain who witnessed his final moments remarked, "I can say with certainty that this simple man is the only saint I have met in my lifetime." Gigerstetter might have gone unnoticed by the rest of the world if the U.S. sociologist Gordon Zahn had not stumbled upon his story in the 1950s while researching in Germany and written a biography of him. Gigerstetter's sainthood cause was introduced at the Vatican a few years later, but it didn't make much progress. In early 2007, 3 U.S. pacifists quietly called on the Vatican to inquire about the cause and received some good news. Pope Benedict was about to declare Gigerstetter a martyr. A few months later, Gigerstetter was beatified. He had gone from the slow track to the ranks of the blessed in the blink of an eye. In late 2008, Franziska Gigerstetter, now 95, traveled to Rome with her 3 daughters. Pope Benedict welcomed them to the Vatican and embraced them warmly. Then they came to the Church of St. Bartholomew to remember and honor Blessed Franz. One daughter, Maria, said her absolute earliest memory was the whole family sitting around the table and mother reading the letter that my father had been. Everyone cried. Maria was 4 years old at the time. We never felt he abandoned us, she said. They believed he was protecting them from heaven. Maria added, our father was always a saint to us. If you read his last letter, you would know he was. In that letter, Franz said that now he understood how Jesus must have suffered on the cross, knowing that his mother was there watching him die. A longer letter considered his spiritual testament is the one in the gilt frame, and it draws visitors from around the world who wish to see the little shrine dedicated to Franz Gigerstetter and others who stood up to the Nazi machine. 55 years after his execution, this peasant farmer who put his faith before the fatherland was making a connection to Catholics and non-Catholics, young and old, people from every continent. As I left the church and crossed back over the bridge, I pondered why Franz Gigerstetter's beatification had been such an easy process, and why the case of Pius XII was still sitting on the bench. The differences were numerous, of course. Martyrdom makes things simpler for the saint makers. Gigerstetter had one crucial life or death decision to make, while Pius had to make hundreds of judgments that affected millions of people. Gigerstetter had also been forced to explain himself, and had documented a moral and spiritual struggle not to history, but to the flesh and blood around him, beginning with his own family. Pius, as Supreme Pontiff, never had to explain or justify his actions to anyone, nor was he expected to do so. There were hints that he, too, endured doubts and anguish, but for the most part he kept them to himself. His struggle was not part of the written record even, apparently, among the millions of pieces of paper still locked in the Vatican archives. I felt certain that one day Pius XII would be beatified. But for now he remained for most people an enigmatic and distant figure. My brief historical pilgrimage was over. From the sidewalk leading out of the Jewish ghetto I saw the white dome of St. Peter's Basilica come into view, floating on the horizon, majestic and remote. Chapter 8 Hemlines and banana peels. 4 days after his election in 2005, Pope Benedict held an audience for the approximately 3,000 international journalists who had covered the death of Pope John Paul XI and the conclave that had chosen him as the 265th pontiff. I took my seat in the modernistic Paul VI audience hall and heard colleagues express their surprise that the Pope's first major audience should go to them. As Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, the Pope had spent a lifetime avoiding the press pack, preferring to work with journalists one-on-one, often in book-length interviews that were subject, of course, to his own editing. I felt certain this encounter was someone else's idea, a PR move designed to evoke a similar meeting some 26 years earlier when the newly elected Pope John Paul XI held a freewheeling press conference with reporters. Benedict gave a brief talk, slipping easily from Italian to French to English and his native German, and then, instead of inviting the journalists to question him, as his predecessor had, he asked them to stand and pray the Our Father. And with that it was over, the entire event having lasted 17 minutes. As we stood around and watched from afar, Benedict greeted only a few bishops and priests who had been allowed access to the stage. From the point of view of the Pope and his aides, the meeting had gone well. But there was a problem, one that was noted in whispers during the audience and in much harsher tones later in the Vatican press hall and Roman Curia corridors. Years later, in fact, The single detail that would be remembered from this encounter was one seemingly unrelated to journalism. The hemline on the Pope's white cassock was at least 3 inches too short. The garment looked as if it had shrunk in the wash. This fashion faux pas was duly noted by CNN and other major media, though the most strident reaction came from the Pope's own aides. "My God, can't they get it right? You could see his socks," one Vatican functionary complained afterward. Vatican protocol is more a mindset than a rule book. It covers everything from papal dress to ambassadorial seating charts. Virtually nothing that happens in the Apostolic Palace, where the Pope lives and works, is without a traditional form: prayers, private audiences, speeches, even such things as posture, lighting, and gift-giving. The pomp and circumstance move into high gear whenever a foreign dignitary arrives. It is a world where no event is unscripted, and where the little things like the burnt red color of the Pope's shoes carry much weight. Yet it's also a world in which something can, and often does, go wrong. Impostors have breached the front lines of papal ceremonies. Visitors have tossed leaflets, books, and rocks at popes. Prime ministers and their wives have worn the wrong clothing and brought inappropriate gifts. Papal aides have been caught smoking behind the papal library. Pope Paul VI once entered St. Peter's Basilica for a mass and found his portable throne abandoned on the ground when his chair-bearers had gone off for coffee. If a history of Vatican gaffes is ever written, Massimo Sansolinna would be the one to do it. I met him in 1999, just after reading his book, 10, Sediario Pontificio L, Pontifical Chair-Bearer. The volume had a low print run even in Vatican City, yet it remains one of the most revealing behind-the-scenes accounts of daily life in the papal palace. The chair-bearer's job, a centuries-old tradition, was phased out in 1978, when Pope John Paul XI refused to be carried aloft through the crowds, to the great disappointment of the Sedieri. Now they are known as papal gentlemen and function as ceremonial ushers, rarely hoisting anything heavier than a silver trayful of rosaries. Sansolinna remembered the day he lost his old job. The Polish Pope walked into St. Peter's for the first time, and as someone in the crowd called for the Pope to be raised up, the Pope shouted back, "No. Not in the chair." Thus ended a centuries-old tradition. Sansolinna took to this new position with a vigilance that some might regard as extreme. He considered himself an arbiter of style and class. In his view, the Vatican's gentlemen constituted a kind of praetorian guard of good taste, protecting the Pope from inelegant situations or outright embarrassment. He had a particularly keen eye for ecclesial attire, a well-groomed man with a regal bearing. Sansolinna had been a fashion designer before joining the chair-bearers in 1964. Although his job brought him in frequent contact with the Supreme Pontiff, he cared little about the power of the papacy. But give him a swatch of the best Duppiani silk and his eyes would dilate. He had a penchant for copes and capes, especially the Capa Magna, the greatest of liturgical cloaks, unfortunately out of favor after Vatican XI with its train of scarlet silk stretching some 30 feet. It pained him that Pope Paul VI had progressively done away with these magical splashes of vestments and accoutrements. In Sansolinna's eyes, the world of the papacy had passed from royal red to a pedestrian beige quite literally. Paul V had even replaced the burgundy damask wallpaper in Vatican offices with a mousy taupe wall carpeting. Ugh! Whenever a world leader arrived for a papal audience, Sansolinna was there, dressed in his tuxedo-style uniform with a row of ribbon medals on his lapel. Sansolinna watched the VIPs scrupulously, taking mental notes. Afterward, he would pass judgment, and in Sansolinna's court of fashion, there was no appeal. European royalty acquitted themselves quite admirably. Meeting Pope John Paul in 1980, Queen Elizabeth was elegance personified, right down to the jeweled E on the sash that draped from her shoulder. Heads of state, on the other hand, were more prone to blunders. French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing had earned high marks until he crossed his legs during the Pope's speech, a breach of protocol that Sansolinna could hardly believe. The Eastern Europeans were even worse. When Polish Premier Lech Walesa and his wife walked hand in hand down the Vatican corridor on their way to see the Pope, They looked to Sansalina like a couple strolling on their honeymoon. And what was that on her head? Some kind of military beret? Vivi Henrysa Gorbachev showed up to see the Pope wearing red instead of the traditional black, and no veil. It pained Sansalina to give her demerits, because she seemed otherwise like a classy lady. U.S. presidents were habitually the worst violators of the unwritten rules. Jimmy Carter struck Sansalini as someone who had just stepped out of the Georgia backwoods, smiling too much, making too much noise and moving his arms like windmills. The Americans always seemed baffled by the array of Vatican uniforms, unable to match the rank with the garb. One U.S. president, flush from a papal audience, greeted a long line of Vatican dignitaries and then, with a flourish, turned toward the Vatican's elevator operator whose uniform featured shoulder loops and silver buttons and gave him a snappy military salute. The Wednesday general audience was less than an hour away, and already the Paul VI audience hall was filling up. It was a splendid October morning, and Pope John Paul XI, just back from a trip to the United States, would draw another standing room-only crowd. Massimo Sansalina was on duty, helping a bishop take his place in front of the Pope's chair. He looked at the prelate's pectoral cross and winced. The cross itself was an acceptable silver design, but it was bouncing all over the man's chest. Bishops no longer pinned the cross to the third button, its rightful place, but wore it on a long chain, where it swung from armpit to armpit. Another unfortunate sign of the times. It was nearly 10:30, and Sansalina had a sudden pang of hunger. He turned to his friend Gianfranco, another papal usher, who always brought small chocolate bars, the good bitter kind. But today Gianfranco shook his head. "Sorry, no chocolate. I've got 2 beautiful ripe bananas in my overcoat, but I don't know where we can eat them with this crowd." Sansalina surveyed the hall as Gianfranco went to the cloakroom and returned with the bananas under his uniform. They ducked into a side passage, then through a series of private chambers, greeting Swiss guards along the way. The tiny last room was empty, and here they could finally eat their bananas in peace. Sansalina peeled his and took a big bite, and then, to his horror, the door opened. A group of VIP pilgrims entered and rushed through on their way to the hall. The 2 papal gentlemen stood at attention, the bananas hidden behind their backs, their mouths full. Luckily, no one noticed. Eating on the job was a faux pas that would not be forgiven at the Vatican. They wolfed down the rest of their bananas, stashed the peels and hurried back to the auditorium. By now the crowd was seated, and in a few minutes the Pope would walk in, prompting an explosion of camera flashes and jockeying for position among the pilgrims. Sansalina scanned the crowd for signs of trouble. Technically, papal ushers don't deal with security at these audiences, but they often end up protecting ceremonial dignity from a certain fringe element. Sansalina had seen it all: men and women who rushed the Pope for an autograph, couples who set their infants free to roam toward the papal stage, individuals caught up in spiritual seizures. One woman showed up demanding a front row seat, declaring loudly and repeatedly, "I am the mother of the baby Jesus." The ushers headed off embarrassment by telling her, "Listen, dear, your baby is hungry, and you'd better go home to feed him." She immediately got up and, thanking them, left the hall. Sansalina's most memorable encounter in the audience hall still haunted him. He had noticed a strange group of people enter, carrying a woman on a stretcher and looking for seats close to the papal stage. One of his superiors whispered to him, "Keep them back. Not near the front. And block them if they try to move up." Evidently this ensemble was already known to the higher powers. Vivi Sansalini approached them. He was even more amazed. 2 priests and a carabinieri official were in front, followed by 2 men who bore the stretcher and 2 others who carried little footstools. A man with 2 children completed the tableau. The woman lay in a semi-conscious state, moaning quietly. She looked pale and distressed, and both her hands were heavily bandaged. As her companions slowly unwound the bandages, Sansalini understood what was happening. The woman bore the stigmata, the bleeding wounds of Christ. When one of the priests lifted her hat, Sansalina noticed it was an old-fashioned French-style bonnet with a pleated ruche. He saw that her forehead was covered with numerous small wounds that oozed fresh blood, as if they had been produced by a crown of thorns. The woman, Sansalina was told, was the mother of 3 children and had suffered the stigmata for 2 years. She no longer ate, nourishing herself solely by eating daily the consecrated host of communion. She wanted desperately to greet Pope John Paul. Sansalina had seen his share of sham mystics at papal audiences, but he felt instinctively that this woman was genuine and decided to intervene. The order to keep the group away from the Pope had come from Archbishop Dino Monduzzi, prefect of the papal household. Monduzzi ran the show at the general audience, and there was no arguing with him. A grizzled, chain-smoking Italian who barked out orders in monosyllables, he didn't like surprises. Now he stood and listened to Sansalina plead the woman's case, all the while watching the door for the Pope's imminent arrival. Monduzzi looked irritated. He had no intention of moving the group to the prima fila and risking public embarrassment. Then he had an inspiration and muttered, "The room of the green divan?" Sansalina nodded and led the group to the small chamber where the Pope could greet people privately just before he entered the big hall of the auditorium. As they disappeared, the woman turned her head on the stretcher and gently thanked him. $TC Sansalina stock 1 in the front of the hall and glanced carefully over the prima fila section. The guests here were granted not only a front row seat but a close encounter with the Pope afterward. Prima fila tickets were rare and valuable, usually obtained through connections. But as Sansalina knew only too well, not everyone who managed to get into this section had done so legitimately. Impostors would sometimes dress in ecclesiastical garb so they could meet the Pope, maybe even kiss his ring and have their picture taken. Over the years, Sansalina had removed false nuns, priests, and even bishops from the prima fila. He felt he could spot a ringer instantly just by looking at their clothing. And now his gaze was fixed on an older prelate, apparently a South American, who had a counterfeit air about him. His attire seemed in order: a buttoned black cassock with a violet piping and waistband proper to his rank, but then Sansalina's eyes fell on the bishop's feet. He was wearing white socks. Within minutes the team of ushers had gently intervened and moved the pseudo-prelate to a seat at the back of the audience hall, over his strong objections. That day Sansalina helped identify 4 other fake bishops. One wore a cassock that was tinted a dark gray instead of black. Another showed up in a clergyman black suit instead of a cassock, a mistake no real bishop would make. Another had on a fine oriental-style suit that was a telltale purple, and still another had swirling long sleeves more appropriate to a kimono. Bogus, each and every one of them. Fashion was the final arbiter. They sat in the back. The zealous pursuit of impostors by papal ushers might seem exaggerated, but frauds and phonies have long gained access to the front lines of papal ceremonies. In 1997, a well-groomed Spanish-speaking man showed up in the audience hall with his wife and 2 small children, declaring himself the new ambassador of Mexico. They greeted the Pope personally and quite warmly, then slipped back into the crowd before anyone noticed that the real Mexican ambassador was working in his office a few blocks away. But the most notorious hoaxer, one who made headlines when he was caught in 1988, was a figure out of Woody Allen's Zelig. Police picked up Ugo Ferrari, a 48-year-old man with a history of mental problems, for suspected arson in 4 Rome churches. An odd series of events had led authorities to him. At one of the fire-damaged churches, a Vatican official had recently been invested as a cardinal. The pastor there became suspicious after a Vatican photographer called him to identify a thin, elegantly dressed man who appeared prominently in several photographs. The pastor recalled that the man had several weeks earlier presented himself as a Vatican security agent for a check of the church. During the ceremony, the pastor never questioned his presence, and Vatican personnel assumed he was a local guest of honor. This was, in fact, Ferrari's standard operating procedure. He sometimes dressed in elaborate uniforms, which he found would open many doors, and had an obsequious, curial demeanor, frequently falling to his knees before bishops and other ecclesial authorities. When police arrested him, they discovered a scrapbook of newspaper photos showing him with Pope John Paul XI and other church personalities. There he was walking in procession behind Polish Cardinal Jacek Zef Glemp, at Cardinal Achille Silvestrini's side during his investiture, kissing the hand of John Paul XI, a photo that ended up on the front page. Police searching Ferrari's room at a Rome boarding house also found a drawer full of notes and telegrams from various bishops who had apparently answered his correspondence. The church fires Ferrari allegedly set were small ones, enough to send the pastor scurrying for help while Ferrari looked for money and valuables in the sacristy. But the fact that Ferrari had so easily impersonated a Vatican security agent was cause for some alarm. Vatican security had a reputation for being discreet but highly effective, yet that aura of invincibility was strictly an image, as its own officials knew only well. Ferrari had exposed the Vatican for what it was, a theater where anyone in the right costume could take center stage. The Swiss guard at the Bronze Gate saluted me and stamped his boot so hard that it echoed like a gunshot. I climbed the 3 flights of steps toward the Cortile di San Damaso, the heart of the Apostolic Palace, where a picket of Swiss guards was assembling and a worn red carpet was being rolled out. The sun was beating down hard, and the men were already sweltering in their uniforms. I walked across the courtyard and flashed my pass at a guard comandante, then entered the main building and stepped into the elevator, which took me to a gleaming marble hallway where a small crowd of monsignors and ushers was milling around, ready to go into the usual drill when a foreign dignity arrived, in this case, the President of Rwanda. It was my first time as a participant in a reporting pool at the Pope's library, and I was duly impressed. Weren't those Raphael's frescoes on the ceiling of the loggia? Ahead of me was a telescoping series of rooms, each more sumptuously decorated than the next. In the Clementine Hall another row of Swiss guards stood at attention, halberds at the ready. This was the route the visiting president would walk, escorted by a legion of Vatican attendants. I was led to a chamber that housed a statue of Mary and Jesus and an antique clock ticking out the seconds on a magnificent walnut table. With me were 3 pool photographers, one of whom began chatting to a colleague until our minder, Marjorie Week, silenced him with a withering glance. She eyed him closely for a moment, looking critically at his purple tie and unkempt collar. "Next time wear something decent," she barked. He had been let off lightly. More than once Marjorie had ejected journalists from papal events for improper attire. "What is it they don't understand about dark suit?" she would complain. A thin, wiry woman who used her elbows to move through a pack of journalists, she had a sharp tongue and a keen eye for anything that might appear indecorous at a papal event. She commanded respect from Vatican guards and the Pope's protective circle, no little accomplishment for an American. Her unique talent was in knowing how to deal with the media, especially TV people. She understood how important it was for the cameras to get their perfect shot, but she also recognized that reporters had to be as invisible as possible at the Vatican. If you were a camera operator or a photographer, you didn't want to get on Marjorie's bad side, because she controlled position at papal events. And she had a long memory. Marjorie was queen of the caustic remark, but she was not humorless. She stood next to me now, looked at her watch and muttered out the side of her mouth, 10 minutes late. I suppose they'll blame it on the traffic. She gave a little harumph of a laugh and shook her head. Silence returned to the room, and the ticking clock now seemed to be scolding the late arrivals. Then someone rang a tiny bell, and the choreography began. In a few moments the president and his entourage appeared and made their way to the papal library at a processional pace. As soon as they had passed, Marjorie pushed us quickly through a small door and herded us down a back passageway, a shortcut to the antechamber of the library. "Come on, move it," Marjorie ordered a straggling photographer, whose camera lenses swung against the narrow walls of the corridor. We arrived just in time to see the president round the corner and Pope John Paul come out to greet him. Handshakes, smiles, a photo op that lasted 10-15 seconds at most, and then they went inside. We traipsed back into the warren of hidden passages and into a tiny holding room on the far side of the papal library. The photographer sat on an old walk-1N bench and looked up at the frescoes, saints framed by distorted arabesques. In strolled Monsignor Stanislaw Dziwisz, the Pope's secretary, who smiled and made small talk with everyone in the room. 2 reporters from Rwanda had joined us, and Dziwisz now went to get them some papal rosaries to take to their friends and relatives back home. I made my way to a small service window that overlooked a dimly lit courtyard. A prelate in full regalia stood in front of me, dragging deeply on a cigarette and blowing smoke out the window. Archbishop Monduzzi, gatekeeper for papal appointments, kept an ashtray here for these crucial nicotine breaks in between audiences. He chatted with an usher and was soon lighting up another smoke, which he had to suddenly stub out a few moments later when a loud buzzer rang. The Pope had a little button under his desk that he'd press when he wanted to end a private audience, a signal for Monduzzi or others to come in. Today the meeting had run its course in less than 10 minutes. The door to the library opened. Monduzzi stuffed the pack of cigarettes in the pocket of his soutane and straightened his sash. The usher stacked medallions on a tray to hand out to the president and his entourage. Then we all paraded inside, where the Pope stood chatting with his guest in front of a painting of the risen Christ. I could see immediately that the Pope's library was not really a library, but a ceremonial meeting room. The members of the visiting entourage had been ushered in and were seated in beige chairs flanking an oriental carpet. We stood on the opposite side of the room, the photographers clicking away while we print reporters tried in vain to hear snatches of conversation between the Pope and the President. They exchanged gifts. The Pope said thank you very much and it was over. Dziwisz saw them all to the door, and the press corps was sent back the way we'd come in. The entire event had lasted less than 20 minutes. He looked at my notebook on the way back to the Vatican press office. It was empty save for a painting of Africa, the gift presented to the Pope. My briefing to fellow reporters lasted 30 seconds. As far as I know, no one outside of Rwanda wrote about the event. Over the years I've witnessed papal audiences with major leaders and minor functionaries, with dictators and Nobel Prize winners, with saints and sinners. I was present when Mikhail Gorbachev arrived for his historic meeting with John Paul XI in 1989 as the future of Eastern Europe hung in the balance. I watched Yasser Arafat enjoy his papal moment, laughed when John Paul tried on Bono's sunglasses and observed Pope Benedict zone out during countless audiences with heads of state. The papal encounters with American presidents have always been the most entertaining, and offer the clearest proof of a culture gap between the hierarchies of the Vatican and those of the United States. Briefly stated, Americans are backslappers and chit-chatters, Vatican officials from the Pope on down are ring-kissers and speech-givers. In June of 2007 President George W. Bush arrived for his first meeting with Pope Benedict. This was a somewhat tense moment in U.S. Vatican relations, and the issue was Iraq. 4 years earlier Bush had dismissed Pope John Paul's cautionary warnings about war during the build-up to the invasion of Iraq, leaving deep resentment at the Vatican. In the aftermath of Saddam Hussein's demise, as terrorism, factional fighting, and anti-Christian attacks increased, the Vatican said, essentially, "We told you so." When Bush subsequently came for a meeting with Pope John Paul in 2004, it had been a masterpiece of Vatican staging. The Pope and President each delivered speeches in the ornate Clementine Hall. Normally when a president came to visit, the Vatican filled the hall with American clergy, seminarians, and others lucky enough to be invited for the event. It inevitably produced a pep rally mood and good feelings all around. But on this occasion few Americans were included, and the velvet chairs were mostly empty. The was somber, and turned positively sour when the Pope began to speak. In a strained and halting voice, and with every ounce of energy he could muster, the ailing Pope John Paul gave Bush a dressing down that he would not soon forget. He reminded the President of the Vatican's opposition to the war and declared that things were going poorly in Iraq, terrorism, grave unrest, the lack of political reorganization. What Iraq needed now, he insisted, was to get its sovereignty back, preferably under some kind of international framework. John Paul referred to the deplorable disclosures of abuse of Iraqi prisoners by U.S. soldiers and said it undermined the fight against terrorism. Bush squirmed on his oversized chair and looked like a schoolboy being told his grades were failing. Now, 3 years later, Bush was hoping to turn the page with the new pope. Unfortunately, however, Benedict was not being particularly cooperative. Earlier in 2007, at his Easter Urbi et Orbi address from the balcony of St. Peter's, the Pope had bluntly declared that nothing positive comes from Iraq, torn apart by continual slaughter as the civil population flees. That sent officials of the U.S. Embassy to the Holy See into a damage control frenzy. Publicly they insisted that the United States and the Vatican were essentially in agreement when it came to rebuilding Iraq. Privately they met with Vatican foreign policy experts and let it be known that the Pope's remarks were not constructive, about as harsh a phrase one can use in Vatican diplomacy. So today the stage was set once again for diplomatic drama. I expected Benedict to be a bit easier on Bush than his predecessor had been. Iraq would be mentioned, but it would not dominate their meeting. The reason was that Bush and Benedict aligned on pro-life issues, and that weighed as much or more with the German Pope. As soon as the President and his entourage had passed, we hustled through the back corridor toward the Papal Library, where we were allowed to witness the President's arrival. Even before Bush entered the room, I heard his voice call out to a papal aide, "How ya doin'?" Then he rounded the corner and greeted His Holiness warmly, "It's good to be with you, sir." That "sir" would be duly noted, and points taken off. Bush then sat down across the desk from the Pope, leaned back comfortably in the gilded chair and crossed his legs. I scanned the room to see if Massimo Sansolina had noticed. Before we were chased out, I heard the Pope ask Bush about his meeting earlier in the week in Germany, a summit of the G8, the heads of the major industrialized countries. Bush called it successful, but when the Pope pressed for details, the President kept his answer short. It was, you know, a lot of different opinions. But it was good. It was good. The Pope stared unblinking at the President. As the DCK, to the library closed, leaving the two of them alone, I could only wonder what they would talk about for the next half hour. When we returned for the gift-giving and the picture-taking, I immediately noticed the roughly carved walking stick. It lay on the table that separated the journalists from the ceremony, which Benedict and Bush were now approaching. I've always thought that selecting a gift for the Pope must be a tough assignment. Vs. What do you give him? American artwork? He has warehouses full of art. A book? Equally redundant, given the Vatican's vast libraries. President Lyndon B. Johnson came up with a novel idea in 1967 when he presented Pope Paul VI with a bronze bust of LBJ, apparently leaving Paul VI speechless. Now Pope Benedict, standing a few feet in front of the journalistic pack, picked up the walking stick and examined the lettering that wound around its length. "The Ten Commandments?" the Pope asked. "The Ten Commandments, yes, sir," Bush replied. The President explained that it had been carved by a homeless man in Texas, whose talent had been discovered by some friends in their local church. Thanks to the sales of his walking sticks, the man had managed to get himself off the streets and into an efficiency apartment. It was, in short, an American success story, one that combined charity and initiative, without the interference of the welfare state. As we were led out of one door of the library, I turned back and saw the papal gentleman holding up the walking stick and looking at its rather crude lettering. For a pope who had a closet full of silver pastoral staffs, this might have seemed an odd bequest. But it was not scorned. As one usher told me later, the spirit of the gift was very simple and direct. Very American. President Bush returned to the Vatican in the summer of 2008 for what he knew would be a farewell audience with the Pope. The President's planners wanted something big, something special, and they felt Benedict owed them one. A few months earlier the President had hosted the Pope at the White House in an extravagant ceremony. With thousands of Washington's movers and shakers in attendance on the South Lawn, Bush greeted Benedict with the words Pax Tecum and then gave him a welcoming speech that was flattering even by Vatican standards. That event set a tone of welcome and respect that carried through the rest of the Pope's U.S. visit and helped make it a success. White House aides were now thinking the Pope could reciprocate by hosting the President in the Vatican Gardens. It would be an unusual break with protocol, but the less formal setting would put the President at ease. The meeting would also burnish Bush's world leader credentials a few months before he left office. When they floated the idea, Vatican organizers were not enthusiastic, but finally agreed. The two leaders would meet in a medieval tower at the far end of Vatican City, then take a stroll through the picturesque gardens. The whole event was designed as a rolling photo op. The trouble with photo ops, though, is that they don't really produce much hard news. I watched the live coverage on Italian TV, and the event appeared to be little more than a series of awkward handshakes and nods. The stroll in the garden looked especially strained for both participants. It was only later in the day that I was able to piece together through the Vatican's videos some of the conversation that had taken place between Bush and Benedict, and I understood just how little substance there had been behind the theater. The video showed a picture-perfect June day at the far corner of the Vatican Gardens, where the Pope stood in front of St. John's Tower and waited for his guests. When the President arrived, he bounded out of his limousine with an enthusiasm that was clearly absent in his host. The Pope smiled and responded in monosyllables to the President's expressions of amazement at the tower, the gardens, and the weather. Bush quickly attached himself to the only American in sight, Archbishop James Harvey, addressing him loudly and mistakenly throughout the visit as "Your Eminence," the standard address reserved for cardinals instead of "Your Excellency." Harvey, a soft-spoken prelate who organized papal appointments, had been brought in to act not so much as a translator but as a buffer between the Pope and the President. "You look great," Bush told the Pope as they entered an elevator for what must have been a long ride to the second floor of the tower. "Ja," the Pope replied. The cameras were turned off for their private meeting and picked up again when Benedict, Bush, and Harvey went back into the elevator to catch the panoramic view from the tower's parapet above. "Your Eminence, you're looking good," Bush informed Archbishop Harvey, who kept his eyes to the ground. As the three gazed out over the Vatican Gardens, the President grew animated and asked how much land they had. The Pope let Harvey answer, 109 acres. "Not quite as big as Texas," Harvey added, "but more important," Bush retorted, prompting them all to chuckle. This was the kind of repartee the President enjoyed. From the other side of the tower they looked down upon the ancient Vatican walls. Bush cogitated in silence, then asked, "So do people patrol from up here?" Benedict stared blankly and let Harvey field this one, too. "They can," the Archbishop said. "Do people try to break in?" "I mean, try to?" the President wanted to know. "There's not much of that," Harvey said wearily as Pope Benedict turned and began heading back to the elevator. The gift-giving scene was predictable, with the Pope giving Bush a framed photo of their recent meeting at the House, and the President presenting Benedict with a framed photo of the same event. Pope Benedict also included a big picture book of the Vatican, telling the President, "Perhaps you will now have time to read a little." Bush thought for a moment, then agreed heartily, "I bet we do." Next came the stroll in the garden, the kind of staged event the Vatican does not do well. Vatican theater works best when performed under a Baroque altar canopy or in the sumptuous halls of the Apostolic Palace, where dozens of bit players contribute to the choreography and where the Supreme Pontiff is the protagonist, the man who can push the button under his desk and have his guest ushered out. Out in the Vatican Gardens, a news helicopter buzzed overhead as camera operators and photographers crouched behind the trees lining the footpath. Papal and presidential aides followed 50 paces at a slow pace, moving like a phalanx of zombies. Benedict seemed uncomfortable, and Bush looked as if he was still trying to kickstart a real conversation with the Pope. He swung his arms, turned his head, smiled and pointed to things, the trees, the walls, while the Pope mostly stared straight ahead. Finally they reached a grotto where the Sistine Chapel Boys Choir, the Vatican's answer to the fife and drum corps at the White House, would sing 2 songs. An oriental rug had been placed on the cobblestones, where President Bush, Mrs. Bush, and the Pope took seats on 3 wooden deck chairs. Afterward Bush went up to greet the boys, peppering them with questions in English, which none of them understood. The Pope was already in departure mode. The president's armored limousine pulled up. Bush's final goodbye to the Pope was a nod and a wave. He appeared to consider going back for a warm handshake in front of the photographers, thought better of it and climbed into the I had been watching the video with a Vatican employee, who turned to me afterward and noted the time. 1 hour, 4 minutes, he said. It seemed longer. Chapter 9 Sex. The voice at the other end of the phone was gaining speed, straining my note-taking skills, and the speaker's heavy Tuscan accent didn't make things any easier. But what he was telling me held me spellbound. When they write about AIDS, reporters talk about the Church's moral doctrine against condoms, or a Vatican crusade against condoms. That's simply not true. We've never published a document on this, and for good reason. Some individuals have made remarks, but that is not the same as an official position, he said. I tried to get a question in, but he was talking too fast to stop. I maintain that there can be situations in which the use of the condom is licit not as an exception but licit in itself because it is used with the goal of health protection. For example, if you have a Catholic couple, married, and one of the spouses has the virus. This is not hypothetical, you know. Pastors have to deal with these questions. In places like Nigeria, there are hundreds, maybe thousands, of Catholic couples where one of the partners is HIV positive. Many of these couples would like to have children, but they risk death if they have sexual relations without a condom. In such a situation, you can make a case for using the condom. Clearly the couple's intention is not contraception, which is what the Church finds morally objectionable about the condom. It's a case of protecting human life. In fact, it may be a form of self-defense, he added. The year was 2003, and the voice on the phone belonged to an Italian theologian, but not just any theologian. Father Maurizio Faginai was an expert on bioethics, a medical doctor and, most important, a key advisor to the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, then headed by Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger. If what Faginai was telling me was accurate, the doctrinal congregation had refrained from making a pronouncement on the use of condoms to protect against HIV/AIDS precisely because its own experts were engaged in a theological debate on the issue. It was a debate that most Catholics would never have imagined taking place inside the Vatican. I knew from experience that this was a hot-button issue, often the hot-button issue in the minds of many Americans, including those inside and outside the Church. Whenever I returned to my home state of Minnesota or gave a talk somewhere in the United States, I was inevitably asked, how can the Church justify its no condoms policy when it's killing people? For years I had been responding that, despite the public impression, no pope had ever stated that using condoms to prevent AIDS was morally wrong, that the new and encyclopedic catechism of the Catholic Church was silent on the matter, and that the whole question remained a gray area. Yes, several Vatican officials did believe that condom campaigns were not the answer, and in fact were concerned that they might give people a false sense of security. But this was far different from proclaiming it sinful. All of which, I am sure, made me sound like a hair-splitting apologist for the Vatican's position. Now I was listening to one of the Vatican's own specialists, one of a handful of theologians who could actually claim to be shaping policy, tell me that the use of condoms was an open question. The doctrinal congregation has looked at many aspects of the problem. But the fact is, there are no easy answers. There is no new doctrine for AIDS, you understand, just classic moral principles that need to be applied in individual circumstances. That's why we haven't published a document on this. We don't need one. The real moral problem is dealt with at an individual level, in concrete cases, not by abstract pronouncements, he said. But what about the various cardinals who've gone on record as saying condoms are inherently bad? Aren't they leaving the opposite impression? I asked. Faginai sighed audibly. These aren't official positions, they are personal opinions. And it amazes me that the press doesn't know the difference. This question has shadings and nuances that need to be kept in mind, but the press just wants to roll it into one big homogeneous mass, the Vatican says. The Vatican is not any cardinal who opens his mouth. I went back to the question of condom campaigns, often supported by governments and international health agencies. But that's the problem with that. I asked. Look, you have to begin by acknowledging that the condom is not 100% effective. In a percentage of cases 7, 8, maybe 10% the condom does not protect completely. That means, from a personal point of view, it doesn't offer absolute security. But from the standpoint of healthcare policies, it's still clear that use of condoms reduces the spread of the disease. So from this perspective, health officials can argue that it's better to promote condom use and lower the rate of infection. For the Church, this presents a problem, which is why the Church recommends abstinence. But it's one thing to advise abstinence, and another thing to demand it, he said. I wondered if Fagini was a lone reasonable voice on all this, or if he represented a strong faction inside the Vatican. I later called another advisor to the doctrinal congregation, Monsignor Angel Rodriguez Luno, an Opus Dei priest and moral theologian at Rome's Pontifical University of the Holy Cross. He said he thought the trouble with condom campaigns was that they tended to promote sexual permissiveness, a commonly held viewpoint in the Vatican. Many people assume that because the condom is a contraceptive device, the Church's condemnation is automatic. But Luno explained that it was a mistake to think that for the Church this was primarily a birth control issue. For one thing, he noted, sexual relations outside of marriage, whether homosexual or heterosexual, are already considered immoral by the Church, so whether a condom is used is beside the point. The Church does not have a doctrine on the various ways to carry out immoral acts, he observed with a slightly ironic tone. The point was that sinful sex was no more or less sinful with a condom. Indeed, a condom under these circumstances might simply be prudent. What struck me about these theologians was that they seemed virtually invisible in the ever-percolating media storm over the Vatican and HIV/AIDS. As World AIDS Day approached on December 1, 2003, the head of the Pontifical Council for the Family, the late Colombian Cardinal Alfonso L6Pez Trujillo, said in a televised interview with the BBC that the latex used in condoms was porous enough to allow the HIV virus to pass through, a claim that prompted scientific ridicule and political condemnation. Even inside the Vatican, Cardinal L6Pez Trujillo was known as a loose cannon, but for that very reason journalists loved him and were eager to use him as a spokesman for the Catholic Church. For weeks the story generated headlines: activists blast Vatican stand on condoms, Catholics should challenge Church's AIDS claim, UN official slams Vatican, and, in the fight against AIDS, Catholics can only be ashamed. I wrote a story based on what Fagini and others had told me, and it did raise a few eyebrows. As one journalistic colleague told me, however, it was ultimately too theological. My piece did nothing to diminish the widespread perception that the Vatican was anti-condom, pure and simple. Moreover, I later learned that one effect of my article was that Father Fagini had been asked not to give any more interviews. Clearly the condom debate among Vatican theologians touched some raw nerves. One day I went to the John Paul XI Institute at Rome's Lateran University to interview two specialists in sexual ethics who also had influence at the Vatican. When I voiced Father Fagini's arguments, they looked aghast and then pounced with surprising vehemence. The condom, said Father Jose Noriega, is always a technical solution that risks deforming the value of married love as taught by the Church. Seconding that opinion was Father Jean Lafitte, who like Father Fagini was an advisor to the doctrinal congregation. I sat in their office, a brightly lit cubicle enclosed by cheap partitions, and listened as these two theologians explained to me the facts of life and love in such platitudes as, the Church views married love as a form of self-giving that may require sacrifices. An awareness of the real-life problems of married couples, so evident in Father Fagini's arguments, never seemed to enter their minds. Before I left, Father Lafitte added a more practical consideration: if the Church approved of condoms for HIV/AIDS protection, he explained quietly, many Christian couples would question why contraceptives were not also justified in other serious circumstances. Yes, I thought, this was the real issue here. For the conservative camp, this debate was not about the life and death issue of infection but the Catholic vision of sexuality. Since the 1968 encyclical Humani Vitae, that vision had been inextricably bound to the Church's teaching against birth control, the insistence that every act of married love be open to procreation. These theologians now feared that this precept, weakened by decades of dissent and indifference, was so tenuous that admitting just a single exception, condom use against AIDS, would undermine it completely. When Cardinal Ratzinger was elected Pope in 2005, I wondered whether this hero of Catholic conservatism might just surprise everyone. After all, if Ratzinger was willing to entertain a theological debate on condoms and AIDS within the doctrinal congregation, maybe he recognized the need to clarify the issue publicly once and for all. And in fact, during his first year in office, Pope Benedict appeared to laying the groundwork for just this kind of shift. It was supposed to be secret, of course, but in 2006 Cardinal Javier Lozano Barragan, a talkative Mexican who headed the Pontifical Council for Health Care Ministry, disclosed that the Pope had asked a commission of scientific and theological experts to prepare a document on condom use and HIV/AIDS prevention. The Cardinal said that his own council had sent over a 200-page report to the doctrinal congregation, and he was expecting a final document to be made public soon. Barragan was among the few Vatican officials who defended the morality of condom use by married couples when one spouse was infected with HIV, and now it seemed that this line of thinking was gaining a foothold. The announcement made headlines around the world, but reporters spent little time exploring its theological subtleties, the moral reasoning over circumstances and intentions that was at the center of the Vatican study. Instead, the dominant journalistic take was much simpler. In the face of global opposition, the Vatican was reversing itself and moving toward a historic overturn of its ban on condoms. Some media were already touting the Vatican study as a harbinger of a wider shift on contraception. This, of course, was just what the conservative camp had feared and predicted. Cardinal Barragan's interview triggered alarm inside the Vatican, and officials scrambled to limit the damage. 2 days later, the chagrined cardinal was marched before the microphones of Vatican Radio to issue a clarification. He said now that this was simply the first stage of a study, and that he didn't know whether any document would be issued. It was clear that any movement on condoms and AIDS would meet with deeply entrenched resistance in the Roman Curia. 3 years later, the Vatican's condom study had all but faded from memory. It was April 2009, and Pope Benedict was making his first trip to Africa, a continent ravaged by AIDS and HIV infection. The Pope planned to meet with the press aboard the 6-hour flight to Cameroon, and reporters were asked to submit questions in advance. I presumed wrongly that any queries about condoms would fail to make the cut. When the Pope strolled into coach class an hour into the flight, flanked by his usual coterie of aides, Philippe Visserias, a correspondent for the French TV channel France 2, asked him about people who considered the Church's position on HIV/AIDS prevention unrealistic and ineffective. The Pope started to answer in French, but when reporters howled in protest, he switched to Italian. As always in his off-the-cuff comments, Benedict spoke rapidly and without much expression, his eyes rolled slightly upward, as if he were taking dictation directly from God. For this topic he had a mental checklist. First, the Church works on the front lines of AIDS care around the world. Check. Second, you can't solve the problem only with money and programs, you need a spiritual dimension. Check. Third, you can't solve the problem by distributing condoms, on the contrary, they make the problem worse. At that the reporters looked at one another in shock. The Pope had already moved on to discuss other aspects of the AIDS epidemic and the need for the humanization of sexuality, but the story was clearly in the statement he had just given to us: condoms help spread AIDS. By the time Benedict had landed a few hours later in Yaoundé, Cameroon, wire services were running headlines that would overshadow his entire 6-day African trip. Pope tells Africa, condoms wrong? Pope, condoms increase AIDS. Pope reaffirms ban on condoms. As usual, the headlines reflected some mistaken journalistic preconceptions. The Pope, for example, had not even addressed the question of whether condom use in certain circumstances was morally illicit or licit, so to speak of a ban on condoms was inaccurate. Instead, and rather amazingly, he had focused exclusively on the practical question of efficacy, hardly his area of expertise. The vehement negative reaction to the Pope's remarks came from all quarters. Benedict was denounced by government ministers in France, Belgium, and his native Germany for endangering public health. A World Health Organization official defended condom use as effective against the spread of HIV/AIDS. In the United States, Harry Knox, soon to be named an advisor to President Barack Obama on faith-based initiatives, said the Pope was hurting people in the name of Jesus by spreading blatant falsehoods. A New York Times editorial blasted the Pope, saying he deserves no credence when he distorts scientific findings about condoms. Even some Catholic leaders, including a bishop in Hamburg, Germany, distanced themselves from the Pope's analysis. The impression was that the Pope had managed to outrage much of the civilized world. The following day the Vatican again moved to limit the fallout. I was working in a crowded Cameroon press center when I spied Father Federico Lombardi, the Vatican spokesman, slip in the door. We were on him like a school of piranhas. Lombardi had one basic talking point: the Pope, he said, was simply cautioning against excessive or absolute trust in condom distribution as a way to stop the spread of HIV/AIDS. I decided to press Lombardi on something I'd noticed on the Vatican's website. In the official transcript of the Pope's airborne press conference, entire phrases had been modified to soften his remarks, including the money quote, "One cannot overcome the problem with the distribution of condoms. On the contrary, they increase the problem." That line now read, "One cannot resolve the problem with the distribution of condoms. On the contrary, there is a risk of increasing the problem." In fact, as anyone who took the trouble to check the original video on YouTube could learn, the Pope had not spoken of a risk of making the problem worse. He had been categorical in his rejection of condom distribution. I asked Lombardi if the Vatican was still rewriting what the Pope actually said. And he rather sheepishly said yes. Even though it had been noticed and ridiculed on previous occasions, a Monsignor back at the Secretariat of State routinely tweaked the Pope's public statements before they ended up in the history books. It was part of the great communications disconnect at the Vatican. In the coming days the Vatican would cite studies to demonstrate that the most effective anti-AIDS campaigns in Africa were based on efforts to promote abstinence and fidelity in sexual relations. They even found one high-profile ally, Edward C. Green, director of the AIDS Prevention Research Project at the Harvard Center for Population and Development Studies, who said that the best evidence we have supports the Pope's comments. Green's own argument was that condoms led to riskier sexual behavior, including multiple and concurrent sexual partners. Criticism of Pope Benedict continued for weeks, but it was clear that losing popularity points was of secondary concern to him. He wanted to send a signal, a strong one, that he was not in agreement with whatever a handful of pastoral workers or theologians or even cardinals might be saying about the need to accept condoms as a first line of defense against HIV/AIDS. Most people presumed this closed the Vatican's internal debate on the topic. After the Africa trip, one priest assured me, the Vatican's study on condoms would never be resurrected, but I wasn't convinced of that. It was possible that Benedict was going on record against the practical value of condoms, knowing that a document on moral exceptions for condom use was still in the Vatican pipeline and would eventually be released maybe in a year, maybe in 10 years. In that case he was simply making a preemptive point, that any exceptions admitted by moral theology represented a cautionary yellow light, not a green light, for condoms. Or to put it another way, just because it's permissible doesn't make it a good idea. Then, in the fall of 2010, Pope Benedict blindsided everyone. In his book-length interview Light of the World, German journalist Peter Seewald asked whether it wasn't madness to forbid a high-risk population to use condoms. The Pope's answer began with the requisite criticism of over-reliance on condom campaigns to stop the spread of HIV/AIDS. But then the Pope said that for some people he gave the example of a prostitute using a condom to reduce the risk of infection might actually be a step toward moral responsibility. Seawald asked, "Are you saying, then, that the Catholic Church is actually not opposed in principle to the use of condoms?" The Pope answered, "She of course does not regard it as a real or moral solution, but, in this or that case, there can be nonetheless, in the intention of reducing the risk of infection, a first step in a movement toward a different way, a more human way, of living sexuality." In a few nuanced sentences Pope Benedict had shifted the Church's outlook on condoms and in the process set off a chain reaction of praise, criticism, and confusion. The mainstream media hyped it as a revolutionary change in Church teaching. In fact, Benedict had not altered Church teaching but had merely stated what his own Vatican theologians had been saying quietly for years. The World Health Organization took the Pope's remarks as general acceptance of condoms and as being in line with evidence that condoms are highly effective in preventing infection with the HIV virus. That made Vatican officials cringe, and they insisted that the Pope was talking about individual moral choices and not public policy, which was a real distinction, though it all seemed to lead to the same conclusion: using a condom could be justified to prevent disease. The most anguished response came from the Catholic right, the bloggers and self-appointed watchdogs of orthodoxy who were convinced that Benedict could not have meant that condoms were ever truly acceptable. The conservatives were especially worried about erosion of the birth control doctrine. They argued that the Pope must have been referring exclusively to male prostitutes in his condom example, because if a condom was used in sex with a female prostitute, it would effectively be an act of contraception. This absurd notion demonstrated, once again, that the Church's teaching on birth control was widely misunderstood. Even Catholic right-wingers seemed to forget that Humanae Vitae spoke of responsible sexuality in marriage and did not try to impose an across-the-board ban on birth control in every act of non-marital sex. As one Vatican official told me, "My God, do these people think the Church wants sex with a prostitute to be open to life? That's ridiculous." Clearly, both for the Church's critics and its most ardent defenders, the condom had become an icon in the religious culture wars, a symbol either of papal intolerance or sexual mayhem. The Pope had now tried to stake out a small plot of middle ground. Some commentators viewed Benedict as naive for exploring the issue in an informal interview with a journalist, yet that had precisely his strategy. After years of study, the Vatican was not yet ready to make a formal pronouncement on the morality of condoms to prevent AIDS. What Benedict wanted to do was put down a marker suggesting that there was, in fact, some moral leeway regarding a subject that, for many people, was a question of life and death. Before long, prominent Catholic conservatives were calling for a clarification from the Vatican's doctrinal congregation, in effect, asking for a correction to the Pope's comments. Luke Gormley, a leading British bioethicist and a member of the Pontifical Academy for Life, led the charge, insisting that any sexual intercourse with a condom is morally wrong. Gormley laid out his argument in clinical detail. A minimal condition for proper marital intercourse is that a man ejaculates into his wife's reproductive tract. In Gormley's view, it didn't matter if a couple used a condom with the intention of preventing disease rather than preventing reproduction, it was still a sin against nature. Other theologians on the right chimed in, claiming that the Pope must have been misunderstood, because that line of reasoning, condoms are acceptable for prostitutes, because the sex they engage in is already sinful, would lead the Church to support the use of condoms for all fornicators, including sexually active teenagers. A few weeks later, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith did issue a clarifying note, but it was not what Catholic conservatives wanted. The statement dutifully expressed indignation over manipulation of the Pope's words and proclaimed that the Church's teaching against birth control remained intact. But at the heart of the 3-page text was confirmation that, at least in the context of prostitution, it was acceptable for those infected with HIV/AIDS to use a condom to avoid spreading the disease. In effect, it asked, why would you risk killing another human being with your own immoral behavior? For those paying attention, this was a remarkable shift. The condom was no longer out of bounds. By this time, however, many of my colleagues in the mainstream media were losing interest in the moral arguments, and figured their readers wouldn't care, either. "This is getting too inside baseball," one reporter for a major wire service complained. The storyline they picked was simpler: the Vatican was again being forced to clarify the Pope's words, proving that it doesn't really know how to communicate and could really use a more sophisticated PR operation. "They're cleaning up the Pope's mess again," my wire service friend declared. He failed to see that the real story was immensely more interesting and unusual. A conservative Pope, to the horror of his loyalists, was opening a public debate over sexual morality and in the process exposing deep fault lines in the Catholic Church. In the late 1990s I learned that the Vatican had for years been studying the question of whether homosexuals should be ordained to the priesthood. Not surprisingly, this discussion, held in the utmost secrecy, of course had never led to any results. As far as I could gather, top Vatican officials were pretty much evenly divided. Some wanted to pursue the issue, convinced that the priesthood was turning into a refuge for gays. Others felt that celibacy, not sexual orientation, was the more important factor in a priestly vocation. Both sides probably recognized that any Vatican initiative to vet homosexuals would look like a witch hunt, and so nothing was done. My queries on the subject drew stony silence from the usual Vatican suspects, but at the end of 2002 one stumbled onto a scoop. After phoning around to some of the lower-level officials of the Congregation for Catholic Education, which oversees seminaries around the world, I learned not only that the study was going forward but that the first draft of a document was being passed around. A second source, after insisting on anonymity, confirmed that a document was in the works and said that it would contain clear directives against admitting homosexuals to the priesthood. He had his argument well primed. The document's position is negative, based in part on what the Catechism of the Catholic Church says in its revised edition, that the homosexual orientation is objectively disordered. Therefore, independent of any judgment on the homosexual person, a person of this orientation should not be admitted to the seminary and, if it is discovered later, should not be ordained. I wrote a story the same day, and it provoked a typical reaction: great interest pro and con, but mostly con among readers, alarm among many priests, and a quick backtracking effort by the Vatican. Roman Curia officials stated that no such document had been written, and that these were simply discussions, all implying that the journalist, me, had gotten carried away. A month later, Polish Cardinal Zenon Grocholewski, the head of the Vatican's education congregation, was asked at a press conference whether a document banning gays from the priesthood was being drawn up, and he said rather lamely that he didn't know yet. Then he took a swipe at what he called a certain type of journalistic sensationalism. News stories about the document probably slowed down its publication, because a lot of opposition came to the surface. In subsequent months I spoke to several bishops who were uneasy with the idea of banning gay men from the priesthood and troubled by the report of an imminent document. They let Grocholewski's congregation know of their objections. There was actually a strong vein of resistance inside the Vatican, too. To casual observers, the idea of having no gays in the priesthood might seem fully in line with the Vatican's logic, beginning with the premise that homosexuality itself is disordered. But in fact many Vatican officials worried that any effort to identify homosexual seminarians through psychological testing would threaten the entire vocations picture. One psychologist set the standard of what was normal in sexual orientation or practice. There was no telling what would happen. Was celibacy normal, for that matter? Routine testing, the Vatican officials argued, would sow unnecessary doubts and make it appear that the shrinks were now the gatekeepers to the priesthood. And at a time when priest shortages were reaching record proportions, did the Church really need any more reasons to reject candidates? What gave the no-gay movement an unexpected boost was the sex abuse scandal, which was now unfolding in sordid detail in the United States. Many experts and several U.S. bishops had warned against scapegoating homosexuals for priestly sex abuse, arguing that gay men were no more likely to engage in pedophilia than straight men. But Vatican officials kept pointing out in private conversations that a large percentage of the abuse victims were teenage boys. Our news agency decided to pose the question to the Vatican's highest-ranking U.S. official, Cardinal J. Francis Stafford, and his answer was stunning. Cardinal Stafford, who headed the Pontifical Council for the Laity, said the vast majority of the abuse cases involved homosexual activity by priests, not child abuse in the strict sense. I think it's a misnomer, really, to call it child abuse. I think it's more of an acting out homosexually. He said the cases of pedophilia, or attraction to prepubescent children, were a significant minority, and to focus on them was to blur the reality. The Cardinal's message was clear: the reality was that the Church had a gay problem. In February of 2004, the Vatican held a closed-door meeting with psychology and psychiatry experts to come up with ways to identify potential sex abuse perpetrators. It was the Vatican's first comprehensive effort to examine the psychological causes and types of abuse, as well as screening procedures, recidivism rates, effects on child victims, and the possibility of successful therapy for abusers. During the encounter, Roman Curia department heads asked the experts about the idea of banning homosexuals from the priesthood as a strategy against sex abuse. In response, some dutifully noted that homosexuality does not cause sexual abuse. But others were less categorical. Dr. Martin P. Kafka, a psychiatry professor at Harvard Medical School, said he thought homosexuality, while not a cause of sex abuse, was a likely risk factor that deserved further study. He stated that in comparison with the general population, abuse cases in the Church disproportionately involved homosexual male adults who'd molested adolescent males. The No Gay Priests faction did its best to ignore the fact that Dr. Kafka had also wondered whether celibacy could also be considered a risk factor in sexual abuse. Soon afterward, the Vatican faced a series of embarrassing disclosures at an Austrian seminary in the town of St. Pölten. One of the seminary's students had been arrested on charges of child pornography after authorities found some 40,000 incriminating images on his computer, including scenes of sex with children. Police also found pictures of seminary staff members and students kissing and fondling each other. The local bishop, the notoriously conservative and unpopular Kurt Kren, at first downplayed the seriousness of the photos, claiming they were part of a prank during a Christmas party. But to some officials in Rome, the incident bore the distinctive earmarks of the gay subculture thought to exist in many modern seminaries. In this case, the Vatican acted with unusual speed. A month after the scandal came to light, the 200-year-old seminary was closed down, and Bishop Kren resigned shortly afterward. 6 months later, in February 2005, the Vatican's Congregation for Catholic Education summoned its bishop members from around the world for a major meeting. The number one agenda item was discussion and approval of a document titled Instruction Concerning the Criteria for the Discernment of Vocations with Regard to Persons with Homosexual Tendencies in View of Their Admission to the Seminary and to Holy Orders. Cardinal Grocholewski betrayed a sense of urgency as he tried to guide the document to the finish line. His major concern was that Pope John Paul XI had just been taken to the hospital with breathing problems. It was essential to wind up this project and close down debate before the ailing Pope took a turn for the worse. Grocholewski knew that a change in pontiffs could permanently derail the document, and from his Polish sources in the papal household he knew that John Paul's prognosis did not look good. Exhorted to action, the congregation duly gave its stamp of approval, despite a few misgivings among some of the bishops. But then the Pope was re-hospitalized and underwent a tracheotomy. Until he improved, John Paul would be unable to personally review the text of the document and have the final say on its publication. Grocholewski feared the worst, and when John Paul died on April 2, all Vatican documents in progress were officially suspended, with no guarantee that they would be carried over into the subsequent pontificate. Their fate would depend entirely on the next pope. Grocholewski entered the conclave with 114 other cardinals on April 18, and when they emerged the following day a smile had returned to his face. Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger had been head of the Vatican's doctrinal congregation for 24 years and, although only a handful of Curia insiders were aware of it, a hidden architect of the document on homosexuality and the priesthood. A few months later, In the first major publication of Pope Benedict's pontificate, the Vatican finally issued its document banning gays in the priesthood. Contrary to rumors, the text did not take an ambiguous line, but ruled out priestly ordination for men who had been active homosexuals, who had deeply seated homosexual tendencies, or who supported the gay culture, whatever that was. It called on seminary directors to, in effect, screen gay men before they got in the door. It made no accommodation to homosexuals who were celibate. The strong message was, if you're gay, go away. The foundational argument for the new policy was the Church's teaching that homosexual acts are gravely sinful and that homosexual tendencies are objectively disordered. A homosexual orientation alone would impair a priest's ability to carry out his pastoral ministry in a healthy way, it said. In a vague reference to cases of sex abuse by priests, the document added that the pronouncement was made more urgent by the current situation. The last line of the text stated, "The Supreme Pontiff Benedict X, on August 31, 2005, approved this present instruction and ordered its publication." Strangely, much of the media treated the document as a holdover from John Paul IL's reign, and not as an opening sally from the new pope. In fact, it had been Cardinal Ratzinger's doctrinal congregation that first suggested such a document as early as 1996. Although carried out by the Congregation for Catholic Education, Cardinal Ratzinger reviewed its work every step of the way, including a first draft in 1998, a second draft in 2002, and the final version in 2005. But the document might never have survived had Cardinal Ratzinger not been able to engineer a small editing change, just 7 words in the Catechism of the Catholic Church. The new catechism had been published in various modern languages in 1992, after a wide consultation with bishops and experts around the world. Cardinal Ratzinger was then put in charge of preparing the definitive Latin edition of the text, and he used the opportunity to make more than 100 changes in wording. VSA in the Latin edition was unveiled in 1997, a new concept had been introduced in the section on homosexuality. In its original version, the Catechism stated, "The number of men and women who have deep-seated homosexual tendencies is not negligible. They do not choose their homosexual condition, for most of them it is a trial." The new version read, "The number of men and women who have deep-seated homosexual tendencies is not negligible. This inclination, objectively disordered, is a trial for most of them." The modification marked a significant shift of emphasis in the Church's teaching. The Church had long taught that homosexual acts were intrinsically disordered and always immoral by their very nature. Now it was declaring that the homosexual inclination itself constituted a tendency toward an intrinsic moral evil. That didn't mean that same-sex attraction was sinful, but that it could never lead to anything good. And despite protests to the contrary by theologians, the term seemed to imply that homosexuals were defective in the eyes of God. 8 years later, the Catechism's wording change became the basis for the Church's ban on gay priests. What many people wondered was how the Vatican could realistically enforce its new rule, or whether it really wanted to. An Italian colleague from Rai TV voiced a common reaction when he snickered and told me, "This document will be put in a drawer and forgotten." If they really went after gay priests, they'd empty out half the Vatican. Priestly celibacy falls into one of those gray areas of church teaching, less than a dogma but more than a tradition. It has become, however, a flagship issue of recent popes and their advisors, a principle that's been staunchly defended despite the global priest shortage and the fact that many clergy have trouble leading celibate lives. The more celibacy has come under question, the more the Roman Curia has closed ranks, making it an unofficial litmus test of loyalty. This position may seem strange, given that the Catholic Church already does have married priests, thousands of them, fully functioning and happily sharing the connubial bed with a spouse. Most are clergy of the Eastern Catholic rites, which have been allowed to keep not only their particular liturgical customs but their tradition of a married priesthood. These men live and work in many countries, including the United States and, of course, Rome. The Eastern rites, however, represent a minority in the Church, and Rome has made it clear that the practice of married priests is tolerated as an exception to the rule because of historical peculiarities. Yet that argument has been undermined in recent years, as the Vatican has allowed former Anglican priests who are married to be ordained as Catholic priests in the Latin Rite. In effect, despite rhetorical flourishes in favor of celibacy, the Vatican itself has been re-establishing the married priesthood in the Western Church over the years. Some Catholic leaders, including bishops, have spoken out on the celibacy issue, pushing for wider change. Almost always they are brought to heel, and in some cases their ecclesial careers have run aground. In 2006, Brazilian Cardinal Claudio Hummes was one of Pope Benedict's more surprising choices for a top Vatican post. A Franciscan known for his social justice activity, Hummes was head of the immense São Paulo Archdiocese when Benedict picked him as prefect of the Congregation for the Clergy. The appointment shocked the Pope's conservative friends. Hummes had for years been a strong supporter of Brazilian labor unions, which is how he became friends with union boss and later Brazil's leftist president Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. To many in the Roman Curia, that association alone made Cardinal Hummes suspect now, at the relatively advanced age of 71, he would be coming to Rome to oversee policies for the world's 400,000 priests. The appointment was widely seen as a move to bring a moderate Latin American voice into the Roman Curia. In early December, shortly before Cardinal Hummes was due to arrive at the Vatican, a Brazilian newspaper published an interview in which he carefully staked out a more liberal position on married priests. Even though celibacy is part of Catholic history and culture, the Church could review this question, because celibacy is not a dogma but a disciplinary question, he explained. He characterized the modern shortage of priests as a real challenge and said that in response the Church should not be immobile. The first step, he said, would be to discuss whether it is necessary to review the norms on celibacy. By the time the interview landed on the desk of the Vatican's Secretary of State, Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone, Cardinal Hummes was already en route to Rome. Major Italian newspapers had picked up the story overnight and were suggesting that Benedict's new appointee was about to steer the Church toward a historical shift on celibacy. Cardinal Bertone and his top aides were alarmed. What Hummes had said was impeccable on a doctrinal level, but it went against Vatican policy. Only a month earlier, after Zambian Archbishop Emmanuel Mailingo had ordained 4 married men as bishops against papal orders, the Pope had convened top Vatican department heads to strongly reaffirm priestly celibacy. Hummes was now publicly embarrassing the Roman Curia. I discovered from a usual round of sources that the Brazilian cardinal was already persona non grata in some Vatican quarters. When I learned that Hummes's plane was supposed to land in Rome that morning, I phoned over to the Domus Sancti Marthi, the Vatican's guest house, and asked in my best clerical voice if Sua Eminenza had arrived. A woman receptionist responded, "Not yet." "Is this the Secretary of State again?" I said nothing. "He knows he's supposed to call you as soon as he gets here," she continued. "Okay," I said. The man was clearly in hot water. A few hours later, having arrived in Rome, Cardinal Hummes was forced to issue what was essentially a retraction. His statement, distributed at the Vatican press office, declared that priestly celibacy was an ancient value in the Church and was not up for discussion. It is based on a consolidated tradition and strong theological, spiritual, and practical pastoral arguments that have also been backed up by popes, the statement said. Hummes noted that most bishops at the 2005 Synod of Bishops had determined that relaxing the celibacy rule would not resolve the problem of priest shortages, and concluded, "This question is therefore not presently on the agenda of Church authorities." I had never before witnessed such a public arm-twisting by the Roman Curia. Welcome to Rome, Cardinal Hummes. 2 months later a full-page article appeared in El Osservatore Romano under the headline, "The Importance of Priestly Celibacy." Priestly celibacy is a precious gift of Christ to his Church, a gift that must continually be meditated upon and strengthened, especially in the deeply secularized modern world, it affirmed. The author was Cardinal Claudio Hummes. For Vatican officials, one of the most deeply resented arguments against priestly celibacy is that it tends to screen out emotionally healthy candidates. During the wave of priestly sex abuse disclosures in 2010, Pope Benedict repeatedly had to confront the issue head-on, insisting that celibacy was a sacrifice that configured a priest to Christ, not a warning sign of sexual perversion. In his Light of the World interview with Peter Seewald later that year, the Pope expanded his thoughts on the subject. In particular, he took aim at homosexuality in the priesthood, calling it one of the miseries of the Church and expressing the hope that gay priests must at least try not to express this inclination actively. Homosexuality is incompatible with the priestly vocation. Otherwise, celibacy itself would lose its meaning as a renunciation. It would be extremely dangerous if celibacy became a sort of pretext for bringing people into the priesthood who don't want to get married anyway, the Pope said. He defended the Vatican's 2005 document against ordaining homosexuals. It was important to select priestly candidates very carefully, he said, to head off a situation where the celibacy of priests would practically end up being identified with a tendency to homosexuality. Never before had a Vatican official voiced so bluntly what so many of them feared privately, that the priesthood was turning into a gay ghetto. In 2007, Italian TV viewers were treated to an unusual episode of the equivalent of Candid Camera inside the Vatican. The network LA7 was broadcasting a special on gay priests, using footage obtained with a hidden video camera. This particular segment showed a young man going to an appointment with a Vatican Monsignor, who welcomed him into his Roman Curia office. The faces were blurred beyond recognition and the voices distorted, but it was clear that the priest was coming on to the young man. At one point the cameras showed the priest with his hand on the back of the youth's leg. They spoke briefly about sadomasochism. "You're cute. You're too cute," the priest said, sitting down next to him on a couch. "Thank you. But you're about to commit something with me that is a sin in the eyes of God," the young man replied. "No, I don't consider it a sin," the priest said, unsuspecting that he was being set up. When the youth questioned how an ordained minister could ignore the Church's rules on homosexuality, the priest responded curtly, "We're not going to do anything because you have too many limitations." He then asked the young man to leave the building and to be careful on the way out. "Now I'm going to put you in the elevator. If someone stops you, don't say anything to anyone, okay? If you want, call me or send me a message," the Monsignor said. Then he added the phrase "Quanto sei bibino," slang perhaps best rendered in English as "you're so hot." Several Vatican officials were watching the program with interest, and the phone calls began immediately after it aired. One bishop recognized the office in the video clip and the white couch on which the youth was sprawled as that of Monsignor Tommaso Stanico, a section chief at the Congregation for the Clergy. Stanico was a handsome priest, 60 years old but looking younger, and a familiar face to viewers of the Catholic TV station Telepace, where he sermonized regularly. Now his photo was plastered over the front pages of Italian newspapers under the headline "Gay Encounter Inside the Vatican." Stanico had also been a regular contributor to the conservative Catholic website Petrus, and the site's director became the first to denounce the priest, saying it was scandalous, shameful, ignoble, blasphemous, and demonic that a priest would attempt to have sexual relations at the Vatican, where St. Peter was martyred. When I spoke privately with Vatican officials about Stanico, I found little sympathy for the man. He was derided as vain and imprudent, someone who had besmirched the Roman Curia by not being careful enough. Monsignor Stanico's defense was feeble even by Vatican standards. He said he was the victim of a trap, which was true enough, in a sense, but then added that he had posed as a homosexual only to gain information and not to engage in gay sex. He claimed he had long been suspicious of a gay campaign to manipulate priests with homosexual tendencies, so he decided to use his training as a psychologist to investigate, posing as a thief among thieves in the homosexual world. In this manner I discovered that it is true. There really is a diabolical plan by groups of Satanists who target priests, he said. No one at the Vatican bought it. The Vatican spokesman, Father Federico Lombardi, soon announced that Stanico had been suspended from his Vatican position and that his case would be treated with severity and determination. Stanico portrayed himself as a martyr. "I'm on the cross," together with Jesus Christ. But a few days later the Italian magazine Panorama reported that Stanico had taken out an insurance policy of sorts. He had prepared a detailed dossier of every homosexual cleric at the Vatican, including high officials of the Roman Curia. Stanico was said to have outlined his information in a letter that was making the Vatican tremble. The Stanico scandal got a great deal of attention in conservative blogs like Razzaeli, which was widely read inside and outside the Vatican. It is unavoidable to conclude that the Vatican is infested with active homosexuals who are only suspended from their functions when they are arrested with transsexual male prostitutes, or found looking at homosexual pornography websites, or shown on national television as they bring their dates to their Vatican offices, the blog lamented. The case of Monsignor Cesare Bergazzi, an official at the Secretariat of State, was another embarrassment for the Vatican, all the more because Bergazzi had for years also served as a ceremoniere in St. Peter's, standing on the altar with the Pope. According to the newspaper La Repubblica, in May 2006 the 48-year-old priest was approached by plainclothes police as he cruised an area of Rome notorious for transsexual prostitution. It was after midnight, and his priest's collar, police said, had been tossed into the back seat of his Ford Focus. The Monsignor, either alarmed at being found out or, as he later told a court, frightened by the approach of unidentified men, rammed the police car and fled the scene. After a 20-minute chase during which Bergazzi hit 2 more police vehicles, he was finally stopped. 3 policemen suffered minor injuries when they had to subdue the prelate with force. In this case, the Vatican responded at first by denying the story. A statement calling the article a complete fabrication was posted on the Vatican website. That statement was removed several days later and never reappeared. Bergazzi was not charged with soliciting prostitution but with resisting and injuring the police officers and damaging the cars. A prosecutor wanted to send him to prison for a year and a half. It took the Italian court 3 years to process the case, and in the end it acquitted Bergazzi on the grounds that the facts do not constitute a crime. A church official said Monsignor Bergazzi's Calvary had ended with his honor restored. 2 years later, in November 2011, Pope Benedict promoted Bergazzi to the position of section chief in the Secretariat of State. The many gay priests who worked in the Roman Curia were distressed at public indiscretions precisely because this recklessness drew unwanted attention to the issue of homosexuality. Their motto was the Latin proverb si non caste, saltum caut lf, not with chastity, at least with caution. The Vatican's tendency to protect its own provided a safe haven for all kinds of behavior, but landing in the police blotter was asking for trouble to say the least. It fed the growing public perception that the Vatican preached one thing and practiced another. Many the backlash that followed publication of a tell-all book in 1999 that had been read, with relish or alarm, by nearly every priest who worked at the Holy See. Titled Via Col Vento in Vaticano, Gone with the Wind in the Vatican, it recounted in tantalizing detail tales of corruption, careerism, and homosexual scandal inside Vatican offices, often with telltale clues about the identities of protagonists. The author was given as I Milnori, or the Millennialists, but insiders soon figured out that was probably an anagram for Marinelli. In fact, even as the book was selling out its 100,000-copy first print run, Monsignor Luigi Marinelli, a retired and somewhat embittered Curia official, admitted that he was one of the authors and defended the work, saying it was healthy for the Church to own up to its failings. Disciplinary proceedings were immediately brought against Marinelli, adding to the widespread opinion that the Vatican would pursue anyone who dared tell the truth about its less savory secrets. One of the book's chapters, The Javelin of Homosexuality, claimed that a predilection for young men was a subtle but near constant factor in the typical Vatican superior's relationship with his staff of priests. Homosexual favors were a sure way to quickly climb the Vatican career ladder, it asserted. The chapter also compared the situation within the Vatican walls to the biblical description of a divine punishment of Israel, and he will give them child princes and the effeminate will rule over them. Monsignor Marinelli had worked in the Roman Curia for 45 years, but he quickly became an untouchable. He was summoned to a hearing at a Vatican court but refused to attend. He confirmed to reporters that not only was everything in his book true, but his team of authors had decided to leave out the most salacious episodes. Marinelli said 80% of the Roman Curia officials and staff were good people, but 20% were greedy, vile, and morally deficient, and they were the ones who seemed to rise to the top. The Vatican court ordered the sequestering of the book and prohibited its translation, a move that was ignored by the Italian publisher and that, inevitably, only boosted sales. Meanwhile, church authorities were quietly considering suspending Marinelli from his priestly ministry. He left his apartment near the Vatican and returned to his hometown of Cerignola in southern Italy. As it turned out, the prelate was dying of cancer. When he passed away the following year, his family requested a funeral in the Lille Cathedral, but it was refused for scheduling problems. In March 2010, the Vatican was shaken by Italian press reports that a Nigerian member of a Vatican choir had arranged multiple encounters with male prostitutes for Angelo Balducci, a papal gentleman. Papal gentlemen are supposedly professional men of high moral standing who serve as ceremonial ushers in their spare time. In fact, the office was routinely handed out to the political and business friends of powerful prelates at the Vatican Secretariat of State. Balducci, a former executive who had recently come under investigation in an Italian corruption inquiry, was said to have discussed the gay liaisons in wiretapped conversations, and the transcripts ended up in a Rome newspaper. Balducci was immediately suspended from his duties at the Vatican, and the Nigerian chorister was also dismissed. A few months later, another Vatican sex scandal erupted when Panorama ran a long investigative report on gay priests. Under the headline "Le Notte Brave dei Preti Gay*", The Wild Nights of the Gay Priests, the magazine recounted the sexual exploits of 3 priests who frequented gay clubs, slept with casual acquaintances, joined online gay chats, and paraded around half-naked in their priestly vestments. A hidden camera recorded video of the activities, including dirty dancing with some well-oiled male escorts. One of the priests asserted that 98% of his priest friends were gay and said that only an intransigent wing of the church refused to acknowledge and accept this fact. Predictably, blogs and other media quickly picked the story up, asking, "Are 98% of Vatican priests gay?" That got the Vatican's attention. The Pope is, after all, head of the Diocese of Rome, and this report made a mockery of the city's clergy. The day the article appeared, the Rome Diocese put out a statement that, in effect, invited actively gay priests to leave the priesthood and stop embarrassing the church. They should know that no one is forcing them to remain priests. Consistency demands they should come out into the open, the statement declared, adding that those leading such a double life should never have been ordained. The Diocese of Rome could not refrain from attacking Panorama, too. The magazine was engaging in a campaign to defame all priests and discredit the church, the diocese argued. It did not escape the attention of Vatican officials that Panorama belonged to the media empire of Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi. For them, the article had the telltale signs of payback. In the summer of 2009, the government of Silvio Berlusconi was under fire. The 72-year-old premier, hair plugged and face lifted, had a soft spot for young women, to no one's particular surprise. But when he presented an aspiring lingerie model, Noemi Letizia, with a gold and diamond necklace on her 18th birthday, it began to look unseemly even in the eyes of the very tolerant Italian public. Then it came out that paid escorts furnished by an underworld figure routinely adorned Berlusconi's dinners and parties, and sometimes spent the night with him. The Prime Minister blandly defended himself by saying, "Italy has a lot of beautiful girls, and I'm no saint." It was a line that seemed to resonate with a significant percentage of Italian men, but not with Berlusconi's wife, Veronica, who announced she was divorcing him and suggested he was suffering from sex addiction. VVN magazines published photographs of nude men and women at Berlusconi's pool, including an older gent sporting an erection. The whole thing began to resemble something between a soap opera and Satyricon. As the scandal built, Avvenire, the newspaper of the Italian Bishops' Conference, began to criticize Berlusconi in comments penned by the newspaper's editor, Dino Boffo, raising eyebrows at the Vatican. The Vatican and Italian church leaders, as well as the Vatican newspaper, had been keeping a prudent silence on the matter, knowing that Berlusconi's center-right coalition was an ally on issues like aid to private schools, the morning after pill and same-sex marriage. Vatican Secretary of State Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone was the architect of this see-no-evil policy, and in late summer he decided to invite Berlusconi to a meeting and dinner in Aquila, to celebrate the city's traditional Feast of Forgiveness. While it offered the perfect setting for a rehabilitation of Berlusconi's image in the eyes of the church hierarchy, it left some Catholics disgusted with the Vatican. Vito Mancuso, a leftist theologian, wrote in La Repubblica that Cardinal Bertone preferred to dine at the table of Herod instead of denouncing his sins. He added that while the Vatican consistently railed against postmodern nihilism, it seemed incapable of condemning it in practice. The forgiveness dinner was abruptly cancelled, however, when the morning newspapers arrived on Cardinal Bertone's desk. The lead headline in 11 Journal, owned by Berlusconi's brother, read, "Sexual incident of Avvenire director, supermoralist is charged with harassment." The story was a personal attack on Dino Boffo, claiming he was a homosexual who had been fined by a court a few years earlier for making harassing phone calls to the wife of the man who was his lover. The newspaper, edited by Berlusconi loyalist Vittorio Feltri, kept up its campaign for days on end, calling Boffo and his defenders hypocritical liars. Boffo represented the church's hierarchy in the Italian media, and such an attack was unprecedented. It was also effective. While the Vatican and bishops rallied round Boffo and condemned Feltri and 11 Journal, the man in the street figured there must have been something to the story. After all, a court had ruled against Boffo, and although the court records were confidential, Boffo could have chosen to disclose them but didn't. Meanwhile, 11 Journal stepped up its attacks, now denouncing the duplicity of church figures with weak flesh who preached sexual morality but couldn't keep their own lives in order. A week later Boffo resigned, and 11 Journal chanted victory. The Vatican quietly began trying to patch things up with Berlusconi's government, and Berlusconi went back to his young women and his parties. In the eyes of the public, it was just one more example of Vatican hypocrisy. As one commentator put it, the episode seemed to prove the old adage that, the more rigid the moral pronouncements, the more faults one is hiding. The Vatican had been dragged into a political street fight, one that it never wanted, and even Pope Benedict was ultimately drawn into the scuffle. In a staged move designed to demonstrate the Pope's concern, he was briefed on the incident in a phone call with Cardinal Angelo Bagnasco, the president of the Italian Bishops' Conference. 11 Journal got in a parting shot that was remarkable in its tone of derision toward the Vatican, a front-page commentary titled, "If I were Pope I'd tell my aides, no more hypocrisy about sex." The article, mocking Pope Benedict's academic approach to sexual matters as well as his German accent, proposed a papal speech in which the pontiff might set aside the pastoral documents that explain the principles of love and that distinguish wisely eros and agape, and instead enter into the scabrous material of sexuality. It accused the Church and its ministers of trafficking in sex for centuries and said the priestly pedophilia cases were just the most recent examples. The article's basic contention was that the Church's own performance demonstrated why it would always fail to enforce its teachings on sexual morality. The article concluded by affirming that the true Catholic is neither a Puritan nor a sexophobe. He is a realist and shows indulgence with sins of the flesh. The Boffo affair appeared to end there, but 5 months later it resurfaced in a way that caused even more tremors inside the Vatican. At the Ristorante de Berti in Milan, over plates of ossobuco con risotto, Vittorio Feltri and Dino Boffo met one afternoon and enjoyed an amiable lunch together. During the meal Feltri apologized to Boffo. He had learned, he said, that his newspaper's attack on the Avvenire editor was based on false documentation. But Feltri had something else to get off his chest, and indeed this was the real reason he had invited Boffo to lunch. The false dossier, he said, had been hand-delivered to him by a Vatican official who was beyond suspicion. In other words, the bringing down of Boffo had been an inside job, a Vatican plot that, in its deviousness, was worthy of the notorious Borgia papacy. Fultri then went public with his apology, insisting that it had been the Vatican that had set up Boffo and himself. He hammered on his theme, dropping hints about who the Vatican emissary might be, until he had all but named the two prime suspects, Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone, the Vatican Secretary of State, and Gian Maria Vian, the editor of El Osservatore Romano. According to scenarios reconstructed with delight by Italian papers, Bertone and his sidekick Vian had singled out Boffo as a way to weaken Cardinal Camillo Ruini, who had appointed Boffo and remained his protector. All this was supposedly part of a grand plan by Bertone to assume control of the Italian Bishops' Conference. The Vatican finally reacted to the sniping. A statement issued by Bertone himself called the accusations baseless, but by then the impression in most people's minds was that the whole episode was part of a secret war in the Church's hierarchy. Italians tend to prefer intrigue over innocence any day, and they gave little credence to the Vatican's proclamation that Pope Benedict had taken a personal interest in the case and that he viewed the scandal as an attack on the papacy. This was clearly an Italian turf battle, and the German Pope was probably irritated but not terribly troubled over it. A Monsignor with decades of experience in the Vatican offered me 3 impressions of the matter. First, if Pope Benedict really was devoting any time to this kind of Italian mudslinging, then something was wrong with the Universal Church. Second, the Italian cardinals had come off as virtual mafiosi, and had probably ruined their chances in the next conclave. Third, the Vatican's political skills had clearly been slipping, because politics in the modern age depends as much on media's savvy as backroom maneuvering. I found myself in agreement, and then bounced a final thought off my source. I found it curious, I told him, that neither the Italian media nor the public seemed to take a great interest in the sexual aspect of this scandal. In the United States there would have been endless poring over the lurid details. But in this case, despite accusations involving call girls and naked parties and homosexual affairs, even the Vatican seemed to view the key dynamic as more about power than sex. The Monsignor laughed at my naivete. My friend, for the Vatican, sex is always about power. Chapter 10 The Real Benedict. The first thing I noticed was the twitching leg. It was dark backstage, but I could make out the slight figure standing at the edge of the platform. He wore a black suit with a white stripe running down the side, and his right leg was jerking up and down involuntarily. It had to be Dylan. And he must be nervous, I thought. Singing for the Pope was not an everyday thing. A few moments later Bob Dylan and his band took the stage, and ripped into Knockin' on Heaven's Door. A roar went up from the vast fairgrounds in Bologna where more than 350,000 young people got to their feet. They had come not only to hear Dylan and the assorted rock bands that performed that evening but to witness an encounter of 2 cultural icons. Pope John Paul XI sat in an alcove on the right of the stage, chin in hand, listening as Dylan segued into A Hard Rain's A Gonna Fall and closed with Forever Young. Then Dylan walked over to the Pope, beige cowboy hat in hand, and after nearly tripping over a step bowed and shook the Polish pontiff's hand. The Pope spoke into Dylan's ear and smiled. In the press perch, I sat next to Phil Pullella of Reuters and watched all this in a state of awe. It was 1997, and both John Paul and Dylan seemed genuinely moved. The entire event sounded like something a PR agent might dream up but would never come to pass. Dylan, the born-again minstrel who was just recovering from a near-fatal illness, performing at a Eucharistic Congress where a giant cross dominated the stage, the Pope then offering a verbal riff on Blowin' in the Wind, using the lyrics to evoke the action of the Holy Spirit. The concert, broadcast live by Italian state television, was hailed by just about everyone. Church organizers were ecstatic. It had pushed the limits of John Paul IL's interaction with popular culture, but in the end it worked. What better way to connect with young people today? There was one strongly dissenting voice at the Vatican, though. Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, the Vatican's doctrinal watchdog, let it be known that he thought letting an increasingly frail and ailing Pope share the stage with a group of rock and pop stars was a bad idea. Ratzinger argued that Dylan and his musical confreres had a completely different message than the Pope. They were false prophets, and showcasing them at a Eucharistic Congress was the ultimate folly. When Cardinal Ratzinger was elected to succeed John Paul 8 years later, I remembered this episode, minor in itself, but a clue to reading the mindset of the new pope. For years I had figured that Ratzinger, a piano-playing Mozart aficionado, simply didn't like modern music. But as I watched Pope Benedict operate, I realized that his views were more complicated than that. To Benedict, Dylan was the quintessential of the 1960s protest movement, with an anti-authoritarian bent that made him dangerous. He represented an open challenge to the old order of things. And while some of Dylan's songs may have been inspired by Christianity and the Bible, this type of music lacked the gravitas of a requiem or even a decent liturgical hymn. It was artistic, but it didn't harmonize with tradition. Ergo, it wasn't to be trusted. As became increasingly apparent after his election, this perspective on popular culture was typical of Pope Benedict. He felt safe only within a very circumscribed ecclesial environment, the sheltered realm of faith and church. Outside those borders, there were no real answers, and nothing really to be learned. To Benedict, the outside world was full of impurities and illusions that, unfortunately, had seeped into some sectors of the Catholic Church. And although he would never have said it aloud, part of the reason had been Pope John Paul's penchant for reaching out and making connections with people who had little to do with the faith: journalists and sports heroes, Aboriginal dancers, and rock stars. It bought the church publicity, but at what price? With Benedict, the era of slumming with the stars would come to an end. The Vatican's annual Christmas concert was one of those crossover events that, in Pope Benedict's view, had brought the church more harm than good. For 13 years pop and rock stars had been coming to the Vatican to perform in a benefit and share the limelight with Pope John Paul. Past luminaries had included Whitney Houston, Dionne Warwick, Gloria Gaynor, John Denver, Tom Jones, and Lionel Richie. B.B. King had even given the Polish Pope one of his electric guitars. It was primarily a feel-good event, though there had been occasional controversies. In 2003, the American singer Lauryn Hill had stunned the concert audience when she asked church leaders to repent for the abuse of children by priests. The Vatican dismissed her impromptu outburst as a sour note. In late 2005, as Pope Benedict prepared to host his first Christmas concert, organizers received word that Brazilian singer Daniela Mercury might use her Vatican slot to promote the use of condoms against AIDS. She was immediately dropped from the program. When Benedict learned of the controversy, he decided not to meet with any of the concert performers that year. It just wasn't worth the trouble. The following year the concert was discontinued altogether. It was a small step in Benedict's great program for the church, a program that might be summed up in a single word: decontamination. As often happens on days when reporters find their stories aren't getting any play and TV correspondents are told not to bother with any stand-ups, the mood in the Munich press center was turning unpleasant. It was day 3 of Pope Benedict's homecoming visit to Bavaria in 2006, and the trip had already dropped off the media radar. Victor Simpson, the AP reporter who had covered papal trips since the early days of John Paul XI, coaxed me outside, where he was taking a cigarette break. We both observed that this visit was not generating much interest. "And you know why?" Victor said. "No emotion. I mean, he comes back to his roots and nothing. He acts like he's going through the motions." Earlier in the day I had stood and listened to Benedict address the crowd at the picturesque Marian Sanctuary in Altauting, a place he had visited frequently as a child, though he didn't even mention that fact. When the Pope walked past the house where he was born in Martle am Inn, he barely looked at it, seemingly eager to get through the afternoon schedule. The photographers and camera operators who had waited hours outside the house for a poignant visual came away empty-handed. It was not much better for us print people, desperate for a storyline. When we spied Austrian Cardinal Christoph Schönborn standing on the sidelines, we quickly descended on him and asked why Pope Benedict was so intent on depersonalizing the papacy. Schönborn, who had known Ratzinger for 33 years, told us that he had characteristically been very discreet about his personal feelings. He always at what is behind the apparent and the emotional for something deeper, Schonborn explained. That may have been true, but it didn't help us much. This was a pope who didn't feel obligated to emote in public, and whose speeches and sermons in Bavaria were as flat as stale beer. The most revealing biographical information about Pope Benedict came from the Pope himself in Salt of the Earth, a book-length interview he gave to Peter Seewald in 1996. Rereading its pages in Munich, I realized that Joseph Ratzinger had been shut off from the world at a very early age. He was an altar boy along with his older brother, George, and after receiving communion from a cardinal one day he announced that he wanted to be a cardinal, too. On the other hand, as George Ratzinger recalled, after they watched a man painting the walls of their house, Joseph had said he wanted to be a house painter. His vocation was determined in 1939 when, with war impending, both boys were enrolled in Amina Seminary. Joseph was 12 years old then and, except for a brief stint in the army, from that moment the church was his entire life. Even in the seminary young Joseph had a tendency to seclude himself. He found it hard to study in a room full of 60 students. As one of the smallest and weakest boys in the class, he especially hated the 2 hours of sports each day, which he described as true torture. His best friends were his books, and his academic ability soon earned him the degree of privacy he sought. After ordination in 1951, he pursued advanced studies in theology and philosophy and began a career as a professor. He thrived within the walls of academia, but in the late 1960s the student unrest that spread across Europe turned this intellectual sanctuary into a battleground. Ratzinger was on the Catholic theology faculty at the University of Tübingen, where he witnessed increasing Marxist influence and radicalization, culminating in the protests and riots of spring 1968. By all accounts that experience gave his worldview a permanent shift to the right. The radical movement and the growing disrespect for authority among his students confirmed to Ratzinger that even in the university's theological faculties, the faith was in jeopardy of ideological distortion. Tübingen was no longer a safe environment, and in 1969 he took a teaching position at the much smaller and less prestigious University of Regensburg, where he eventually became vice president and served as a theological advisor to the German Bishops' Conference. Then he was named Archbishop of Munich in 1977. He had had virtually no experience as a pastor. His appointment as head of the Vatican's doctrinal congregation in 1982 took him even further away from the day-to-day reality of most Catholics. This was a man who had found a refuge in the Church from social conflict, criticism, and doubt. Unlike John Paul XI, who had had experience as a factory worker, an actor, a poet, and a university student, and who had fought continual political battles as a bishop under communism, Benedict shied away from the world. To him it was a dangerous place. During the Bavaria trip, the venues and program of events highlighted the stages of the Pope's ecclesial and academic career, but little else. Prayer followed prayer, and the most exciting item on the agenda was the blessing of a new church organ. It was like being in a pious bubble for 6 days, untouched by the surrounding social and political and economic reality. As a result, Pope Benedict seemed ever more two-dimensional. Major international wire services could not keep dispatching reports about prayers to Mary. My colleagues were already under pressure to justify the time and expense involved in covering this trip. And now their editors were cutting their stories down to briefs. In an era of failing newspapers, this was an unforgivable waste of journalistic resources. Even the celebrity status of the Pope, which should have guaranteed his place on the rotating roster of newsmakers, was in jeopardy, a topic that came up that evening at dinner, when the talk turned to the Pope's dismal performance on his homecoming tour. At the table were Victor Simpson, Phil Pollella, ABC's Phoebe Nathanson, Ian Fisher of the New York Times, and Andreas English, the Bild reporter who seemed to know everything about Benedict. In the consensus view at the table, the Pope's media problem was that he hadn't defined himself, a failure that had handicapped reporters tremendously. To sell the Pope as a story, he had to have a persona, good or bad, but a figure with global impact. From the day of his election, the media had been searching for a Benedict persona, but nothing had stuck. The Pope had immediately shed the Panzer Cardinal image that had attached to him as the Vatican's doctrinal watchdog. Benedict had made it clear that he had a different agenda as Pope, telling one aide, "It was easy to teach the doctrine. Helping a billion people live it is quite another thing." Reporters quickly latched onto the image of Benedict the Gentle, making much of his supposed love of cats, birds, and other animals. We were assured by Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone that, as Cardinal, Benedict not only had fed the stray cats around the Vatican but also had spoken to them, probably in Bavarian dialect. There were even rumors of a big tabby hiding out in the papal apartment, but our sources told us the Pope had no cat, Vatican rules prohibited pets in the papal quarters, and Benedict was no rule breaker. His longtime advisor Ingrid Stampa finally divulged that he'd never kept cats, except for 2 porcelain ones on a bookshelf. Another rumor held that Benedict loved teddy bears. According to George Ratzinger, his brother had a great sensitivity to living creatures, so he was always receiving toy animals for Christmas. His teddy was supposedly his favorite. While taking in the footsteps of Benedict tour in Bavaria, a CNS stringer chatted with Franz Xaver, who had lived next door to the Ratzingers as a young boy. Xaver, who is 9 years younger than Joseph Ratzinger, said that as a teenager the future Pope had a giant teddy bear back then, and he often used it to scare me. Xaver decided one day he'd had enough and left a large hammer outside the Ratzinger house. When Joseph came at me with his teddy bear again, I raced outside and grabbed the hammer. Then we stood, grimly facing each other, me gripping the hammer and him his teddy bear. Eventually we both put down our weapons, and that was the end of that, said Xaver. I love this story, because it made the Pope more human. At the same time, it was becoming clear that Benedict as Saint Francis of Assisi was not going to stick. Benedict the Bold was another short-lived creation of the journalistic imagination. In this version of the German Pope, he would move quickly to undo the liturgical changes of the Second Vatican Council, beginning with restoration of the Tridentine Mass. But although the Pope did lift some restrictions on celebrating the Old Rite and added a few candlesticks to the papal altar, he did not launch a liturgical revolution. And despite early rumors of a Roman Curia temple cleansing, Benedict ended up leaving the vast apparatus of Vatican offices relatively untouched. As rumors of a curial shake-up evaporated, some of his most ardent supporters were left disappointed. They could not have imagined, however, how difficult it would have been even for the Supreme Pontiff to reduce the Vatican bureaucracy. Benedict had discovered the same resistance faced by previous popes. Whenever he suggested a major innovation or radical reform, aides would whisper, "But, Your Holiness, this cannot be done." Eventually he decided that, given his age, any attempt to reshape the Roman Curia simply wasn't worth the effort. Benedict as the Green Pope caught on for a brief spell. This image was primarily based on the installation of solar panels above the Vatican's audience hall, a project Benedict had approved but by no means instigated. Then, in 2007, the U.S. company Planktos and its Hungarian partner came up with a reforestation project that would add to the Pope's green aura. They announced they would create a Vatican climate forest in Hungary, planting enough trees to offset Vatican City's greenhouse gas emissions. Nearly 125,600 oak, white willow, black poplar and wild fruit trees would be planted over the next 18 months along the Tisza River, making the Vatican the first carbon-neutral state in the world. It was good publicity for Planktos and for the Vatican, a win-win situation, Pope Benedict was told. But 3 years later the Vatican discovered that not a single tree had been planted. Planktos had gone out of business, and its Hungarian partner had no intention of following through with the plan. Benedict, meanwhile, had been giving speeches that didn't play particularly well to his new environmental fans, as he made it clear that his vision of human ecology included protection of the unborn and rejection of gay marriage. Quickly and quietly, Benedict was retired from the media's roster of environmental champions. What did seem genuinely high on the Pope's agenda was a teaching mission about the relationship between God and humanity. For reporters, that was another hard sell as news. To make matters worse, Benedict appeared to avoid any current or topical issues. More and more often his talks focused on the spiritual lessons of early church fathers and saints. I noticed that after a few months many of the Vatican beat reporters were no longer showing up in the Sala Stampa. In southern Germany we were getting a typically heavy dose of the Pope's Catholicism 101, the importance of devotional practices. Ancient Bavarian prayers. Saint Augustine. Saint Corbinian. A spiritual explication of his code of when our dinner finally broke up. The prevailing view was that on this trip Benedict had perhaps permanently taken himself out of the news cycle. That assessment would change dramatically a few hours later, when, at 5 a.m., we were handed the papal speeches for day 4 of the trip, which included a major address at the University of Regensburg. Jeff Israeli was excited, and that was something worth noting. At 6:30 a.m. in the Platzlow hotel elevator. We were on our way to breakfast, and Jeff had already schemed ahead to the Regensburg speech. Vivi had caught his eye were the phrases that would soon fuel headlines around the world. He talks about jihad. Look at this, Jeff said, pointing to his underlined text. In Islam you will find things only evil and inhuman. It's a religion spread by the sword. This is gonna piss people off. Jeff, who was covering the trip for Time magazine, fully recognized that Benedict was quoting a medieval critique of Islam, and not exactly endorsing that critique. Still, the Pope had left enough ambiguity to allow people to jump to that conclusion. On a very intellectual level he was taking on Islamic extremists, with language that would almost certainly offend Muslims. As NPR's Sylvia Poggioli remarked, "Come on, he uses the name Mohammed." To be fair, the speech also threw down a finely reasoned challenge to Western secularism, arguing that the crisis of faith and the marginalization of religious values had effectively made it impossible for the West to engage in a real dialogue with Islamic culture. But that part of the speech was just too complex for most news stories. By 8 a.m., when our Volo PayPal bus reached Regensburg, the press center there was buzzing. Reporters had already phoned in alerts to editors for the afternoon speech. We invited Father Federico Lombardi, the Vatican spokesman, to come and explain the Pope's remarks in advance in a sense, offering the Vatican a preemptive defense. But Lombardi seemed disinclined to run interference for Benedict, and commented merely that the Pope did not intend to describe Islam as a violent religion. That did nothing to neutralize the news stories that had already been written at this point, and when the Pope delivered his speech to an audience of German intellectuals, smiling and looking at ease in the safety of academia, reporters hit the send button. In retrospect, Vatican officials would blame the Regensburg incident on a series of unfortunate circumstances. It was Father Lombardi's first foreign trip, and it came during a transition period. Cardinal Angelo Sodano was being replaced by Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone as Secretary of State in a few days, and in the meantime no one was minding the store. Sodano, who had accompanied the Pope to Germany, said he'd had no idea what the speech was about until he listened to the Pope deliver it. No Vatican official, it turned out, had vetted the papal texts for phrases that might provoke misunderstanding or protest. The Vatican's coordinator of dialogue with Muslims, Archbishop Michael Fitzgerald, had been sent off to Cairo as a papal ambassador a few months earlier, and his replacement had not yet been named. The few lower-level aides who had seen the Pope's speeches were apparently too intimidated to say anything. In terms of communications breakdown, it was a perfect storm. Within a few days Benedict's speech had provoked the wrath of Islam, as predicted in the first news reports from Regensburg. Few people had actually read the speech, but most had seen the headlines. Islamic gangs set churches afire in the West Bank. Iranian officials said the Pope was part of a Western conspiracy against Islam. In street protests in Pakistan, Turkey, Indonesia, and India, Benedict was burned in effigy while demonstrators chanted, "Crucify the Pope." Morocco recalled its ambassador to the Vatican, and other countries called for a papal apology. In Iraq, Al-Qaeda groups reportedly promised war against worshippers of the cross. Before the end of the week, an Italian nun would be shot dead in Somalia. On the Pope's return trip to Rome, as the protests were beginning to take shape, the in the press section of his plane was decidedly more lively. We had a major news event on our hands, one that would keep snowballing. And more important, we finally had a papal persona. VS01ILE. Much of the initial coverage from Regensburg had a scolding tone. How could the Pope have failed to anticipate the reaction? The storyline was already shifting. Far from committing a gaffe, Benedict had said what needed to be said to the Islamic world. He had done so deliberately and directly, adopting a less compromising style of dialogue. And in 2 months, he could take that tough new message directly to the Muslim world when he visited Turkey. I was skeptical of Benedict the Crusader, and even before the Turkey trip that image, like so many previous ones, began to unravel. To quell the firestorm, the Pope publicly expressed regret that his words had offended Muslims, emphasizing that he did not share the assessment of Islam that he had quoted. He then invited Muslim leaders to Rome and assured them he was not backtracking on interfaith dialogue. All this was to his credit, as Benedict seemed genuinely humbled to learn that an ill-considered phrase from the lips of the Pope could have life or death consequences in the world outside the Vatican. But fellow journalists were divided on what this ultimately meant. Had Benedict really been that tone-deaf to Muslim sensibilities in Regensburg? Or had he been poking the beast? In the Vatican press office one day, Ian Fisher, the New York Times correspondent, told me he suspected the Pope's modus operandi was passive-aggressive. I could see his point. As a cardinal and then as Pope, Benedict had a history of making provocative comments and then protesting that he had been misunderstood. Other religions were gravely deficient. Protestant communities could not properly be called churches. Catholics were waiting for the moment when Israel will say yes to Christ. Priests should sometimes deny communion to pro-choice politicians. Science can help people see the intelligent design of creation. In each of these instances, the Pope or some representative had been forced to explain and downplay his words in the face of public reaction. The same dynamic was at work now, as one Muslim leader after another held a reconciliation audience with Benedict. Journalists, however, were loath to let go of this new image of a cultural warrior, a man who didn't mince words. A week before his trip to Turkey, Benedict appeared on the cover of Time under the headline, "The Pope Confronts Islam." The story proclaimed that, unlike his predecessor, Pope Benedict was a hard-knuckle intellect who was unlikely to clothe himself in a downy banner of brotherhood. For much of the Western media, the stage was set for an interreligious showdown in Turkey. But in Turkey, true to form, Benedict shifted gears. The first surprise came on the plane from Rome, when he told reporters that Turkey was engaged in important changes that brought it closer to Europe, leaving us to wonder whether he was signaling approval of Turkey's bid to join the European Union. A few hours later, in Ankara, after a private meeting with Benedict, Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdoğan said the Pope had told him he supported Turkey's EU membership request. The initial response among Vatican reporters was skepticism. Erdoğan was probably just spinning the Pope for political advantage. But when we asked Lombardi and other Vatican officials, they confirmed that as long as Turkey met EU human rights requirements, the Vatican looked with favor on its membership bid. This was a rather stunning development, and as WikiLeaks cables later demonstrated, one that was being closely tracked by US diplomats. Most Europeans opposed Turkey's entry into the European Union, fearing that a populous Muslim nation with political and cultural ties to the East would permanently alter Europe's cohesiveness. A year before his election, Pope Benedict had famously supported that point of view, observing that, in a cultural sense, Turkey had always represented another continent, in permanent contrast with Europe. When I asked a Vatican diplomatic source what accounted for the about-face, he said simply, in 2004, the Pope was giving his personal opinion. Now he's speaking for the interests of the whole Church. In other words, Benedict the hard-knuckle straight-shooter had adopted the Vatican's diplomatic agenda. In Turkey, the Pope turned down the rhetoric on Islam. He gently made the point that human rights and religious freedom must be the measure for Christian-Muslim relations. But above all, he expressed his deep respect for Muslim believers. The crowning moment came on the third day of the trip, when Benedict made a surprise visit to the Blue Mosque in Istanbul, an event that had, in fact, been planned for some time. The setting was sublime. Built by Sultan Ahmet I in the early 1600s, the Blue Mosque, with 6 minarets and cascading domes, is one of the most famous religious buildings in the world. The Pope entered the carpeted prayer hall after taking off his shoes and donning a pair of white slippers. He seemed genuinely interested as Mustafa Kankal, the Grand Mufti of Istanbul, explained the religious significance of the architecture. Benedict looked up and admired the arabesque designs of the dome. When they came to the mihrab, the carved marble niche that points the way toward Mecca, the Mufti told the pontiff, "In this space everyone stops to pray for 30 seconds, to gain serenity." When the Mufti announced that he was going to pray, Benedict, his arms folded over his pectoral cross, stood next to him and began moving his lips, as the Turkish TV camera zoomed in for a close-up of the two figures. "He's praying," an Italian reporter shouted in the press center. "No. He can't be praying, he's in a mosque," came a protest from the other side of the room. Thus ensued a bitter and very loud debate among the journalists, settled a few minutes later when our pool reporter, Serena Sartini, returned from the mosque with a papal quote. "The two men had turned away from the mihrab," she said. She clearly heard the Pope tell the Mufti, "Thank you for this moment of prayer." To top it off, the pool reporter told us, the Pope had received a gift from the Mufti before leaving the mosque, a ceramic tile inscribed with the word Allah, in the form of a dove. As I rewrote the lead of my story, I thought, what a great moment. With one gesture Benedict had defused a religious confrontation and cast off the role of crusader. With a few seconds of prayer he had reminded the world that Christian-Muslim relations cannot be reduced to politics, that God is always part of the equation. An hour later I packed up my laptop and headed to the lounge of the Hilton Hotel, where I passed Jeff Israeli, who shook his head in what looked like grave disappointment. The journalists holding court in the bar had already passed sentence. The Pope had wimped out. Instead of challenging the Muslims on their home turf, Benedict had turned the other cheek. And frankly, he had tried their patience. Once again, he had backed away from the persona that he, after all, had created. Someone who keeps walking off the stage was not going to get good reviews from this audience. Ian Fisher broached the topic directly a few days later in a New York Times story that began, "Has the Pope gone wobbly?" The lightning rod issue when discussing the real Benedict is priestly sex abuse. To his supporters, the Pope has been the Vatican's quiet voice of conscience, having worked for years behind the scenes to establish new rules that would make it easier to defrock abusive priests. To critics, Benedict has been part of the problem, dutifully expressing moral outrage but failing to follow through where it really counts, i.e., firing bishops who cover up these crimes and dispelling the climate of clerical privilege that allows them to happen. A weak John Paul XI died in 2005, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger delivered a talk that probably earned him the papacy. It was the annual Via Crucis procession at the Rome Colosseum, and Ratzinger was standing in for the ailing Pope, pronouncing a meditation at each of the 14 stations. Reporters received the text early, and it read like a prophetic warning: how much filth there is in the church, and even among those who, in the priesthood, ought to belong entirely to him. Lord, your church often seems like a boat about to sink, a boat taking in water on every side. To insiders it looked as if Ratzinger was setting an important marker. If elected Pope, he would conduct a much-needed house cleaning. This was a man who, as head of the Vatican's doctrinal congregation, had actually read the case files of the worst sex abuse cases. He had been outraged, we were assured, and would take action. And as Pope, he did take action. But it seemed to lack the sense of urgency felt outside the walls of the Vatican. His painstakingly slow investigation of Legionaries of Christ founder Marshal Maciel de Gaulle was a prime example. By the time the Church determined that Maciel had abused seminarians, fathered children, and paid off Vatican officials, the man was dead and buried. Benedict's methodology was patience, and his primary objective was to protect the institutional Church. In 2010, an avalanche of new sex abuse disclosures surfaced in Ireland, Germany, Belgium, Austria, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. In many ways it reprised the 2002 scandal in the United States. Bishops had moved abusive priests around, failed to act on allegations, and rarely reported crimes to civil authorities. Most of the cases were decades old, but that did not stop the media drumbeat. Increasingly the blame was laid at the doorstep of Pope Benedict. Among the various smoking guns claimed by reporters was the fact that, in the early 1980s, a German priest accused of sexually abusing a child had been allowed to return to pastoral work in the Archdiocese of Munich when it was headed by Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger. The Vatican's defense was that Cardinal Ratzinger hadn't been aware of the priest's reassignment. The decision had been made by a subordinate, who publicly assumed all responsibility. There were hundreds of priests in the Munich Archdiocese, church sources said, and the future pope couldn't be expected to keep track of them all. To most of us in the Vatican press room, that seemed reasonable, if perhaps compromised by Benedict's own recent exhortation to Irish bishops to always be attentive to the spiritual and moral lives of each one of your priests. Like other reporters, I wrote story after story on the new wave of sex abuse revelations. Most of the attention focused on old correspondence, archived letters, and memos made available by U.S. lawyers involved in abuse lawsuits. For the lawyers, finding a trail of responsibility that led all the way to the Pope would bolster the argument that the Vatican itself should be held liable for the damage done to their clients. For the media, it launched another version of the real Benedict, this time cast in the role of hypocrite. When it came to abusive priests, he spoke firmly in public but eventually gave priority to the Church's corporate interests. Much was made of the fact that, under Benedict, the Vatican still did not support mandatory reporting of all suspected cases of sexual abuse to civil authorities, unless required by law. The Vatican's argument was that making bishops and priests reporting agents for the state would undermine the confidentiality necessary to their pastoral role. Church officials pointed out that other professionals, including doctors and teachers, had similar reservations about mandatory reporting. Nevertheless, in the court of public opinion, this policy now weighed heavily against Benedict and his aides. A Pew Research Center study found that the Pope's approval ratings in the United States had plummeted. In April of 2010, only 12% of respondents thought that Benedict had done an excellent or good job in addressing the sex abuse scandal, a drop from 39% 2 years earlier. No evidence was ever found, however, to suggest the Pope had actively covered up sex abuse crimes. The Vatican, meanwhile, launched an information counteroffensive, publishing previously confidential policy documents and spotlighting decisions made by Benedict, both as Pope and when he was head of the doctrinal congregation. The aim was to demonstrate that, over the previous decade, this Pope had quietly added force to the Church's abuse policies. For one thing, he had convinced Pope John Paul to establish a shortcut method of laicizing abusive priests. But as often happens at the Vatican, this public relations campaign was abruptly derailed by the unorchestrated interventions of two papal loyalists. During Holy Week of 2010, the New York Times published a front-page story reporting that in 1996 then Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger had failed to defrock a Milwaukee priest, Father Lawrence C. Murphy, who had molested as many as 200 deaf boys. Vatican officials were incensed at the article, noting that it was only in 2001 that Cardinal Ratzinger's congregation took over the handling of sex abuse cases. The attempt to attribute this to Pope Benedict, they said, showed how low the Times had sunk. This sense of being victimized by the media apparently inspired Father Raniero Cantalamessa as he prepared his sermon for the Good Friday prayer service in St. Peter's Basilica. For 30 years Father Cantalamessa, a buoyant and bearded Capuchin friar, had served as preacher of the papal household, a job that includes sermonizing to the Pope and Roman Curia officials at various times of the liturgical year. Cantalamessa had long been involved with the charismatic renewal movement, and the gift of the Spirit seemed to pulse through his homilies, which skipped thematically from contemporary music to Old Testament passages to what was on TV the night before. Cantalamessa's freestyle approach to research had occasionally landed him in trouble. Preaching at the Pope's Lenten retreat in 2009, he had reflected on President Obama's continued references to the utopian writings of the medieval mystic Joachim of Fiore, who had prophesied a time when the church would be unnecessary. The problem was, Obama had never actually cited Joachim of Fiore. It was a journalistic hoax that had taken root on the internet. When Cindy Wooden of our office asked Cantalamessa where he had gotten his information, he was painfully candid. Typing Obama Joachim of Fiore into Google produces all of the news on which I based my speech. Now, a year later, he decided to take a Good Friday walk through the sex abuse minefield. His approach was unusual. He suggested that the Catholic Church was being unfairly attacked, and that Jews who know from experience what it means to be victims of collective violence should sympathize. As Benedict and his aides sat expressionless next to the altar of St. Peter's, Cantalamessa then read a letter from a Jewish friend, who said the current criticism of the Pope and other church leaders reminded him of the most shameful aspects of anti-Semitism. With that phrase, the Holocaust alarm bells went off in newsrooms everywhere. The papal preacher seemed to be comparing the programmed extermination of 6 million Jews, who were innocent victims of a racist ideology, to some bad press endured by Catholic Church leaders, who had, in some cases at least, actually covered up sexual abuse by priests. No sooner had the Pope processed out of St. Peter's than Jewish groups around the world were protesting, and many Catholics were shaking their heads in disbelief. Among those surprised by Father Cantalamessa's remarks were officials of the Vatican's Secretariat of State. About an hour after the sermon was delivered, Vatican spokesman Father Lombardi publicly disowned it, stating, "I don't think it's an appropriate comparison." He added that Cantalamessa's opinion was his own, and that his homily was not an official Vatican statement. The last thing the Vatican wanted was to escalate the sex abuse story by offending the Jews. But by the time Lombardi spoke, the story was leading online news tickers. The next day it ran on page 1 of the New York Times and many other newspapers around the world, under headlines such as "Vatican equates criticism on sex abuse with Holocaust." The sermon was seen as evidence that Vatican insensitivity ran so deep and on so many levels that the Pope and his aides were hopelessly disengaged. Pope Benedict, however, had been as blindsided by the Good Friday sermon as everyone else. Strangely unbelievably, to outsiders the papal preacher had neglected to submit his text to anyone at the Vatican before pronouncing it to the Pope and the world. Cantalamessa explained that no one had ever looked at his sermons ahead of time. Essentially, he had an open mic every time he spoke. But even as this episode was fueling more criticism of the Vatican, a small group of cardinals met to devise another public relations maneuver that would backfire. Cardinal Angelo Sodano was upset at the headline in the Saturday edition of One Rome newspaper, "Comparison of attacks on Pope to anti-Semitism sparks outrage." The worst part, for Sodano, was that Lombardi had practically disavowed Cantalamessa. Was it a crime now to defend the Holy Father? Something needed to be said, and Cardinal Sodano, as Dean of the College of Cardinals, a position that gave him some leverage, saw a unique opportunity. He laid out his idea to the other cardinals, who nodded in assent. At the start of Easter Mass the following morning, he would deliver a brief greeting to the Pope. It was an unusual gesture, but Sodano believed he could easily convince Vatican liturgists to make it happen. His talk would a verbal vote of confidence in the Supreme Pontiff, certain to draw applause from the faithful in the square. The Pope needed to know that he had their moral support, no matter what the media were saying. In the Vatican press office the next morning, reporters were mystified but not particularly interested when Cardinal Sodano began to speak. It was raining, and St. Peter's Square was a sea of umbrellas. Sek1 Anno called the Pope the untiring rock of the Holy Church of Christ and thanked him for his strength, courage, and great love. The world's cardinals, bishops, and 400,000 priests who generously serve the people of GCND supported the Pope, Sodano went on. By now Benedict had a wary look, as if he wondered where this was going. "Holy Father, the people of God are with you, and they do not allow themselves to be impressed by the current petty gossip, or by the ordeals that occasionally strike the community of believers," the cardinal declared. The reporters suddenly perked up. Had Sodano just called coverage of the sex abuse scandal petty gossip? Sodano quickly wrapped up his message and walked over to the Pope, who rose and embraced him. Benedict had a faint smile on his face, but he must have been concerned about the wisdom of this ecclesial pep rally. Sodano had not shown the Pope his text beforehand. Once again, Benedict had been in the dark. Catholic News Service had been the only agency in the Vatican press office to record Esichino's Favorino, and soon our booth was crowded with reporters who wanted the exact quotes. The Italians kept repeating the key word, chiacchiericcio, and the Americans were arguing about how best to translate it, petty gossip, idle gossip, or idle chatter. In the end, the exact translation didn't much matter, as its meaning was clear. Cardinal Sodano later exacerbated the situation by telling the Vatican newspaper that the unjust attacks on the Pope were motivated by opposition to church teaching on the family and on human life. Not surprisingly, Sodano's remarks got more news coverage than anything the Pope said that day, leading some to complain that the Vatican couldn't stay on message even at Easter. In the United States, criticism came from all quarters, including some influential conservative Catholics who were frustrated with the Roman Curia's ongoing out-of-touchness, as New York Times columnist Ross Douthat put it. Even more galling was the fact that Cardinal Sodano himself had helped put the Church and the Pope in such a defensive position to begin with. For years Sodano had been the chief Vatican protector of Father Maciel, the disgraced Legion of Christ founder. If new reports published by Jason Berry in the National Catholic Reporter were correct, Sodano was also among those who'd received payments from Maciel in exchange for his favors. Young legionaries, Berry reported, would routinely visit Roman Curia department heads and hand them envelopes full of cash, mafia style. Berry's articles were read by Vatican officials, who began to wonder whether making Sodano dean of the College of Cardinals was another of Pope Benedict's mistakes. If Benedict should die, Sodano would be the one to preside over the funeral and organize the conclave. In effect, he would be the Church's face to the world. The backlash to Cardinal Sodano's petty gossip speech spread through other quarters, too. Diplomats wondered aloud why Benedict allowed himself to be caught unawares by his underlings, and why he didn't grab the reins of authority. The Pope seemed to have lost control of the Roman Curia. A sense of uneasiness percolated through Rome. All of which set the stage for what happened 2 weeks later in Vienna. Cardinal Christoph Schönborn was talking to a small group of newspaper journalists in an informal meeting, i.e., off the record, at least in Schönborn's mind. Asked about the sex abuse scandal, the Cardinal opened fire on Sodano, saying he had deeply offended victims of clerical sex abuse by his petty gossip remark. Moreover, Schönborn said, it was Sodano who in 1995 had blocked a Vatican investigation of the late Cardinal Hans Hermann Groer, Schönborn's predecessor in Vienna, on allegations of sexual abuse of seminarians. Groer was forced to resign as archbishop but never admitted guilt. Sodano had used his influence as Secretary of State to block then Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger from making a formal inquiry into Groer's actions, Schönborn claimed. Cardinal Schönborn's comments were, of course, eventually reported and were viewed with fascination by observers who had never witnessed open warfare among cardinals. Some thought Schönborn was positioning himself as a papabile for the next conclave. More likely, Schönborn was trying to subtly defend his old friend Joseph Ratzinger, underscoring the fact that, under John Paul XI, Ratzinger had tried to aggressively pursue sex abusers but had been thwarted by Roman Curia enablers. But if that was his aim, Schönborn had miscalculated badly. An infuriated Cardinal Sodano went directly to the Pope and convinced him not only to call Schönborn in to clarify the matter, but to make the Austrian cardinal undergo a virtual auto-da-fe and public humiliation. In June of 2010 appeared a remarkable one-page Vatican bulletino that described, in detail, Schönborn's trip to the Wachkirche. First Benedict and Schönborn had a private discussion, and then Cardinal Sodano and Cardinal Bertone were brought in. The Vatican statement was unusually blunt, saying Schönborn had been asked to explain his criticisms of Sodano and he had dutifully expressed his sorrow over the public reaction. It clarified Sodano's use of the term petty gossip, which, according to the Vatican, had been completely misinterpreted as a lack of respect for sex abuse victims. The bottom line was this: it should be remembered that in the Church, when there are accusations against a cardinal, the competence rests solely with the Pope. Others may have an advisory role, always with the proper respect for the person. This was Schonborn's sin: he had broken ranks. One cardinal must never criticize another in public, using the media as his messenger. Cardinal Schonborn left Rome and maintained a prudent silence for months to come. The journalists in the Sola Stampa reported this as yet another effort to muzzle criticism in the Church. Vatican officials spun it differently, citing it as an example of greater transparency. Pope Benedict, they argued, had identified a conflict, brought in the key players and straightened things out and then made it all public. But it wasn't convincing, as hands-on management and disciplining subordinates were simply not Benedict's style. And the supposed urgency he had displayed in neutralizing criticism of a Vatican cardinal was something he had never shown in other matters, including clerical sex abuse cases. As a manager, Benedict was in fact rather passive. He seemed to think time would heal all problems, or perhaps make them irrelevant. The sex abuse scandal had by now affected everything the Pope did, and had become an undercurrent present in every trip he made, every bishop he appointed, every priest he ordained. It had begun to negatively affect church finances, as more and more dioceses declared bankruptcy in the face of lawsuits and as fewer dollars were sent to Rome. It emboldened critics and even some bishops to question the Church's rules on celibacy. It left the Church's core of priests dispirited, and parishioners more and more wary. To his credit, Benedict quietly strengthened the rules for dealing with abusive priests, met with abuse victims in several countries and professed a deep sense of shame at these cases. But his main public response was to declare a vague period of penitence for the entire Church. He spoke increasingly about moral relativism as the root cause of sexual abuse, as if the Church had been infected by changes in the outside world rather than by the structural weaknesses in the Church itself. He failed to acknowledge that the prevailing ecclesial model of authority and secrecy and clericalism had allowed abusive priests to be protected for decades. In short, he had no intention of dismantling the system, and he was convinced the Church could weather the storm with its own resources. He didn't trust civil law, psychological professionals, or least of all the media to provide real answers. True reform would come from prayer and conversion, he kept insisting. It would not come from whistleblowers like Cardinal Schonborn. Benedict's methodology was to protect the institutional Church, the Church that had protected him from the age of 12. By 2011 the real Benedict was beginning to look a little like Charlie Brown, convinced he couldn't win in this world but plugging away regardless, with a demeanor that often seemed either dispirited or wistful. As a concession to the crowds and the cameras, the Pope occasionally forced a smile. He launched what he hoped would be his legacy project, a Vatican agency to promote new evangelization in traditionally Christian countries. The agency played to the Pope's primary theme of rediscovering the rightful place of God in personal life and in society. But Benedict had no illusions about its success, speaking openly about the dominant culture of death, the powerful pull of materialism, the seemingly unbridgeable chasm between rich and poor, and the fact that Catholics in Europe and the Americas were leaving the Church in droves. Benedict appeared resigned to the idea that the Church was condemned to struggle against the cultural mainstream, perhaps as a minority even in places where it had once shaped civilization. The Pope operated with such detachment that one might legitimately have suspected him of having given up hope on the sorry state of earthly affairs. Visiting a Rome parish one day, he probably shocked his listeners when he posed these dark questions. If we look around the modern world, where God is absent, we have to say that it is dominated by fear and uncertainty. Is it good to be a human being or not? Is it good to be alive? In the end, of course, the Pope would always come down on the side of hope and insist that giving up was not a moral option, that Christians were obligated to work to improve this world and, specifically, to engage in acts of charity. If God is love, as he wrote in his first encyclical, then people best share in that love through acts of kindness and self-sacrifice to others. Unsurprisingly, this was a message that barely moved the needle on the journalistic news meter. Although Benedict made occasional symbolic appearances with the needy, it was difficult for people to view him as a living example of charity in action. His aides insisted that the Pope maintained a very simple lifestyle, but the sumptuous setting of every photo or video from the Vatican gave a different impression. Benedict did preside over a poor people's event once a year. In late 2010, when he hosted 350 homeless from the Rome area for a post-Christmas luncheon, he sat at the head table and conversed at length, remarkable for a man who rarely invited guests to lunch or dinner at the papal apartment. Benedict generally preferred to dine alone, and sitting at the table and making small talk was perhaps a form of penitence. He needed his private life for time to think, to pray, and to write, activities best conducted in solitude. In public, the Pope cut back on his interaction with large crowds. At the beginning of his pontificate, he accepted the idea that pressing the flesh was part of the modern papal job description. At the start of his weekly general audience, he would walk down the main aisle through the multitude, his nervous smile lit up by thousands of camera flashes, extending his hands and then having to yank them from the grasp of well-wishers. He soon stopped running the pilgrim gauntlet, however, which seemed to him a distraction. Sometimes the distractions came to him, in the most awkward manner. In December of 2010, I sat in the Vatican press office watching the Pope at his general audience on the room's big monitor. The sex abuse scandal was still the biggest story of the year, and the crowds in the audience hall seemed smaller. The Pope had finished his routine greetings in 7 languages when 4 young men dressed in white costumes assembled directly in front of the pontiff. This was the annual Circus Audience Day, when performers from a local circus were given 5 minutes to show off their talents, usually juggling or acrobatics. We gathered around the monitor in the press room with mild interest, but what happened next prompted groans and guffaws. On cue, the men peeled off their shirts Vegas style, revealing tanned muscular torsos, and performed a supple pyramid balancing act. Pope Benedict LCK, mildly embarrassed, but the audience loved it, and a few appreciative whistles could be heard. The video became a YouTube favorite, under titles like "Surprise Strippers in Vatican" and "Pope Captivated by Shirtless Male Acrobats." The image of 4 men stripping in front of the Pope was not one the Vatican wanted in circulation, but once again, no one had previewed the acrobats' performance. A few weeks later, the Pope ended his audience by meeting with costumed members of the Cologne Carnival, a traditional seasonal celebration in Germany. The video showed Benedict warmly greeting an amply endowed figure in blonde pigtails. But as the camera zoomed in, it became apparent that the lipstick lady was actually a man. Once again the press room erupted in laughter, though there was a logical explanation. In the Cologne Carnival, the figure of the Jungfrau, or maiden, is always portrayed by a man dressed as a female. But, tradition or not, it looked to most people as if the Pope were consorting with a drag queen. There were security incidents, too. On Christmas Eve in 2008, a deranged Swiss woman in a bright red hoodie jumped the barriers in St. Peter's Basilica and nearly reached the Pope as he processed into the church. Incredibly, the same woman showed up a year later wearing the same red sweatshirt and this time managed to knock Benedict to the marble pavement. The Pope was fine and carried on as if nothing had happened, but a French cardinal broke his hip in the chaos that followed. The barriers were immediately moved farther from the pontiff. As an astute observer of contemporary culture, Benedict knew that to get a hearing in the modern world, one had to firmly take hold of the microphone. Yet his low-key approach to the papacy, which guaranteed that the media would ignore him, also seemed part of his strategy, to preserve the Church from the superficiality of the media culture. Even as papal aides launched YouTube and Twitter feeds and Facebook pages in the Pope's name, Benedict kept his distance from the social networks and from computers in general. He still wrote out his documents longhand, with a pencil. He received thousands of personal emails but never answered them. While Vatican officials were lauding the idea that communication in the digital age was a two-way dialogue, the Pope spoke in a permanent monologue. In public talks, his insistence on making almost no concession to current events made him immensely popular with a core group of conservative Catholics, but made him irrelevant to those he was theoretically trying to reach, the huge percentage of Catholics who no longer went to church or paid much attention to religion in general. Here was a man who, on any day of the year, could open his window above St. Peter's Square and command the attention of the world, exploring the moral and ethical dimensions of any issue he chose: economic collapse, human trafficking, environmental disaster, the arms trade, global politics. Instead, he opted to speak of Saint Hildegard of Bingen and her mystical visions in the 12th century. When Benedict did stray into topical areas, it was never for very long. Some of his most interesting statements, for example, critiqued the prevailing capitalist consumerist economic rundle as a self-centered trap: take everything we can get in this brief moment of life. Consumerism, selfishness, and entertainment alone are worthwhile. This is life. This is how we must live. And once again, it seems absurd, impossible, to oppose this dominant mindset with all its media and propagandist power. These are dramatic words to come from a pope, but they have been typically undermined by the familiar tone of futility and the lack of any follow-up. The pope has always hesitated to delve into the details, or suggest remedies, or illustrate his arguments with real-world examples even when they could be found in his own backyard. In 2012, Benedict appeared to be a passive observer of a rare case of financial whistleblowing at the Vatican. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano took over as Secretary General of Vatican City in 2009. One of the first things he noticed was that the Vatican was paying an Italian company €550,000, roughly $750,000, to set up its annual nativity scene at Christmas. Vigano, shocked, managed to reduce the cost by more than a third the following year. The Christmas crash was only the beginning, however. He soon discovered that the awarding of inflated contracts was a common practice in Vatican City, which seemed to have imported Italy's tolerant attitude toward favoritism, nepotism, and corruption. Archbishop Vigano took steps to rein in such practices and cut costs. He found himself criticized by anonymous sources in Italian newspaper articles. Fearing that he might be transferred to another post, in the spring of 2011 he took the unusual step of writing to Pope Benedict, spelling out the situation and asking for the Pope's moral support, in effect pleading to keep his job. 6 months later, a dejected Vigano was cleaning out his desk. The Pope had named him the new apostolic nuncio to the United States. He would be stationed 4,500 miles from financial decision-making in the Vatican. When all this was revealed in early 2012 on the Italian TV show Gli Intouchables The Untouchables, the media focused on the fact that Vigano's letters had become public, signaling an internal Vatican war and a potentially endless stream of revelations. In coming weeks, VatiLeaks would indeed provide several more documents and some tantalizing glimpses of life behind the Vatican walls. Throughout the affair, Pope Benedict remained remarkably silent. This was a pope who had many times condemned corruption in civil society, and who in 2010 had created a new agency to guarantee financial transparency in the Vatican. Yet faced with actual evidence of impropriety and infighting in his own city-state, he appeared uninterested. When the Pope finally did act, it was to plug leaks rather than root out disreputable economic practices. He named a panel of 3 elderly cardinals, empowering them to investigate not the substance of Vigano's complaints, but rather how they had been divulged to the press. The arrest of Paolo Gabriele, the Pope's personal valet, came after Vatican police had searched Gabrielle's apartment and found a large cache of confidential documents. In the past, the Vatican might have handled the case quietly, but in the view of top officials at the Secretariat of State, the rash of leaks had placed its very sovereignty at risk, and a show of strength was required. The world was thus treated to a highly unusual spectacle, a public trial at the Vatican. The trial, which was open to the press and included testimony from some of Pope Benedict's closest aides, was viewed by the Vatican as a groundbreaking demonstration of transparency. But in many ways, the proceedings against Paolo Gabriele illustrated a disconnect with the modern understanding of due process. The evidence against Gabriele was overwhelming. Vatican police testified they had found in his possession about 1,000 purloined documents, both photocopies and originals, including some bearing Benedict's handwritten order, to be destroyed. A gold nugget and a check for €100,000, both gifts to the pontiff, also turned up in his apartment. Gabriel admitted photocopying documents, saying he had done so during work hours in the small office he shared with the Pope's two personal secretaries. Gabriel also acknowledged passing some of the documents to Italian journalist Gianluigi Nuzzi, who quickly spun the material into a best-selling book about the Vatican. The papal valet said he had been inspired by the Holy Spirit, and that he had acted because he feared Pope Benedict was being manipulated by other Vatican officials. After his arrest, Vatican investigators had persistently questioned Gabriel about his motives, his potential accomplices and, above all, his presumed mandante, the higher ups pulling the strings. But when Gabriel took the stand at his trial, he said he had acted alone. When he tried to explain the reasons for his actions, the presiding judge cut him off. Nor did the judge want to hear about others who might have been in contact with Gabriel or about the findings of the 3 cardinals appointed by the Pope to investigate the leaks. In keeping with legal custom in Italy, the judge repeatedly edited the transcript of testimony, entering into the record his own summation of what witnesses had said, at times removing remarks about Pope Benedict and other high Vatican officials. In short, the Vatican was putting on trial a single employee, one with delusions of grandeur, according to a court-appointed psychiatrist, and not holding a public hearing on the alleged resentments, conflict, and backstabbing in the Roman Curia. As expected, the trial ended with a quick conviction, a reduced sentence and the expectation of a papal pardon, allowing Benedict to put the whole episode behind him and move on to the real work of the Church. This scandal was primarily an Italian affair, and, like other recent events at the Vatican, it pointed to a deeper level of discord. The polarizing figure appeared to be the Vatican Secretary of State, Cardinal Bertone, who had his share of loyalists and enemies throughout the Roman Curia and the Italian hierarchy. But the battle lines were so convoluted that not even Italian journalists could figure out who was on whose side. Each day's newspapers carried fantastical scenarios of secret allegiances, blackmail, double dealings and false friends. The Roman Curia seemed to have degenerated into a dominion of ecclesial mafiosi. Faced with such an internal mess, Pope Benedict consulted briefly with top Vatican officials and a small group of cardinals, but he showed no interest in personally refereeing Curia power struggles. As commentators derided the intrigue and disarray within the Vatican, Church officials began speaking openly about the leadership vacuum. As one European cardinal quipped to a French reporter, "Is there a pilot on board?" The Pope read the newspapers, too, at least some of them. He continued to be convinced the Vatican's problems were being inflated by a malicious mass media, and he complained publicly about gratuitous coverage that went far beyond the facts. But at a deeper level, Benedict was not overly concerned. _LT the bad reviews and the epidemic of anarchy in the Vatican stories. He had long ago immunized himself against the sting of worldly criticism. In a revealing off-the-cuff talk to Rome seminarians in February of 2012, he said the power of public opinion was based on appearance, not truth, and that Christian nonconformism should involve freeing ourselves from this need to please, to speak as the masses think we ought to. Benedict would never acquiesce to the language or mindset imposed by popular culture. That was true even when the Pope made overtures to those outside the Church. In late 2011, Benedict had convened yet another edition of the Interreligious Prayer for Peace Summit in the Italian hill town of Assisi. A popular event first introduced in 1986 by John Paul XI, the gathering in earlier versions had had its critics, among them Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, for giving the impression that the prayers of all religions had an equal hearing before God. Benedict's aides solved that conundrum by eliminating public prayer from the program in Assisi. Oddly, it seemed, the world's religious leaders had come to the birthplace of St. Francis simply to give speeches. As I sat in the Assisi Press Center, one speech in particular now demanded my attention. Julia Kristeva, a Bulgarian-born French philosopher, psychoanalyst, and linguist, was one of 4 non-believers invited by Pope Benedict to the Assisi encounter. These were agnostics, not flame-throwing atheists, and they had been carefully vetted by the Vatican to avoid any possibility of public embarrassment. Nevertheless, Their presence here was a true innovation, and seemed to open the possibility of a more open dialogue. As Kristeva wound up her speech, however, I realized that this would be yet another dialogue of scholars, Benedict style. There is no longer a universe. Scientific research continually discovers and investigates the multiverse, Kristeva declared. Do not be afraid to be mortal capable of understanding the multiverse. Humanism is called to face an epical task, inscribing mortality in the multiverses of life and the cosmos. I looked over at a table of Italian reporters and held up Kristeva's text. Did anyone understand that? I asked. Not a word, someone shot back as he busily typed his story. All hailed the Assisi event as groundbreaking, and it was clear that Benedict himself relished the moment, leaving the distinct impression that the Pope would much rather converse with intellectual agnostics than with questioning Catholics. And his new evangelization campaign was headed in the same direction. The Vatican had just launched a program called Courtyard of the Gentiles to reach non-believers and fallen-away Christians. It took special aim at university communities and was so heavily academic that my colleague Robert Mickens, correspondent for the British Catholic magazine The Tablet, dubbed it Courtyard of the Eggheads. On the conservative end of the Catholic spectrum, the Pope was seen as a quiet hero, a countercultural truth-teller who used words and the power of reason to cut through wrong-headed conventional wisdom. Conservatives loved the fact that Benedict didn't play the media's game. Even among journalists, he had his admirers. At times, he could be insightful and eloquent and even down to earth, for example, explaining why a true sense of justice demanded a judgment day, or telling young people that the church would never pander to them, or downplaying papal infallibility with the line, "The Pope is not an oracle." To younger audiences in particular, Benedict made an effort to simplify the message without diluting the content. He has often spoken about friendship with Jesus as the source of true happiness in life. Given his own deep faith, the Pope should be able to say, "Just look at me." But that's part of the problem. Whatever his inner peace and harmony, Benedict rarely looks as if he's having. Someone once asked me, "Maimon, have you ever seen Pope Benedict express joy?" I had to think long and hard. The spectrum of his public emotions typically ran from detached to mildly amused. Joy, delight, elation, or anger or indignation, for that matter, were just not in his emotional repertoire. Then I remembered his final full day in Bavaria in 2006, at a brief stop in the Regensburg Alte Kapelle, a 1,000-year-old church decked out in Rococo splendor after an 8-year restoration. Benedict was there to dedicate a new organ. It was neither a solemn liturgical moment nor an occasion for high teaching, just a minor cultural duty. Local Catholics had proudly named it the Papst Benedict Orgel. The Pope devised a little talk for the event and delivered it with relish. He declared without hesitation that the organ was the king of all musical instruments because it could give expression to the full range of human sentiments, from joy to sadness, from praise to lamentation. As I listened to the speech, it struck me that Benedict was not simply reading it. He truly believed every word, and the conviction was clear in his voice. The organ's great range of timbre, from piano through to a thundering fortissimo, makes it an instrument superior to all others. It is capable of echoing and expressing all the experiences of human life, he said. When the organ is played, it reminds us of the immensity and the magnificence of God. Then Benedict sat back and listened as the first familiar notes of Bach's toccata and fugue in D minor blasted through the pipes. When I glanced at the Pope, he appeared transported. The thrill was clear on his face. It was music that brought him joy. But what was it exactly about music? Surely not the emotional pull that was typical of rock, or the catchy melodies found in popular songs. No, his pleasure was more mathematical. For him, the beauty was in the music's structure. As a classical pianist, he knew the system well. It was pure, it was orderly, it never disappointed. And now, here in Regensburg, I'd just heard the Pope offer an analogy between the organ and the Catholic Church. When an organ is tuned and well played, he said, it produces wonderful music. Dissonant notes are a sign of problems. In both cases, he explained, an expert hand must constantly bring disharmony back to consonance. This was the real Benedict. A man who saw himself as maestro. Faith was the music that never disappointed. He knew this music well, and he knew the consolation and satisfaction it offered. For 80 years he had comforted himself with its certainties, its harmony. And now he was trying, against all odds, to make everyone understand what to him seemed so apparent: this was a beautiful way to live.